Well, well, well. Good claim, Blues. Nicely done. Classical. And no carping flat eyes in the background. Slow day today. Yeah, sometimes it is. Sometimes people are taking their time. So I'm not actually sure. Oh, Hannes, you're mean to me. There'll be no river here. You know that my boat sunk. You know. I'm having a celebration of boat death on Tuesday, where we play creepy games to remember not the can. Not going to forget about the can. Might forget what it looks like, but I'm not going to forget about the idea. Well, the river didn't sink, has it? No! The river is still there, but it's not. I'm not on the river. That's the difficulty. That's the difficulty, Hannes. So, we did have a suggestion that Scott made on YouTube of playing a kind of a dual spirit setup and then building up the difficulty over time. I think there is merit in this suggestion. River wants to see the river surges in sunlight. Well, that's a way. That'll confound his Royal Highness. I'll be doing my anti-monarchy duty as well, simultaneous. We could do river. So what were these suggestions? So Scott's was something like river and ocean, okay, as a pair. I like the idea of starting on a low difficulty because I think last stream I started with a fairly reasonable difficulty and I just destroyed my brain. But we could go with a river set. But then of course it's what adversary are we bumping up? Is this a board game? It is a board game. Hannes, this is Spirit Island. You know, Spirit Island. That game with the spirits and the island on it. I'm happy to talk you through some of it. If you like, if that'll float your boat. If you've got a boat. If you don't have a boat, I mean, who even are you? Oh yeah, I don't have a boat anymore. Top 10 BGG, innit? Probably. It's certainly up there. It's certainly one of the more popular games. It won top solo game in the special one player guild. So it's certainly the top there, up there with Mage Knight and other games that people like. It's a very cool game. Heavier than it might look if you just look at the nice artwork. That's the only caveat I would say, is it's quite heavy, but as you're a Through the Ages player, probably you can handle it. So, we've got a couple of choices with this idea of going with a pair for a few runs in a row. First is the adversary choice, and then there's the what actual pair. Now, I've already played a fair chunk with Bringer Ocean. I did a whole series of those on the old YouTube. It's a fun combo. We could just do that because it's fun. People have recommended it to me, so it's got to be uranium heavy. Yeah, it's got to be horribly heavy, disgustingly heavy. It's as heavy as you want it to be as well. If you find it's not mentally challenging enough, you can just bump up the brain destruction. I wonder what to go with. I've also had a request recently for how to play well with shadows, and I actually honestly haven't tried lately to play anything remotely difficult with shadows. I mean, my suspicion is that if you're going to make this spirit work, you need to really leverage this pretty decent energy track, this pretty decent growth option. Or alternatively, I could just go through an example game for Harness. Oof, so many options. So many options. I could just do a chill with an example game. See, there are a lot of setup options. That's one of the key things, right? So this is the base game plus the first promo pack plus the first expansion. And this is 12 spirits, and each of these plays surprisingly differently. And you've got the map boards, doesn't matter so much. You've got the alternative side of the map board that's more complex. You've got the different opponents. You've got different scenarios. Ooh, we could try some scenarios. I just don't know. Just don't know, Jim. We could make... See, I quite like this board. I know it's not the recommended basic two-player board, but just it fits on a screen a little nicer. Hey, Glimmer, 40-second wildfire game. That will showcase the game well. Oh, I am no speedrunner. Alas, alas and alack. So what, the suggestion that Scott had was this, which is a fine pair. Then Poultry Speak. I'm going to be using everyone's Spirit Island names. And I've forgotten them. The only one I can remember is Poultry Speaker. This is a very classic, quite fun and powerful combo. This is also a good combo. But I wonder what but there are some pretty fun, less obvious combos that are, this is a ridiculous combo. It's a co-op game, says Blues, answering Hannes. Okay, all people were apparently wrong. So it has quite a strong solo community that will just play it solo, but it is a co-op game. So the co-op game, typically you would play a spirit each. So some people actually, they play a couple of spirits each in co-op. So it could have been that people recommending it to you as a solo game rather than as a co-op game, if you see what I mean. I've played this a few times co-op, but I primarily play it as a solo game. But this is also a combo that I've done before. Maybe if we're starting at a low difficulty, we could go with a crap combo. We could go with, what are my weakest spirits? Shadows. Don't feel like crunching my brain. But without the tears of my enemies, how can I make my tea? You've got a point there. But you get to kill loads of enemies in this game. Loads of enemies. I mean, these are the two spirits I think I'm weakest with. Look at that. Even more rancid collection. We could, and as far as opponents that kind of have an interesting progression, Prussia just gets faster and faster. Do the weakest ones. Okay, Hannes, okay. Well, Shadows is probably the defensively weakness, and the others is more about which one I am personally weakest with. So it's probably Wildfire. This is my weakest combo, I think. Lightning I'm not great with either. In fact, I've had a request for high difficulty lightning games. Maybe go, oh, this is, sickens me to even look at this combo. Lightning and fire deal. Okay, fine. Okay. And then what would be a challenging? I mean, if we could make shadows and some major power, and then speed up some mages, that could be good. But yeah, these are my two weakest spirits in base game. I think I'm even weaker with these than I am with Wildfire. How you doing, chat? Good to see you're still with us. We've had no near misses with Vans. And then if we are going to bump up an enemy, what enemy do we want to bump? France is a frustrating enemy. But they are interesting, and they're going to be way less frustrating in multi-spirit than they are in solo spirit. Let's just leave it to Hannes. Hannes knows nothing. Hannes is our dice. So what do you fancy, Hannes? Do you want a bit of France, a bit of England, a bit of Sweden, or some self-loathing and take you on a Prussia? So we're leaving it all down to Hannes to choose. Ahoy there! Ahoy! Ahoy! Hello, Harlequin. How you doing? How you doing? Let's try some Frenchies. Damn it, Hannes! Damn it! You heard me complaining about the French, didn't you? I'm glad I got burned. Think of all the things we learned for the people who are still alive. For Trat, who is still alive. Harlequin is doing okay. Okay is all right, isn't it? It's not too bad. We now need to work out the difficulty level. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm sitting in darkness, which you can tell by the pastiness on display. But that's fine. I quite like sitting in the darkness sometimes. When I'm operating on a low spoon count, sitting in darkness helps. This thing works on my mobile device. Isn't that nice? It is nice. So we're going French. And okay, so if we are going to go with a progression, we probably want to start fairly high up, because I'm pretty unlikely to fit in more than 3 two-spirit games. Actually, that might even be a bit ambitious. So we probably want to start on something like 4, 3. We might. Thing is, these are objectively my worst possible combo. So we'll see this. Here we go. Always such a pleasure. Hey, Octo, nice to see you. I I nearly jumped in and was chatting with you in Pangrax's stream earlier, but I was kind of in that mode of like, I was just doing this, doing that, kind of, I was in and out, so I couldn't really hold down a conversation. Glimmer's thinking 3. Glimmer is, Glimmer sparkles with knowledge. I need to get into using the spirit names. I'll try and use the spirit names. The only one that works on top of my head is Poultry Speaker. If you start on 6, you can probably fit in more games. True. Might just lose. Well, Glimmer's trusted. So what are we dealing with here? Of course, we've got this sprawling plantations problem, which will be tracked. So if I try and build a town and we're over our limit, we lose instantly. We've got this. See, I just forget stuff with France. There's so much extra bobbins going on. If they explore with no buildings, they add an extra explorer. And I'm going through this because I just repeatedly forget these. You've got this extra event, small uprising, that I'll probably also forget. So it's all, so Harness, you've chosen the most complicated verse, by the way. Thanks, Harness. And then early plantations is easy. That's just extra setup stuff. So no triangle trade, no ecosystem, and no persistent explorers. Okay. So all we've got to forget are the escalation, the slave labor. Easy. You're welcome. I know. I'll be impressed if you do level 5. Well, yeah, especially with my weakest my weakest friends. Okay, so we're on difficulty 7. It's all fired up and ready to go. Let's see what we get. It default zooms to this particular. I'm not sure why it likes to zoom out this far, but it does. It just does. Okay, so we've got an opening. Sand explore. Yeah, it doesn't affect the setup deck, does it? It feels like a while since I played France. God, forgot. I've mostly been playing a lot against Prussia lately because I was making a video about how to beat Prussia. What's the objective? Okay, so Harness, this is the start of a game. I'm playing with 2 spirits, which a lot of people solo 2 spirits, but you could also play this with 2 humans, one controlling each spirit. This is, each of us has a board in front of us. These little dots here are like our presence, which is like our influence on the map. When we place these on the map, we uncover bigger and bigger numbers and effects, which basically power us up. Oh yes, I've just gone off on a tangent there. Glimmer is actually answering the questions. Scare the crap out of the colonizers so they fuck off home. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So you see all these white things on here, the buildings, the explorers, these bigger buildings, these are cities, these are towns. These are invaders, and we are basically defending this island from these colonial invaders. We actually can win in a few different ways. If we wipe out all of the invaders, all explorers, towns, and cities, we win. But if we scare them an amount, then we only need to destroy the buildings. If we scare them even more, just need to destroy the cities. And if we just scare them out of their wits, then we just win. Ew, colonialism. Yeah, Zeke. It's disgusting. How are you doing? How are you doing? So yeah, I'm trying to fight colonialism here. Just realised my head's mildly in the way. Let's go. Oh, we don't want to go too top corner. Let's go bottom left. Oh, it's time for the old magic. Let me show you a bit of behind the scenes magic. Zeke knows how this works, because Zeke's a fellow Strimbler. Let's go with a flip. A bit of acrobatics. Whomp. Look at that. Pow. This is technology in action. There it is. Magical. Oh, it's 1492, but fun. Looks like a hyper-literal digitalization of a board game. It is exactly that. It's pretty literal. I think that's partly why I like it. I don't like it when board game adaptations go too off-piste. Tactics likes the colours. Yeah, these are fine colours. So it's quite a crunchy game. I'll do my best. My priority is always to try and interact with chat, but occasionally my brain might just go, I'm trying to crunch it. But it shouldn't be, I should be able to beat this. This is easy. Easy. So on our turn, first thing we do is pick our growth option, and I will try and answer any questions you have about it. And I'm controlling 2 spirits, which is unadvisable. We've got a couple of options with lightning by default. These are our starting powers. These up here are our costs. The amount of energy we have is determined by this track here. Through the ages is 9% literal and 10% just pure quality of life. yeah, Through the Ages is probably the gold standard, I would say. So the first decision is deciding about this presence placement. I think, and I've not actually thought about the synergies between these spirits at all, because I have not planned to play these guys. Do you actually have any synergies here? So if we just look at a card, this might tell you some stuff. So this is the cost. These are elements. Getting enough elements will give you extra abilities. You get to use those depending on which spirit you are. The range is where you can affect. So this is range 0, so only where you have your presence. This is fear. So remember I was talking about scaring the invaders. This is like the currency of fear. For every 8 fear I generate, I will get a fear card, which might help me. And this is the ability of the card. So I can either replace a town with an explorer or a city with a town. It's actually a very powerful card. Quite low key though. I like when they try to do some visual things you can't with real pieces, but prefer the gameplay to stay pretty pure. Unless they're going to spin off their own new game inspired by the original, like Blood Bowl, maybe. I think it's really tricky for people that are making digital implementations. I think it's really hard because sometimes what looks great in a board game just looks terrible when they just directly translate it. They added a real-time mode in one of the Blood Bowl PC boards. Very poor idea. Chat's no fan of that. Okay. So yeah, I'll probably just play and narrate, but if you have questions, I will try and answer them. Lightning can speed up, but Shadows doesn't play well with others. It could collect explorers for lightning's 1 damage to all, maybe. Yeah. There's no synergy here. Unless the only synergy I'm thinking is that... So lightning has this ability here. So I can make slow powers fast for my opponent. This could be useful if I go major powers with this spirit, and that of course is going to mean nothing to the people that don't understand the game. But I guess, you know, you just have to accept. You just have to accept. It's not going to make any sense. You just have to accept their fact. Now, so this spirit here does have a very specific and acceptable opening. I haven't played any version of Blood Bowl, to be honest, but I could tell they changed things up a bit. Blood Bowl is wonderful. It's the best game Games Workshop ever made. And that's a fact. How long does the game take? Well, depends on how difficult your settings are. Depends if you're talking to people on the internet. Depends on lots of things. If I'm playing like a casual game on my own and I'm not narrating it for YouTube, it could take me half an hour maybe to play a single spirit, more like an hour and a half to 2 hours for 2 spirits. But it does depend. Just bought a new TV and just took a small intermission from Barry Lyndon. 40 seconds to 4 hours. Yeah, you can. There is actually a guy that does speedruns of this guy. Actually, a few people have done speedruns. You can win very quickly if you're playing it on low difficulty. Though actually, I think the Kalen Noreth, if you want to check out the YouTube, I think they've done some high difficulty speedruns as well. Horrifying. Truly horrifying. So let's contemplate this position. So let's just explain some things. So down the bottom here, this tells you what the invaders are going to do. At this point, there's a card here, and this card is not revealed. This is going to get flipped over, and it's going to tell us where they go. This turn, they're going to build in the sands, right? So you see there's an explorer in all of these sands. If I can move that explorer out of the way, they're not going to build there anymore. They're not going to build there because they won't have an explorer there. But if this is left as it is, there'll be a town in each of these. A town will appear in each of these, except in here because there's disease there, and that will cancel out the build. And then a new card will flip over, and it's going to be one of the 4 land types. Do you play a lot of board games IRL, Peasant? I did used to. I don't play that many IRL anymore because of the Rona. I'm very wary of... Yeah, I'm not taking any risks with that Rona. I've got enough health problems. I've got enough, you know, I don't need any more. So Shadows has got quite a nice opening you can do where you can set up. It's kind of the strongest thing Shadows has out of the box, which is using this card to gather a load of Dahan. Now, these Dahan, they're like the local people of the island. And in fact, I think the spirits in the story, anyway, were there before the Dahan. But these guys have kind of learned to coexist with the spirits. Did you get a V card? I've got a kind of quite shabby vaccination card. I don't really know I don't know if it will make any odds. So we quite like a turn 1 dread favors. And we could use this to move the Dahan into a place where they can fight. And then the following turn, we can use this card here so that my Dahan don't get damaged when they fight. We'll see a fight shortly. Well, not that shortly. Depends on if we've got a good place to do this. Yeah, we'll just do the shadows thing because we're going to do it. So I've got to place a presence because I've picked this growth option. I'm going to gain 3 energy. And we've got to place a presence. Now, I need to place it from this track if I want to play more than 1 card this turn. Alternatively, I could place the presence from up here and get a bit of energy, which actually isn't bad either, really. Both could work. But the thing I'm thinking about doing, you need to be able to play 2 cards at the start. Actually, you don't really need to play 2 cards at the start. It's quite nice to get a bit of the old Mantle of Dread in, because this also solves the problem. A problem that some of you will have no understanding of because I've not explained the game to you. That's just a fact, isn't it? So I'm thinking we can Mantle of Dread in one of these, saying here's a good Mantle of Dread spot. And what I can do then is the town that gets built, I can push it out so it's not going to do me any damage in a second. But Mantle of Dread, I need to be one of my lands, i.e. a land where my presence is. So I think I'm just going to do this because it's a simple thing I can do. So I'm going to place that in there. Now this is my land and I can use Mantle of Dread usefully in there. This is very much the standard. And you'll notice this has popped up. This is my innate power because I've gained 2 moons and a fire. So now I get to gather an explorer somewhere. Does that have any use whatsoever? Not really. That is completely useless. Never mind. Well, I could use it to prevent a build. Yeah, I am against France. And I could still Mantle of Dread to gain extra fear from here and push. We could push for a very big ravage in here. So if we favors Call Due into this land, we'll still get the fear and we can have a massive counterattack. Though maybe I'm gonna actually undo. We're gonna need a better start than that. I think I'm gonna go with. Oh, oops! I need to undo more than that. Good relevant time of day to you too, Seamus. How are you doing? Nice to see you. What did you eat today? Show me a picture of fried chicken and fries, and now I'm hungry. Hey. Blues has gifted Trout the ability to see into the exclusive lifestyle content, which is where I jokingly take photos of my food and put it in Discord. It's an incredibly useful channel. Yeah, okay, let's go with Mantle of Dreading that. We can prevent this build, except we need the sacred site in here. God damn it. Shadows, why are you so tricky to achieve so little? That's what I want to know. Where'd you get off on this? Where'd you get off? So now Trant has the ability to see several of the meals. Wow. Thank you so much, Blues, for dragging Trant kicking and screaming into the modern world. The modern peasant world. God, I'm delirious already. I've been streaming about 2 minutes. But yeah, how are you doing, Seamus? I hope to catch you on the next Spirit Island Saturday. Oh, by the way, people that watch Handelabra's stream, or Europeans especially, who go, Handelabra's Spirit Island streams at flipping midnight. Not anymore, it's not. 7 PM UK now, or it was last time. Oh, it's Gather. You're very correct. You're very correct. Yeah, why am I playing my 2 least used spirits on a flipping live stream? You gotta ask us. I blame Hannes. I'm gonna blame Hannes. Okay, so lightning. What do we want to do with lightning? We're probably going to be flip-flopping with lightning. We're going to be flip-flopping. And you might be going, what the hell do you mean by flip-flopping, peasant? I mean having a weak turn alternate with a strong turn. Interestingly, I learnt new tech, which is if you don't shatter turn 1, then you don't need to Raging Storm turn 2. Masochism. Yeah, yeah. Seamus having a bit of health trouble. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Seamus. Sometimes I wish I wasn't some filthy atheist and I could just pray for people. Oh, what do I do? I'll send you love and well wishes and hugs. I can send hugs to you, Seamus the Hug Monster. The trouble is though, by skipping the turn 1 shatter, this is useful. This is a really good card. But if we do it turn 2, it's basically the same, right? Because we can do it in the fast case because we're lightning. So maybe the turn 1 and nothing is the approach. Hugs are always good. Prayer is just meditation. Well, really? You're asking, you know, Jeebus to you know, take care of business for you, aren't you, really? That's what it is. Yeah, so so I'm going to try this. So my lightning game is absolutely terrible. So so we could go something like double presence place and play nothing this turn. We need a sacred site over here somewhere. We are against France as well, so I've got to be aware of running out of towns. I don't think flip-flops are advisable with Thunderstorm. Whatever not, Octo. Kinda. He sends you a solution while you sit in silence and reflect on the situation. I don't know. I'm much more in the Arthur C. Clarke camp when it comes to this. Not, you know, I don't live on a private island. Not in that way. But more in the... Yeah, nothing this turn for lightning. More in the... Like, you have your... So in his example, so you have your spaceship. And your spaceship's going to crash. Or, like, there's a technical problem. And you've got half the crew are actually fixing the problem, trying to work out a solution. The other half are religious, and they're praying. And then... Evil pedo, really? Oh, God. No. I thought he just lived on an island. No! God damn it, internet. Well. Oh, I didn't actually know that. Well, it's been a few days since I've lost a hero. But his evil story on the Italian where it's not illegal. Are you sure? I know that he's gay. I didn't think he was evil. I'll have to check this. I'll have to put that on my list of... Like, I think... Oh, was it the last one? The guy from Smashing Pumpkins. I was like, God damn it. I thought he just lived on an island. Anyway, the point was, the people that are praying claim credit for when the people that fix the problem. So we're going to... In the meantime, let's prevent that build in there. And that being said, never was the religious type, and not even have the power to be an atheist since I never come into contact with it at all. No religion for this, Hannes. Okay, we've got a jungle explorer. So you notice there we've got the extra explorer because France. Flippin' France. Okay, that Mantle of Dread's worked out pretty nicely. That's worked out pretty well. Agnostic more like then, sort of, but I kind of know better. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to... I just feel with agnostics that all the people I know in life that are agnostic are basically, they've got religious partners and they don't want to, you know, that's... and they don't want to rock the boat. Do we leave it? So they themselves are non-religious, but their partner is religious. So we're going to get 3 fear out of that, and we can Mantle of Dread to... Oh, we could Mantle of Dread over here, but we don't need to do that. And so it's like a kind of, you know, I'm not going to go to church with you, but I'm also can't be bothered to... can't be bothered to fall out with you, which is fair enough, right? I mean, you know, does it matter? Probably not. Can push into the sands for more Dahan killing. Nice. Yeah, this was the plan. This is what I was reaching for. I think the self-empowerment in religion is pretty cool, but I don't think the space daddy is the thing. Yeah, but is it empowerment? Is it really? Is anyone getting empowered by this? Okay, so we've got a classical concealing shadows in here, and we've also got crops, wither, and fade, which will actually get some use. We'll get to do that in there. That feels all right, and we can't do anything about. Can we do anything about that? Not really. Not really. I always feel like agnostic is the most honest position. How much do any of us know about anything anyway? Well, I don't know if it's not honest. It's just like. Now, bear in mind, you know, I'm just some peasant on the internet. But it's like the whole flying spaghetti monster thing. Now, I know that Richard Dawkins is annoying. You know, I'm not going to dispute that. You know, I can see how annoying the man is. But like the flying spaghetti monster thing is, well, you can't prove it's not there, therefore it is. It's like, well, I don't know. At what point do you? Ooh, this is a worrying build here. Is that something I actually want to Raging Storm? I think it might be, because it's in with my Blight. Where are we for towns? We're at 6. Well, that's how I see it. Many people turn to faith and pull themselves out of the mud. Organised religion, on the other hand, let's maybe not talk about that. Dawkins is a pain for atheists mainly because he's a zealot. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't have any compassion or something. There's something weird, something missing there. Yes, I think. So the whole idea of this plan by not going turn 1 shatter was so that I didn't need to play Raging Storm, but actually in this case, Raging Storm will clear this awkward land here. This is also not ideal. Dawkins is a selfish gene person. Yes, he is, yeah. The selfish gene person. This land might just have to be let go. Shame to have these lads in there. We might be able to rescue them, except, oh, they're too far away to be rescued. Unless we make a special rescue mission for those lads. I can get a bit sentimental. A bit sentimental for these lads. I always preferred Discordianism over Pastafarianism. Oh, God. He also did the Spaghetti Monster. He's a bit of an edgelord, huh? Yeah, I think in some ways he is a proto-edgelord. I don't know if he came up with Spaghetti Monster, but he's certainly someone I think I remember saying it. And Glimmer says technically everyone's agnostic. Well, maybe. I think it's that thing of, yeah, sure, there's a big difference between organised religion and the straight-up crimes that we can very clearly put at the door of organised religions. But I also feel like that kind of tendency is not useful. I think so often the tendency to mystification, it doesn't serve us. Most of the time it undermines our best faculties. Some people think they have knowledge but don't. It's like an epistemology question. Study of knowledge. Okay, so we know what we're doing with shadows. We could just make a decision about shadows. So the key mistake that I sometimes make with shadows is to forget that I need an extra energy to target my concealing shadows. That's the thing I don't want to forget. Okay, there aren't any other buildings I can push in here in the fast phase, but I could grab another explorer with this innate. So we are going to need at least 2 energy to do this turn. We're going to need at least 2 energy. So that could be using the energy we already have and getting 1 energy a turn. So if we go straight for plays, we will actually have the energy to do what we want. Yeah, so I think we need to do this. And we may as well look at a power card because we might get something more useful than Crops, Wither and Fade. Though Crops, Wither and Fade is pretty good. I was into Pastafarianism when I was 15, but I think I grew up a little. Decent people will not pester you with their ideology. If they do, well. Yeah. If they do, well. Pastafarians. Yeah, it does always. I was working in a turkey factory at one point, which is where the turkeys are made. That's where they're processed. And there was this religious guy that kept on trying to sell me on his religion. Oh my god! I had to. In the end, he gave me a book proving the existence of God. It was like, you know, why don't you just stop trying to convince me? How about that? How about that? So if you look at a card, that's a nice, interesting decision. I think there's a fine but important line between the kind of mysticism that says there's more out there than we can understand, and the kind that says there are things that we can never be explained. Well, here's the thing, right? Religion drives me up the wall, but like actual mysticism, I'm more down with mysticism. I don't mean mystification. I don't mean obscurantism or occultism, but as in like it's poetic jibber jabber basically about the universe. If you've got enough mental health problems, you know what I'd say makes sense. I agree with the card plus energy track. It's my go-to with Shadow's Turn 2. Yeah, you kind of need to have some idea of what you're doing. I mean, this is very standard, but of course we'll look at the card first. One kind keeps asking questions, good. Other quits asking, discourage others, bad. Bad. Animated rack root, eh? We actually like wilds tokens against France. We've also got Prowling Panthers, which I would enjoy those against France. I mean, even destroying an explorer here is kind of good. We're also probably going to be in a position where we could make this fast if we wanted. And then we could prevent this build in here. Because we could destroy an explorer in the fast phase if we use the speed from Boon. And then we could grab the other one with our innate and bring it over into the death zone. Though there are events in the game, our death zone might get ruined. Ruined. I like Panthers, but we're going to be broke for a while. And I think I favour trying to have cheap powers so that we can go for a major sooner rather than later. Let's sit on that decision for a little bit and come back to lightning. So I think we're going to go with our original plan of using our innate town destruction in one of these and then using shatter in the other. And I like the Raging Storm, so we could go for a 6 energy turn. To do so, we'd need to go with this option here, which I've already started on that. So I think we just go for the third play. And I think I like the Raging Storm in here because this is not going to be nice to deal with. That extra Explorer makes this particularly painful. No Harbingers of Lightning though that way. Rackroot at 0 would be deciding factor for you. Yeah, I mean, it's nice that it prevents this build in here. It's pretty nice. If we combine it with the innate, yeah. I kind of like leaving this decision open, though, because there might be a world where this is better. I mean, it doesn't seem likely. Can your spirits combine powers? I want Lightning Panthers. Yeah, they kind of work together, so it's not... so, for example, this is a power that targets a spirit rather than something on the board. So target spirit may use up to 2 slow powers as if they were fast. So that's what I'm thinking about, is making this power here fast so that shadows can use it before the invaders act rather than after. Which will massively improve. Yeah, let's just take it. Let's just take it. And we need to go from the energy track at 1 range. You do like a sacred site as shadows. So yeah, some of the spirits are more kind of interactive with other spirits than others. And I think it varies a lot. Some spirits kind of just do their own thing. And then mostly just take care of their bit of island. And then others will kind of be getting all up in everyone else's business. Pyrostatic run. Something like that, he says. What exactly is pyrostasis? So we need this energy, otherwise we can't really do our turn. Though we can actually. No, we can't. There's no point. We can't get crops in as well. If we could get crops in too, we'd get to do this level of the innate. But then we'd actually have nothing. It would be kind of a waste because we wouldn't get to use the effect. So yeah, we need the energy anyway, especially if we're going to go for an early major. So if we make a sacred site here, then that kind of means... Actually, no, this is actually better. It's a better sacred site for us. Or we could start kind of trying to get more into the island so that we can have an even better sacred site. Pyrostasis keeping things on fire. You could, but next turn will be a disaster. Yeah, you don't want a disastrous next turn. Because if we can keep pushing on this action, we can get to 3, and then we're looking a lot nicer. The static is from electricity type things. Okay. I see. So what I'm thinking about is a future sacred site. This actually sacred site here is really good. It's got a lot of adjacencies. So the only air lands it's neglecting are down here. So if we make a sacred site here, it would also be helping in these lands. The other thing I'm thinking about is maybe putting a presence, say, somewhere like here, where I could make a sacred site over here. Let's not get too involved in Lightning's business. Let's yeah, let's just go with the straightforward and make a sacred site in here. This is a high priority to defend anyway because it's a land with a blight in. So we're going to go Rack Root and Shadows. So we're going to get to gather so we can gather one. The interesting thing about going 3 plays, yeah. The interesting thing about going 3 plays instead of energy, yeah, we wouldn't be able to afford it. Shut up, peasant. I think in Rift Wizard there's a skill, lightning and fire skills that had pyrostatics in them. I keep meaning to do a 1.0 stream of Rift Wizard. There's so many awesome games to look at these days. Okay, so lightning, we just want a third. And that's only a single presence, but we might still be wanting to think about a future sacred site. Though, also we might want to think about Mantle of Dread, because this is a cool effect, and it might be... Shadows' side of the island's looking pretty good, actually. So maybe if we could put a presence somewhere where Mantle of Dread might help. Lightning. Pyrostat noun, a device that activates an alarm or extinguisher in the event of a fire. A pyrostat. Yeah, I mean, this is a good spot, isn't it? I mean, then we've got a lot of adjacencies. The thing is, we're probably going to be expanding with this anyway. We might be able to push with this a little bit. Yeah, that's the key. That's good. It's good. I think trying to be too clever with potential Mantle of Dread is probably not worth it. Because the thing is, this is not a sacred site. It's not actually that useful for us. Compared to potentially doing a Mantle of Dread in one of these spots, maybe. I guess this means that we could maybe push even further into Shadows' bit of island, which might be valuable. All right, so I like the idea of clearing this with Raging Storm, even though arguably the whole point of not doing anything turn 1 was to prevent that being necessary. So we can Homesteads, we can Thundering Destruction, Boon, Raging Storm, yeah. So we're going to clear some awkward business there. This is probably is just going to suffer. We might be reclaiming next turn. Lightning's so awkward. It's so sad. You don't have any flipping powers. It's not that good this turn, but gives you more range on your next presence placement. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, I think we finally... God, that took a while, didn't it? Whew. Okay, so we're concealing Shadows in there. And we will do the Lightning's Booning. We'll Rack Root in here. We'll prevent the builds, because we're against France, so we care about such things. And we can gather into here. In you come, friend. Might want to consider whether the Lightning's Boon is worth it. I think preventing this town build is worth it. The alternative is what? Getting an extra fear from harbingers. I think this raging storm's worth it because it's preventing a build in a lighted land. It's difficulty 3, would probably be fine. Extra fear and saving energy. I mean, I think the nice thing about this turn is that I solve all my problems this turn. So not only have we removed 2 towns from the board, we've prevented an awkward build as well. And we've prevented this build here. I don't know, I like it. Glimmer doesn't know what's better. So what would you do instead? You would not Lightning's Boon. Would you use Harbinger just for the energy? But it prevents this town build up here. I feel like that's pretty worthwhile. Bear in mind, we are against France. We don't want towns. We don't want those limits, especially once you start getting escalation effects. All of a sudden, those towns just start appearing out of nowhere. Okay. Oh, we don't want that. We've got millions of sacred sites. Damn it, Strange Tales. Beast attacking. And Mountain or Sands with Dahan. I like to double up my Dahan where I can. As a general rule. Oh, wow. Even better. But, so we've got 8 health worth of invaders there, and the event hasn't killed any of our invaders, so I'll just add in one here. Okay, let's see what our fear card is. Invaders do not explore into lands with at least 2 Dahan. See, another benefit of not having lone Dahan. And the Sand Ravage. It's going alright. When does the game end? So, it either ends when you lose, when the spirits lose. That can happen in a few ways. If any spirit has all their presence removed from the board, they lose. Now, we've not lost any presence yet, and it can happen by if a ravage happens in a land and places blight. You notice that there's this blight here now that wasn't there before. If that gets plonked on top of a presence, that presence gets destroyed. So if a spirit loses all their presence, then we all lose. That ends the game. There are also alternate loss conditions. In the case of France, if all the towns get built, we lose, and that ends the game. Or we win. We either win by removing them entirely from the board, or by generating all the fear and a couple of grades in between. When you rage quit. Yes, that generally ends when you rage quit. I very rarely quit a game of Spirit Island midway through. It does happen sometimes, but it's an unusual occurrence. Okay, so what have we got here? We've got a Ravage here that doesn't matter. See, this is a nice candidate for Harbingers. We could have a crap Harbingers turn where we just push these Dahan into here, clear this land. I mean, it's not really achieving much, but this is a horrible land for a French explorer in stage 2 because they will plonk down an additional 2 explorers in there. When you lose your spirit, yeah, when your spirit is broken. No more blight on the blight card. Yes, right, so let's look at the blight card. Currently, I've got 4 blight on the blight card. So we did have a blight go down this turn. That's what this blob is here. So if that happens another 4 times, this will flip over and we'll get some new effect. If then all the blight that's on that card are placed on the board or lost for whatever reason, then you'll also lose. Smells like Island Spirit. It certainly does. I do try and maintain a kind of an Island Spirity musk when I play this game. Don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. So the big choice here is, do we have a crap turn now for the sake of a better future turn? And the answer probably should be yes. This spirit is horrible though, because the only way it gains power cards in the normal way is for reclaim, and it's just miserable. But the nice thing is we've only got this one problem, one Ravage here, no build here. I mean, we can afford a turn off. Can we actually do much about this land if we have a good turn next turn? So in order to destroy the city, we want this tier of our innate, which is 4 fire, 3 air. We do have 4 fire cards, well, 4 fire air cards as our start cards. If we could get to 4 plays and have the energy to play them all, we could clear this land, preventing the blight going down, which could be pretty good. We would be making progress. We'd be destroying cities. We like destroying cities. But we would need 4 plays, which is not hard to get to. We'd also need to have more energy. We need a lot of energy in total to achieve. Yeah, because Raging Storm's so expensive. We could get very lucky and gain a power card that has fire on it. We don't need an extra power card to have both, because you've got 4/3 there. The trouble with reclaiming now is we don't really achieve that much more than not reclaiming. We could, of course, go for this and just have the presence, the energy sitting there. That actually kind of works. Yuck, lightning. It's a spirit I don't understand. Okay. And I actually quite like this Harbinger's push. There's no, I mean, it's not going to do much for us, but it will mean that this land is cleared. Not a big deal. Oh, by the way, did you watch Brand New Cherry Flavour? No. I watch very, very little television. I'm very out of date when it comes to that kind of thing. Tell me about it. What is this Brand New Cherry Flavour of which you speak? It's in the spirit of this game. Oh, really? Oh, really? Well, now you've got my attention. We're actually 1 fear away from a fear card. I mean, we could just use this Harbinger push to get a fear card. It's only at level 1, though, so no rush. I'm almost inclined to deliberately not get the extra fear so that maybe we could get an extra tier 2, depending on how, if Shadows can make a load of fear. You're probably right with Lightning Spoon last turn. I mean, not having a town here is, I think, good, but yeah, I think it could go either way. Best thing I've seen in ages. I had no idea what's going to happen next. Well, what genre is it roughly? We could drag out all the fellas in for a beating here, but I think the main thing we want to do is push to 3 energy a turn, so we definitely don't want to reclaim. The question is, do we go for a major power? Really? We're going to have 4 energy if we go for this option here. We could, which means we could afford most major powers. We could get a major power that will send our power levels through the stratosphere. Horror drama, horror adjacent. Intriguing. Very intriguing. It certainly intrigued me. I'm not much into horror, and I enjoyed every second. It's less horror than Stranger Things. God, I still haven't watched Stranger Things. I have tried to watch it before. I think I was watching the right side of the television. I was doing my best. Just wasn't very good. Every second, I know, right? That's a lot of love. I mean, it's a shame. Probably crops, wither, and fade's a good thing to forget some of the time, but this replacing a town and the 2 fear is not to be sniffed at. Any of you that were thinking of sniffing at it, I'd ask you to refrain from sniffing at that. We certainly don't want to reclaim. That's a definite. Do we want to go like this, gain a major right now? Right here, right meow. Depending on the major, we could forget crops wither. But then we've got a weaker turn. But we might not be able to afford to play it anyway. It sounds almost like weird fiction, mashed up mystery, fantasy, horror, and suspense. I laugh at like one joke every 3rd episode of a sitcom. Trias just like keeps his face just all tightly sewn up. Can't be letting any mirth escape from these chiseled Swedish features. He's not some kind of flappy mouth Finn who's just laughing at everything, standing very far apart from his countrymen. He keeps those laughs in. Major could be lucrative. I rarely have the guts to do it this early. I mean, it is a risk. But the thing, yeah, the trouble is if we draw nothing of use, we have a turn where we achieve absolutely nothing. Is that true? Do we really achieve nothing? Yeah, we're not even in a... I mean, we'll gain 2 fear in the slow phase. If we draw a nothing major, which is possible, we could draw a major that does absolutely nothing for us. Or we could draw something wonderful. The alternatives are go for a minor power. We don't actually have a preventable build, right? Here's the thing. So if I did have a preventable build, using Darkness Swallows, that would be tempting. If I could gather and explore away from someone preventing a build, I'd be more inclined to go for a minor power. Especially as we've already got a really nice minor power for us. The thing to bear in mind, though, is that Shadows' innates are just kind of terrible anyway. And the 3rd level is almost impossible to get. I think we're going to be shopping for mages anyway. So I think we have to do it. We have to do it. Hey, we've got some cool cards here. Now these are some major powers. Okay. We've even got the jungle. We've even got jungle presence. Big fan of Tigers Hunting. Huge fan. Like the biggest possible fan. I love this card. Yeah, we've got good options here. This isn't the only good option. We have many good options. Do we have any much viable sea monstering to do? I mean, almost certainly Tigers Hunting is the one for us. But we will sit on that decision for a little bit. Vigor of Breaking Dawn is also incredibly strong. Do we have a good Vigor here? We've even got a decent just play it this turn. Destroy this and this. We could even use Harbingers, push these 2 to Harn in here, and use Vigor to clear this land. Oof. Brutal. Tiger stops the build now. Tiger's Hunting is awesome, even better if Fangs or many mines are in the game, yeah. Yeah, I just love Fangs. Reminds me of the cat. The cat I used to... My cat friend I no longer have. My cat friend. I like this clear. I have to admit. It is quite compelling to me. Big Fang. Yeah. Big Fang. Big Fang. Big Fang. I love weird fiction. It's hard to blend so many genres effectively when it's done right. It's magical. Yeah, I want to read more. The last kind of cool... I read Thomas Ligotti. Was it Thomas Ligotti's story the other day? It was good. It was very Lovecraftian. It was a tribute story, I think. I had a great time. So Tigers Hunting, we can... We can prevent a city building here, which is decent. Vigor of the Break of Dawn, we can wipe out this land, which is pretty charming. We've also just incidentally got some decent Dahan movement between us. I guess that's one thing we've got. Oh, Mr. Progressor wants a little bit of levity. It's all getting a bit strategic up in here. I never liked body horror. It's well executed in cherry flavour. My group has theory crafted a new Wombo Bombo team. Next game night we'll try out. A report back if successful. Wombo combo. I should have known. I should have known you meant Wombo combo. God, Hannes wants it to be explained. I've not even told the joke yet, Hannes. God, it's so dark in here I can't even read my flipping joke book. See, I do actually prefer living in darkness. Some kind of mole, actually. Knock, knock. Who's there? Barbara? Barbara who? Barbara Black Sheep. There you go. A little bit of singing for you. And let's explain that for Hannes. See, it's all about Barbara Black Sheep, that song that I don't think anyone sings anymore because we don't live in the 1800s. But back in the 80s, we used to sing that to each other all the time. This is the sort of decision I would sit on for a while. Yeah, this isn't ones to be... I mean, I think either of these is really good. Monsters is always tempting because they are such a ridiculous... have such power. Yeah. I mean, Infinite Vitality is great, but for me, getting the threshold is... if you can get this threshold, this becomes ridiculous. I actually know the song. Also lost my appetite. So I shouldn't just quit streaming to take up singing, huh? Knock knock jokes are fun with little ones before they figure out how they're supposed to work. Never heard of Bar Black Sheep? What are you doing with your life, Progressor? What are you doing? How don't you know about this? This important cultural artifact. I think we go with Vigor because it gives us such a great turn. I mean, I love Mini Fangs, don't get me wrong. Mini Fangs is going to get us some Fast Fear, which I like, but I actually don't want Fast Fear. Oh, we're going to get Fast Fear from this as well anyway. Okay. We're unlikely to get this threshold. This threshold's kind of irrelevant. My favourite knock knock joke came through a neural net. I'm intrigued to hear it. Oh, here we go. Knock knock. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. Octo's there, all 8 tentacles typing furiously. Oh no, is that it? Oh, got flipping. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock. Who's there? Alec. Alec who? Ah, thank you, chat. You're a fine young penguin. In a human's world. Alec knock knock jokes. Yes, very good. Very good. Okay, here's the build you can prevent with Tigers hunting. I got there in the end. I know that I think Seamus pointed that out in the 1850s. The Wombo Combo team. Okay, how many spirits are in this Wombo Combo team? How many spirits are we talking? So I imagine once you get into 3 or 4 spirits, you could get pretty ridiculous plan starts. I mean, you can already get pretty ridiculous plan starts just with Wildfire and Green. So we can prevent this town build here. Could smash this land here. What's the future of the cards, though? If we Tigers hunting in here, we can push the beasts out. The trouble is these lands are blighted, so they wouldn't really be much use over here. Aside from fear cards. So if we do bring our beasts over there, we're probably going to push them back here. Then we'll have 2 beasts here, which is good. What about Vigor? What's the deal with Vigor? Okay, we've only got the one nicely set up Vigor smash. But it's relatively easy for us with shadows to actually bring a whole ton of Dahan around with favors called due. 3 or 4 if you have a 4th player. Ooh. The Womb potentials. Powerful. That's the only good one to come out of thousands of attempts from the AI, I'm sure. Well, don't knock it. They've done well. They're both great choices. Vigor is superior this turn with good prospects for later. Tigers will be useful all game. Yeah. That's the thing. That is the thing. Tigers is going to be great this turn. I mean, is it as great as clearing this land? I don't know. We can, of course, Crops Wither and Fade in here this turn, potentially, if we put the presence in here. Then leaving 3 Explorers. Are we going to get this level of the innate? Next turn, 3 Moons, 2 Fire? Maybe. That would be something like Rackroot Mantle Favors. Do we want to Shadow, Concealing Shadows next turn? Don't think so. Team of Volcano, Bodan, and Finder with Lure for the 4th. Oh, crikey. Finder is a spirit. I think I've actually only played 1 game with Finder. And the whole, like, oh yeah, just make stuff adjacent. Just my little brain. Even in, like, single player. My brain just started, like, I could feel it slowly unraveling. Unraveling at the edges. Oh, God. Other AI knock-knock jokes include, knock knock, who's there? Ireland. Ireland 2. Ireland you money, but... I think it's the but that really finishes that one off. Finder is a large brain space to use, but it's good. Yeah, I mean, it does seem very strong. I mean, it's objectively very strong. The thing I like is that if we can get to this, which I'm pretty sure we can without too much difficulty, we could go mantle animated favors. Favors for setting up a future vigor. Not necessarily an immediate vigor, but a future vigor. Yeah. So Glimmer says vigor. Yeah. I think it's right. I think if I had better things to do over here with these beasts. The thing is that this future favors called due. We're going to have 4 Dahan in here. Now, we could drag some of them over here. There's going to be a city in there. I mean, if we drag them over in the build turn, then we can maybe reclaim vigor next turn, which we're going to reclaim anyway, and smash it. Yeah, I think vigor. Tiger has a moon. Bah, rough choice. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's all right. It's all right. I think we're fine. We'll go vigor. And what do we forget here? We definitely don't forget favors. I mean, maybe we do forget crops wither and fade. I like it though, and it does have a use this turn if we use it in here. But we are probably just potentially just throwing a presence away if we do place a presence in there. But it's also 2 fear, which is going to make our game a lot easier. If next turn we reclaim vigor to smash this city that gets built. If we reclaim and use this next turn, we're not going to get that 3rd threshold to use crops wither in here. We're also going to be a little bit low on energy, so maybe I just forget crops this turn. Just forget about them. You can slow roll the army of Dahan all around the middle of the island. Yes, yeah. That's definitely it. Mantle of Dread is just a cool card. Cool card for cool cats. Do I prefer it though to crops wither and fade? I think this solves more problems than crops wither and fade. It's a shame this is in my hand. Yeah, we'll get rid of crops wither and fade. Might be a mistake. So let's set up a presence with more targeting options for the future. So if we are going to just clear this land, then this is a good place for presence. We're only going to have 2 plays next turn as well. That's something else I'd not really considered. Yeah, okay, fine. Mantle probably you likely want to keep your zeros. Yeah, Concealing Shadows is just very powerful. Very, very good card. And Rack Root too. Especially if we're probably playing 3 a turn on Vigor of Breaking Dawn. Okay, so we're going to have a quiet turn with Lightning. We're going to push these Dahan into here. We want to make sure that next turn we can smash this land, maybe. So, in order to do that, we need to have 4 plays next turn and 3 air. That's fine. Thanks for the well done, Flat Eyes. So we can do that by gaining energy. And that means we could... Do we have any useful Raging Storms? Raging Storm is kind of okay against France. You've also got the annoying French escalation effect, where they do this. So they're either adding a town or blight. It's so easy to forget about this damn thing. Second smash, maybe just a sad 3rd. God, I'd completely forgotten to take notes of that. I think Blues got first. No, they didn't. No, Flat Eyes got first. I can't remember. Excuse me. Excuse me, I can't remember. It was days ago. Flat Eyes was so first. No, you weren't first. You weren't first. So yeah, to play the 4 cards that we need to play, we either need to get lucky and draw a cheap fire card, or we need to bank on being unlucky and have 6 energy in our hands. So we could go with this and guarantee being able to have a big turn next turn. So yeah, I think we place this present somewhere. We could make a sacred site here, which I think is good. It's a safe, relatively safe sacred site. And we can do that. God, this is a weird looking turn. Given that I just arrived, I love that I turn up a little late. Peasant's brain is already mostly on the floor. What are you talking about? My brain is fine. Warning, you can play more power cards. What are you talking about? Can I? Oh, did I not play that? Haha, I had not played it. Okay. Oopsie. So we will push these lads in here. It's quite a minimal turn this turn, a 2 power turn. Okay, what's our event? Yeah, for some reason I've ended up playing my 2 weakest spirits. I blame Hannes. Okay, so they got longer range exploring. Okay, I don't care. Oh no, +3 damage. I also don't care about that. Okay, disease for Dahan and invaders, and then fierce mean. Okay. Fierce mean. So we don't have any way of doing damage in here to finish this off. We do have a fear card. Actually, we do have a fear card. Could gamble that something will... It's only terror level 1. It's not going to do jack diddly. Let's get rid of... Damn it, there are fear cards that do real damage with disease. Oh well, let's just take the safe. Because those 2 explorers are a problem for lightning, kind of. Ha! Each player moves explorer a town from a land with disease. Well, thanks. Thanks, fear card. Okay, I've got some builds. Oof. Can you just stop putting so many explorers out, please? So we've now got to make a choice about which land to add a town to. Yeah, on both sides of this. So these are about to shuffle over. So, I mean, this is in with my Dahan here. This is the Ravage this next turn. If we build a town here, if they add a town here, we can let them build a city. Then we can just Vigor of Breaking Dawn and just destroy it all. We don't even need to move these guys around. So we could move this lot somewhere next turn. Rather than this, which is... Yeah, this is not a land we want to blight. If we are going to let a land go, we'd be letting this one go rather than this one. And we don't really have many Dahan over here just yet. So I think this is the town. And then here we have a similar choice. Peasant seeing into the matrix, always. I am one with the code. I'm trying to look too far. It's only got 7 towns. Flipping France. Playing with my weakest flipping spirits against my worst adversary. At least I've got tea. At least I've got tea. That's something. I mean, this could be an okay candidate for setting up a Favors Called Due Concealing Shadows combo. We've still got a pretty healthy island, so we could be thinking about doing something like that. Though it's not ideal, because by the time we Favors Called Due, we won't outnumber them, and that 3 extra fear is pretty valuable. Because if they put a town here next turn, then they will build before we get to move. Unless we yoink them in quickly with Boone, which might actually be that we're going to be playing Boone anyway. Because there's no point Vigor of Breaking Dawn this turn, is there? Oh no, there is. We could quickly drag these forward and wipe these out. Crikey. Crikey. And if the Dahan are ending up here, then this is another nice land for us to slap. The Beast might help us as well. This had lots of nice adjacencies too. But there is all this blight in the middle, which we don't like. Let's put it in there. Just wasting precious brain juices. You turn the heating on today? The hell? What the hell, dude? Have you gone soft? You'll still have numbers for favors called Duo and East Jungle, I think. Yeah, if I... Well, not if it went in the slow... Oh, I just can't count. No, because if there was a town in there as well, then this would go up to 4, which wouldn't be enough for... Oh, there's already a Dahan in there. Ah, yeah, right. I'd not really noticed that there was already a Dahan in there. Good spot. Good spot. It's funny those like little like cognitive errors that you get from making lots of shortcuts. Well, I don't live in a flat to steal other people's heating. What? I'm a ground floor flat. They're all stealing my heating, which is why I never put it on. I do put it on sometimes, but I've not put it on for months. Also, the fact that gas prices have gone redonkulous. It's not encouraging me to do that. Okay, so Shadows is has to reclaim here really. We've got 2 Ravages. We can't really do anything about both of them. In theory, we are killing the city with Thunder and Destruction. So yeah, I think the... Do we let it go for the sake of growth? Nah, we need another power. God, I hate the spirit. It's been summer. Well, yeah. I mean, I can't have put it on since... I don't think I've put it on since I've moved back into the flat. And that was in March. You know, I've not been living here that long. Yeah, so I think Lightning has to reclaim. I think killing this city is a worthwhile goal. And we definitely need to look at a minor power rather than a major power. And okay, we've got a cheap fire. That's probably what we'll go with. It means we've got, yeah, a nice way of getting this. And it's a nice cheap fear card. And the fact we can make it fast is also kind of fancy. It means we could use this next turn in the fast phase to push Town Explorer from there, which saves us some hassle. I think that's almost certainly the pick. I'm just going to pick it. I'm just going to pick it. Now, it doesn't have an air on, so I need to pay a little bit of attention to my air elements. And we've got a nice use for it next turn. We've also kind of got a nice use for it this turn. How are we doing for cards? Can we get to Terror 2 this turn? We need 13 Fear. Which spirit am I playing? I am playing Lightning Swift Strike, which is this chap up here. And I'm playing Shadows, Flicker Like Flame. Now, I actually really like Shadows, but they're a little bit weak compared to the other spirits, I would say. Lightning, I don't like playing that much at all. It's all Harness's fault. It's all Harness's fault, and I'll stick with that story. And we are playing against the French. So they have an alternate loss condition where if they try and play a 15th town onto the map, I lose. And currently there are 6 more in the pool, so I need to make sure that they don't build too many towns. And whenever there are loads of explorers in a land, they will actually turn some of those excess explorers into more towns. So it's potentially this turn they're going to build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 towns, which would mean I lose. If I don't destroy some buildings, I will just lose. Playing 2 spirits again, eh? Didn't that drain your brain power last time? It did drain my brain power last time, but I'm playing it on a regular board rather than a thematic board. I'm also playing it on lower difficulty. My friend pointed out that the French had never won a war. That's a very your friend must be from a very alternative timeline. The French have like won more wars, I think, than any nation on the planet. I think that might be the case. It turns out, apart from World War II, they're very, very good at war. But you've got to, you've got to tease your French friends with that. Because why not? So yeah, we need to prevent some builds if we can. I mean, I think Raging Storm could be pretty nice. I mean, the trouble we have is we need to be careful not to be too cute, and destroying towns that then just be immediately rebuilt doesn't help us avoid this loss condition. Okay, but this Ravage doesn't really matter that much. This isn't that important. I think not losing is more important than destroying the city. The all-important not losing idea. I mean, we could... we're not really in range... Yeah, we're not in range to kill this. Unfortunately. Because that would be a good one to clear. And we do have the power, we're just not in range. My English history is pretty spotty, but weren't the French kings of England for a while? Yeah, so in 1066, the Normans invaded. Basically, I think at that point, the French had control of all the state and so forth. Sounds like a win. Yeah, the French. Like, I'm not a military historian, but they've won a lot of wars, like tons of them. Not that they should be proud of it, It's war's a shit game for wankers. War is even worse than Stardew Valley from that point of view. I'm just joking. There's nothing wrong with Stardew Valley. Just something wrong with the people that play it, Does anyone really win at war? Well, exactly. Yeah, people that sell guns win at war. Those are the real winners. So we are destroying these towns if we go with the fast push. Let's just get some cards out and see what it looks like. So it would look something like Is there a world where Shadows is ever going to get this threshold? It's unlikely. We'd have to be gaining a lot of minor powers and getting a bit lucky. I like this Raging Storm in here. I like that a lot. Love it. And this fast Shadows of the Burning Forest is also pretty neat. It prevents a city build and a town build in here. The trouble is we'd need to play Lightning's Boon. Well, actually, no, we need to play either of these to make it fast. And also, if we wanted to... We need to play Lightning's Boon, I think. Because here's the problem. Because this doesn't have its own air, it means that we're reliant on this air. But if we wanted to Thunder and Destruction fast as well, we're actually short on the air. We'd have to decide to make one of these slow. Are the maps randomly generated for the digital version? Not really. Each of these is like a map tile. There is a mode where you can kind of randomize it. You're going to vigor that jungle next turn, aren't you? I was thinking of it. I mean, that makes sense. We could just, if they build a town and a city this turn, which is what they'll do, we could then vigor it and clear it completely, but without having to go to the trouble of pushing stuff around. I think I need to really, I need to work out what the hell I'm doing. That's what I need to do. If we can get threshold and clear up one of like a land like this, that would be great. If we can get this second level, we should be able to get that second level. We could get it with Rackroot, Mantle, and Favors. And Favors is just nice. Though, actually, if we destroy these two explorers, that's almost as good. I mean, this would be slightly better to clear this. Oh, you have 2 plays. Good call. You have 2 plays. This Gatherer single explorer is pretty much useless against France. So I think I need to... Yeah, at least in theory, I want to vigor this turn. Rather than... So, like, vigor this turn. Maybe with playing a card that doesn't work with getting my innate next turn. So that would either be Concealing Shadows or Favors Called Dew. We could Favors Called Dew in here. Oh, no, that's not Ravaging Peasant. Oh, my God. What's going on with you? You boggled yourself. If we do reclaim... Yeah, we're definitely going to be looking at a minor power. Yeah, I think we're definitely reclaiming and looking at a minor power. Let's just get that going. Okay. Portents of Disaster. Dark and Tangled Woods. Lovely. We do favour Moon over Fire. We do like... Do we have anything that... See, this is a Sun, which could, if we can get Threshold on Vigor, then that is just redonkulous. It's so good. It's what makes Shadow so frustrating. You can't easily pilot its innates while growing it sensibly. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, Lightning's frustration is that just gaining cards is just so painful. And then Shadow's frustration is that its innate is kind of ineffectual a lot of the time. Once you're playing difficulty 0, Shadows is fine. But I think that the thing is that about Shadows is that the Favors Called Dew, Concealing Shadows combo is really good. You can do a lot of work with that. But you do pay a blight for the pleasure and, you know, multiple actions to set it up. Okay, so I think by process of elimination, we're definitely Vigor of Breaking Dawning this turn. And then we're going to, next turn, we're going to push to 3 actions and hopefully have a good turn with our innate. Gaining the fear, destroying some stuff. So it would be good to just combo something this turn, maybe to go with Vigor of Breaking Dawn. And how far are you from getting... See, if I could get 13 fear and make these 2 into terror level 2 fear cards, they're that much more powerful. So yeah, the map is not randomly generated. I basically just picked it, but I didn't think about it, you see what I mean? And you can actually, these tiles will kind of tessellate in different ways. I've gone for this because when it's trying to fit on a screen, this is much more, it fits on much more nicely than the standard way of playing, which is where this is kind of underneath rather than kind of to the right. It's a slightly harder setup because you've got these lands with minimal adjacencies that can be a real problem. I wonder if this... I mean, Dark and Tangled Woods is not enough to defend in there. And it's energy, and we're kind of a bit skint. What about Call to Trade? Don't think we want to be calling to trade against France. You can kill West Mount with Lightning. Yeah, that was the whole point. That was the whole point of this setup, was to do that this turn, was to get this tier and destroy that. But I don't know if that's the most important thing to do. We might be better off letting that blight happen, if it means we can do other things, like preventing this double town build could be more valuable. This is going to blight. This is going to blight. That is relatively easy to prevent. None of these cards affect that. I think I favour Portents because if we do get the chance to get the threshold on Vigor of Breaking Dawn, that would be very, very good. Very, very, very good. And that is a sun. And it's cheap. And we have Sacred Sites. We're not too worried about Sacred Sites. And it's moon as well. We've got an interest in moons. Moon and fire is better than just moon. Though we've only got 2 plays this turn. Do you want to do something that's a bit more impactful? Yeah, we go with the cheap. We go with the cheap. Yeah. And we've got nothing to use our innate on anyway. So yeah, this is our off turn. So we will at least generate a chunk of fear. Oh, the other alternative, of course, is to use a favors that's fast. Yeah, it's a bit gross. The biggest Dota 2 tournament starts on Sunday in an arena in Romania. Today, 5 Chinese players tested positive for corona. Oh, Jesus. Going to be a fun tournament. Oh, God, what a... I deliberately don't pay that much attention to what's going on in the world, but as I understood it, I thought the Chinese had sorted things out. This is the trouble, of course, with deliberately staying mostly ignorant. So you just don't know anything. Hey there. France 3. The idea is I'm doing a progression. I'm using my 2 weakest spirits against my worst adversary. And hello, welcome, Epicross. Chinese like to cover their tracks. Yeah, maybe. The vaccines are also not very effective. We just on a 3-month shoot, we had 3 cases in a 500 worker team. I think there's like a very large variation in how much effort individuals are taking to keep themselves safe. So yeah, the idea in Epicross is that we're starting on 3 and then ramping it up. And Harness decided to pick my worst spirits because Harness is evil, despite not having the Rona. Still maintaining a high amount of evil. See, my initial idea was this: destroy this city with my innate. I'm just not sure whether we want to be vigoring this turn. If we do vigor, then we're not portenting. The portents actually isn't that good right now. We want to really start racking up the fear once we're getting into our terror level 2s. We can't get to terror level 2 just yet. He's a bit of a sadist. But a Rona-free sadist. That's the important thing. But yeah, so I'm kind of... France 3 normally would be very comfortable for me, but I'm a bit out of practice at multi-spiriting as well. And for some god-awful reason, I'm talking to people on the internet while I do it. Of course, it's on the individual to some degree, but that's literally their livelihood. Oh, yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? It's true for a lot of people, right? A lot of people can't take an easy stance. Pie, peasant. Pie. Pie pooing. Pals pings. I mean, we could just favors called due. The thing is that's nice is it is a nice chunk of fear as well. We can clear this, we can clear that. The thing that worries me is we've only got 6 in our reservoir, and they're going to be building flipping 2 towns, a town. We're clearing this with our raging storm. Brian, Pyrai, 3.14159 peasant. I believe you're referring to pi. I'm incredibly mathematical. I exist as a 3-dimensional object, so I've got an understanding of maths and geometry. Yeah, we want to prevent these builds in here. I think I just need to play some cards because my brain is not working. The boon means we can do the fast favors, which is nice fear, clear this, destroy this with thundering destruction. Do we have enough fast conversions? I wanted to use Shadows of the Burning Forest to prevent a town build, but we'll just do that in the slow phase for the extra fear. Do we have a good Dahan push? We might want to substitute this in. My mirrored and twisted eye did see pi as high. Emphasis on the third. Get that third dimension away from me. It's a disgusting dimension. A dimension no one wants to see. Did you know that someone has proved that you can make a square with the same area as a circle? Can we? It only works if you define pi as 3.2. Only works if you just change all the rules. Okay, great. Yeah, great story, Trat. Yeah, I think squeaking out this bit of fear is good. I know that that contradicts what I was saying earlier. If we do 5, we get another 3 from there. That's a fear card. Yeah, we're still taking a blight here. We're still taking a lot of town builds. It's a lot of town builds. Especially given that the escalation effect is probably going to put down 2 towns. We might need to actually do more about towns. It had to be Indiana. Says Nepicross of chat. Just let me have irrational numbers. Just give them to me. So we are preventing 2 town builds there. The Shatter Homesteads, though, we just need to make sure I don't destroy a town that is immediately going to get rebuilt. I mean, maybe we actually don't want to do this turn. Do that this turn. Just go with Harbingers. Can we make 13 fear this turn? Oh, God. Can we? Before the fear cards are resolved? 3, 6 for these. 3, 6, 8. Another 5. This, if we do it fast, is another 2. Nah, not really. Not quite. Nearly. You could run at Rackroot and Mantle fast for Shadows to deal with the 2 Eastern Forest. Let the Mountains go Vigor next turn. Yeah, that's interesting. Because I did like the idea of just not moving for the Vigor and just letting the city build and destroying everything there. But I fear that this very low town number. I think this might be better. Flipping Shadows. Come around here. Yeah, I think we need to shatter just a homestead that's off to the side that isn't about to be replaced. Or we could shatter in the slow phase. But I don't trust this to be an adversary effect that just puts out towns and we die. Not so worried about a blighted island. That's not as worrying to me. Yeah, I think my brain can't see anything better than this right now. So we definitely want a Raging Storm in here. I think that's a fairly straightforward decision. We're going to Lightning's Boon on Shadows here. We're going to drag these fellas over. It is a gather, isn't it? It is a gather. We could drag these ones from here into here, because these 2 up here might still do something useful. Loving your brain today. So dribbly, thanks. I had it loosened for your viewing pleasure. So we'll drag these 2 out because they're not doing anything down there. And it means that if we do drag them back up here, which we might well do, then there's even more things to do. Yeah, we want to destroy that city. Do we have a better city to destroy? No, those ones are being destroyed anyway. So Thundering Destruction there. And Shadows of the Burning Forest. Yeah, we're not going to get to Terra 2, so I'm not too worried about doing this fast. Lightning's Boon expands the decision space considerably. Yeah, it does. Damn it, Lightning's Boon. Oh, idiot. We've got, oh, it's reset my zoom for some reason. I can actually just use this to push these towns in here. So I think that is worth doing, because they will immediately replace the town, but the explorer there won't also become a town. Oh, that's Shadows' presence, not Lightning's presence. Oh, Peasant, you idiot. You actually can't use this anywhere useful, because you have no presence in there. Oh well, so much for that idea. So actually, oh god, it's zooming me right back out again. So there's no point doing this fast, because we're not going to get another fear card. Okay, fine. Fine. So, Homestead Shattering. If we shatter, can we reach that homestead? No. No. Gonna gain 2 fear for that. Yeah, we're not. So let's just destroy a town that isn't about to rebuild itself. This is a nice one to destroy. So it might mean that we reduce the explorers. No, actually, no, it doesn't. There's also those wetlands are looking pretty stacked. Are we winning or not? Yeah, slowly. Yeah, it is a bit slow. It's when I'm playing two of my least familiar spirits, so it's well, least familiar base game spirits anyway. Yeah, I think we'll go with the idea of clearing the inland. Good general principle. Yeah. Slave rebellion, and I'm not prepared for it at all. Well done, peasant. It's France. It's traditional that I forget about the small uprising. I think we're actually going to get a benefit because we've got these towns up here. So if you're going to play against France, well, you need to do better than this. So we get to add a strife to a town, and then this is the bit that makes it matter. If we have Dahan in with the strife, then they will destroy stuff and add them to my arsenal. Now we've got a good spot for it here, it turns out. So I should have been planning for that, really. But did I? No. Everyone forgets about the Slave Rebellion. I would think it would be good if there was a reminder. When I play with my physical copy against France, which honestly I don't very often because I hate them, I do put it face up in the deck so that I know it's there. Because it's not, I mean, there is actually a variant where you shuffle it up so you don't know exactly where it is, but I don't play with that variant. So we will convert that one. This is going to be horrible. So let's just think about a better way to play that. If we'd used Harbingers of Lightning, we could have maybe pushed these Dahan into here to get another conversion. That would have been better. Or, yeah, that would have been a better thing to do. Yes. This is about to Ravage. There's a tiny chance that this card might interact with that, but it's unlikely given there's nothing else going on in there. This is about to replace 2 of these with 2 towns and a city. This is actually about to be horrible. This is a great candidate for Favors Called Due with Concealing Shadows, except we've already used Favors Called Due and we don't want to reclaim just now. Ardahan Mushrooms, yeah, basically. Bottom East Jungle stops builds. Oh, yeah. Can I add that in there, though? It's only I can only add it to towns, unfortunately. It's polite not to talk about it though. Yeah, they don't like being mushrooms. Yeah, I can only add to towns, unfortunately. I think it's just wasted there. It might still come in handy in here. Okay, explorers get +1 health. Beasts are going to do some stuff for me, and I get Dahan in with Dahan. Okay. Okay, well, that's okay. Got some fear cards. Hey, no worries. God, France is a nightmare for being... It's such a weird adversary. So easy to forget what the hell they think they're doing. Got loads of Dahan. Defense 6 and coastal lands. Okay, we got lucky though. I wasn't expecting to be at Terra 2. I thought I was going to be at Terra 1. Each player removes an explorer town from land with 2 or fewer invaders. Sure, I'll take it. So each player means we could double up and, say, remove these 2. Thing is, this is a nice land for us to smash next turn. The famous UK-France rivalry. Yeah, it's a real thing. I mean, I don't think it makes much, to your average Frenchman in the street. No one really, it's a joke now, but yeah, and historically it's been going on a long time. I mean, it makes sense to get the value, just remove towns here, especially against France. Though, if we do clear these 2, we are effectively clearing 2 towns, but this is a land where we can, in theory, smash them, though our Vigor, which is our big smasher, is going to be in the discard pile. So we can't just immediately Vigor it. So I like the idea of clearing this. Or kind of preventing that build. Though, actually, we could just Concealing Shadows here next turn. We'll lose a presence, but that's fine. We've got loads of presence. Look at it. It's all over the... Actually, we don't have that many presents. We've only got 4 presents. Well, we'll have more next turn. So I think actually this is a Concealing Shadows. We allow this to go through. We Concealing Shadows, we'll sack a presence, and Blight will go down, but we'll get a nice counterattack there. So I think we just remove towns. This is a better one to... Yeah, I prefer finishing this off. This isn't such an enticing counterattack. Yeah, I think so. West will be bare. It's true. It won't be so... There won't be much exploring going on in these lands. Except from this bit, this is adjacent to everything, so... It's like removing these 2 doesn't make much difference to doing this. So removing these 2 explorers is preventing 2 towns going down and removing 2 explorers. Removing these 2 towns means that we just have a load of people over here. Actually, yeah, I think we can go with... Yeah, let's just do that. Feels more effective. I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is, but... See, the French are just building like lunatics. So now we have the horrible escalation effect. So we've got to choose one of these deserts to add either a town or a blight to. You add a blight if there are buildings. Now there aren't any buildings, so we have to add a town to both of these, to one of these. And the same here. So, given that this already has Blight in, that makes it less appetite. You don't really want to make that better for them. We haven't drawn any defend cards. God, look at this mess. Look at this mess. The trouble with adding a town here is that it's then... This is nice and clear in here, which once we clear this land, will mean that we have fewer explorers to deal with. So I think probably this town, but we don't have any defend cards. Which is very, very unfortunate for us. The beast might help us with this. Shadows is miles away from being able to influence over here, because not only do you need a sacred site, you also need it to be next door. So the idea I was thinking about was that leaving explorers there means we could potentially clear them with something like this, but we can't because they're miles away. You could draw on with either spirit. Shadows can still target that West Sands. Oh yeah, of course they can. Of course they can. Because they've got the Shadows of the Dahan ability. So yeah, I'm going to put it in here. I think the beast might just clear that for us. And then we've got a decision here. I'm going to put it in here, not with the blight. So much for our interior, right? So much for that. Okay, we've got Shadows of the Burning Forest here. So unfortunately, all it's going to do for us is gain fear, because we are not actually in a mountain with invaders. Okay, so this turn we are looking down the barrel of three ravages in unblighted lands, which means that the island will still stay healthy even if we do nothing. However, we would lose 2 shadows presence. We don't like... Oh, we've actually got more shadows presence than I'd realised. We can afford to lose a bit of shadows presence. That's just fine. We're on a weak turn for lightning. We could just reclaim and have a very similar turn to last turn. I mean, actually, we'd be, you know, that might be okay. I don't like this thing. That's just lightning. God, you're a nightmare. You're a blimmin' nightmare, lightning. Where'd you go off from being such a nightmare? That's my question for you. I like the idea of using Concealing Shadows this turn on here, but it'd be nice to get a few more enemies in there first. But can't see how we're going to do that. This is quite a lot of damage. It's like 10 damage. 10 damage Ravage, so we don't have the defend cards for that. Probably we want to gain a card. Get a possible solution. On the cusp of controlling the west side, worth reclaiming. Yeah, it's looking quite nice on Lightning's bit of island. To be fair. Where are we on fear? Way off 3. At 3 we can win by just destroying all the cities. That's what I'm checking. Fun fact, Nachtmar is an old German word for haunting entity in a dream. Oh, like nightmare. It wasn't that long ago where just people that spoke English and German could just understand each other. I mean, you know, just a few centuries or something. A few centuries. Now look at us. I mean, Hannes is putting stuff in chat. I don't know what he's saying. I don't understand. That's the ways. This might be a land to just let go. Look at this horribly low town limit, though. 3 towns. God, France, you're a nightmare. There'll be 2 towns built in here, a town in there. No towns in there, just a city and 2 towns in there. So yeah, we need to do something about that. The only way that Lightning's going to do anything is by reclaiming. But we can do the... whatever it's called, Raging Storm, to prevent a couple of builds there. It's almost certainly worthwhile. We can also destroy this town in the fast phase. That's also pretty good. But then it will just get immediately replaced, so it doesn't really matter for this cap over here. Direct cognate. Neat. Yeah, thanks, Hitler. Yeah. Thanks, Hitler. God. Fucking Hitler. It's actually a board game I keep nearly buying called Black Orchestra, where you're basically trying to kill Hitler. I don't know, that sounds like fun. Yeah, yeah, I think we need to use shadows as innate to destroy a couple of, like, say, these 2 explorers or something like that to prevent a disastrous loss. Flippin' France. You can destroy the central mountain sands in the fast and slow. The Central Sands. Oh, this one here. Yeah, because we could... I mean, we've got the... Lightning's kind of got the power to do that. So we can destroy both of those explorers. We could destroy this town and the city that gets built. Which is pretty decent. It's pretty decent. And then over here, Shadows' island's looking rubbish. Oh, the other possibility is Shadows could use their innate to clear in here, but I mean, Shadows could use their innate to clear in here, which is more pressing, so... So Shadows does have a good opportunity to gain a card this turn. I don't really want to reclaim. Oh, getting to 3 card plays, of course. Could look at another major power. We've got the Concealing Shadows option here as well, which is pretty good. That should get rid of a couple of towns unless the event hurts us. Then we've got this, which is unfortunate as well. I mean, there is a single minor power that could defend there for us, but it has great elements. It would be a good find. It would be a good find. If we shadow it, if using Concealing Shadows and we want to use our innate, we're definitely not using Portents of Disaster this turn. The trouble is, if we go with a minor power, a major power here, then we're not likely to be able to go another turn before the reclaim. Okay, where are our builds this turn? The other thing to think about is letting this build happen and then just slapping it with Vigor next turn. But I don't like allowing builds when we're this low, we're this close to just losing. Especially the thing to bear in mind is that this escalation effect can potentially just add a couple of towns without any option. For example, if we got a Mount... Actually, Mount Explorer, we would get the chance to put a Blight in there. But on this side of the island, if we had a Wetland Explorer, it would place a town in one of those, and there wouldn't be anything we could do about it. That's the trouble with having such a sparse island, is that the French are going to be really, really French about it. They're going to be reaching for the top shelf of Frenchness. They're going to bring all sorts of nasties down. I mean, something we could do is go for the similar turn to last turn and just go with a reclaim for Shadows, but I don't like it. We need that third power, that third. We can let this go. This is not a big deal. Getting the Shadows in this turn has a lot of value. Solves the Sands. Yeah, it does. And that 2 fear from it as well is pretty nice. So I think we want to gain a minor power this turn. Because that could mean that we're able to then have another turn next turn without reclaiming, which would put us maybe towards 4 energy 3 plays. And we could get a really good minor power. So yeah, let's look at a minor power. Okay, we like Moonfire. Ooh, Here There Be Monsters is a Paizo classic. Call of the Dahan Ways is one of those cards that just very rarely actually does anything, despite seeming very powerful. Okay, Lure of the Unknown. We can use Lure to prevent a city build, but then we're basically creating a town build. But we could also use it to drag an Explorer out from there and prevent a town build. I mean, this has great elements for Shadows. Because it's got the Moonfire that we want. And the air, coincidentally. Though this, I don't think I've ever seen. Have I ever got this 3rd level? Probably not. Almost certainly this is Lure of the Unknown. Yeah, and if we get lucky and get another Moonfire next turn, that means we could do the 2nd level of the innate twice. Let's just pick it. Let's just pick it. And we want the 3rd play. God, this presence might die this turn. This presence might die this turn. We didn't get an obvious solution to this land either. We've got the maddened trumpets bit of sound effect. You know when your soundtrack just likes to go mad trumpets on you? It just, you know, just does it. Yeah, I think we have to reclaim here just to push home and not lose. Feels bad to reclaim though. But having another power card would be pretty nice, wouldn't it? Let's see what we get offered. Fire in the Sky is a lovely little card. Can you lure an explorer out of that bottom sands to stop a town build? Yeah. Yeah, I can lure it a few places. Got a few places I could lure it. Okay, so Fire in the Sky has our perfect elements. Gift of Living Energy? Do we care about Gift of Living Energy? We've got quite a lot of sacred sites. Fire in the Sky is just a very, very good card. The 2 fear is one thing, but the strife, especially against France in theory, I wish it just had a little pointer in here saying, you know, when the next one's coming up or something. It does feel a bit like the game's like, you chose to play against France. So it should be after the top 3. And then it gets put back in under the top 3. So unless we've got anything that puts itself back in the deck, then it should be after the 7th one, because another card gets played immediately after the first one. I generally either beat or lose to France by the time that other one comes up. Yeah, I think we go Fire in the Sky. It's just too good to miss up, to pass up. It's too good. Gift could let Shadows start grabbing more mages. Ooh, did I miss something there? I mean, it would be 3 energy for Shadows each turn. I can't see. I think Fire in the Sky does so much for us though on its own. It also has the fire air thing, which we like. For example, if this city gets built here and we strife it, we pretty much don't have to worry about that city anymore. Okay, but does it have smoke on the water? Well, probably, yeah. It's probably got loads of it. Smoke on all those waters. I mean, so this is basically going to give Shadows 3 energy, which is great. It's also crucially not going to cost Lightning any energy to play. The trouble is, it's another power that has fire but not air. We can only get away with 1 non-air card a turn, unless we can actually not reclaim and just push to 6. The nice thing about going with the energy thing is if we can push to 6 plays, then it doesn't matter if we don't have air on. And we could even choose to give ourselves energy sometimes. I think probably the decision on this is going to hinge on, can I do anything really great this turn with it? I.e. prevent a blight going down, or prevent a, you know, something serious sounding. So yeah, we've got a nice Lure of the Unknown. I think we could lure into there. It's range 2, isn't it? Yeah, so we could lure an explorer from here into here to prevent a town build. We do need a presence somewhere. See, I'm actually tempted to just put another presence on here because we're almost certainly going to get a blight coming down this turn. But then we'd still have this sacred site in this very good land to have a sacred site that's got all these crucial adjacencies. So especially this one here that's gonna be useful to sort. I'm gonna go with a triple there. The gift of living energy or the fire in the sky. Yeah, there's no use for fire in the sky this turn for lightning. However, it is still 2 fear. Is that going to mean that we gain another fear card? We're miles off 3. Oh yeah, they're definitely both good. Okay, let's think about shadows for a little bit. So, our main priority, I think, yeah, prevent this town build's nice. We want to do that. Do we have good Mantle of Dread things to do? So do we... if we were to Mantle of Dread in here in the fast phase, then we could Strife there as an alternative to using Concealing Shadows. 1 less blight would go down. We keep our presence. So considering that we've got a blight falling here and here, there is value in that. But we wouldn't destroy. Crucially, we wouldn't destroy these towns this turn. So I think we don't want to. We don't want to try that particularly. So I think maybe we go with Portents and to get another fear card before the... Oh no, we can't go Portents. We need to go Fire. Do we have a good rack route? Or do we go Mantle of Dread? I think we pump Fear here, because we might be reclaiming anyway. And we've got this to deal with this land here. Conceal in East Jungle, then. It's true. That is true, but we just don't have the Dahan in there. Okay, if I fast Mantle for 2 fear, and Fire in the Sky, that's another 4 fear, then we just need 2 more fast fear to... to get a fear card before the event. I think I'm going to go Fire in the Sky, and I'm not sure I could tell you why. Okay. And I didn't mean that to rhyme in any way. That was just... Trat just got it. Deep Purple. I mean, I don't think I was ever going to get that. Never. Not with the best will in the world. Oops. Okay, do we want to... Do we care to make Mantle fast? Maybe we do. And actually, is this a good turn just for a quiet turn? As in... No. We need to kick asses. Yeah, Shadows of the Burning Forest is a bit useless for us because we have no mountain or jungle presence. Well, that's relevant. We're quite likely to get a Mountain Explore this or next turn. Very likely in here because it is a coastal land. We could play this and plan to play it in the slow phase. Just for the extra fear. Concealing is 1 fear, you then just pop a town with lightning. Just pop it. Just pop it down. we actually even have any adjacent cities to destroy? No. Okay, so we're going to use our innate in the slow phase to destroy this city here. There's no point destroying this town in the fast phase if we can destroy a city in the slow phase. That's something my grandmother taught me. It's not something my grandmother taught me. But we could... Oh, wow. Now we've run out of energy. I guess that's the trouble with fire. Not undoing now. No way. Shatter homestead. I mean, we're against France. We've got to shatter those homesteads. Yeah, I mean, this is still 2 fear in the slow. So we're going to be doing these 2 things in the slow phase. God, have I just made a mess this turn of kind of not really doing anything right? We need to make the 6 fear, which is 1 from concealing shadows. We don't actually have the... Actually, do we... It's actually... God, my flipping brain. He's got bits of brain dribbling out, hasn't he? God, the more I look at this, the more I think it would have been... Yeah, maybe the energy card would have been better. You could save Raging Storm and let the West Sands build, maybe. Yeah, I don't like it, though. It's got 2 adjacencies. We've only got 3 towns left from our alternate loss. It's too close to the wire for this peasant. I mean, yeah, too close for my tastes. Okay. So, Raging Storm. Yes. Lightning's Boon. Thundering Destruction we do in the slow phase. Shadows of the Burning Forest will only do if we don't have enough fear. And I don't seem to be able to figure that out right now. I'm sorry. Mantle of Dread's quite nice. We get to push a town in here. And then we've got Lure to drag out and explore from there. Ooh, top tip for Trat. Well, Trat, let me tell you. Wasn't counting towns. Yeah, that's the misery of France. A top tip for Trat. Okay, here's a top tip from Mrs. A. Osborne of London. Buy onions instead of apples. They're always much cheaper. There you go, Trat. There's your top tip. You may have spent some pesos today, but you'll have saved some pennies. Thank you, Mrs. Osborne of London. You've done Trat a great service. Oh, I can actually gather from somewhere. Oh, I have to gather. That's disappointing. Oh God, Shadows! How could you keep on disappointing me like this? That is a top tip. Yeah, it's a non-optional gather, which almost completely neglects the point. Oh God, we've been forced into the undo zone. I cannot abide just losing for the sake of that. That detail of Shadows is the misery of Shadows. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce Shadows? Yeah, I'd forgotten it was a non-optional gather. We can do it in here though. But then Raging Storm becomes irrelevant. But then this becomes a problem. So we've got no use for Raging Storm over here, so... Oh damn, we're going to have to undo even more. But we want the threshold for... So I think we're going to go with this. Why do you keep resetting the zoom? Please. Please. Please, no. Okay, alright, so... Okay, so I think that is just better. I mean, it's a shame about these towns, right? God damn it. So, yeah, we're going to use this in here. It's going to cost me an energy. And we're going to Lightning's Boon here, Mantle of Dread here, push these people into here, Concealing Shadows in here, fire in... So Lure of the Unknown, we're just going to drag an Explorer out. So either of these is a bit of a gamble. Our wetlands are very relaxed compared to our mountains. Actually, they're both pretty relaxed. So I think maybe we'll bring it in with the Dahan. Yeah, we'll just bring it in with the Dahan. No point dragging the town. No point, because then they'll just rebuild it again. We're gonna, in the slow phase, we're gonna destroy this city that gets built. The Shatter Homesteads, we might just wait for the slow phases. Well, we could destroy one of these towns, actually. The mate, as long as we get a fear in the fast phase, then I'm happy. Fire in the Sky. We're just playing for fear, really. We don't want a fear card to scupper us in here from destroying our city, so I think I'm just going to use this somewhere where it might... There's a tiny chance it'll affect that. I don't think it will affect anything in there. Okay, well, as we've got the fear card we wanted, we're going to do this in the slow phase. We're going to do all this stuff in the slow phase, rather than the fast phase. Well, hello there, angels. How are you doing? Chat bullied me into playing with my weakest spirits against my weakest adversary. Damn it, chat. Okay, tight-knit communities. Do I care? Hope not. And, wow, we're getting a load of extra Dahan today. A load. So, do we have any lone Dahan? We do have a lone Dahan here, but it's going to die. We do have a fear card, though, so I'm tempted to add one in. We might get lucky there. Lightning's one of your weakest spirits. Yes, it is, yeah. I mean, I've not played them as much as other spirits. Yeah, we'll add one in here. It might immediately die, but sometimes, you know, that's what happens. We'll add one in there as well. I really don't like how it struggles to gain cards. It always feels very restrictive. Can replace a town with an explorer in a coastal land. Well, that's something, I suppose. So they're gonna, if I replace this, they're still gonna kill this. They're still gonna do the damage in there, so it's not gonna make any difference to that. It might still be the right thing to do. Oh, we can actually replace two of them. Let's replace two of them, and then one Dahan will survive. Yeah, we've no more fear cards, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, how are you doing, angels? I hope you're not getting bullied by your chat into playing with your weakest spirits. Okay, so we've got a Concealing Shadows counterattack in here. Unfortunately, they've got extra health, so it's not the great triumph I'd hoped for. So we can't destroy all three towns. Then we've got no damage. I'm fine, thanks. Solve the issue by not having a chat. Yeah, it's a good idea. Flipping chat. Coming in here distracting me. Okay, Coastal Explorer. So we will get to do a Shadows of the Burning Forest that makes a little bit of difference in here. And we still get to at least destroy all this lot. Does my move change? No, let's not waste precious brain juices over things that we'll just push these into here. I is still healthy after 3 blight. Yeah. Yeah, living the dream. So we Thundering Destruction in here. Yeah, we'll just clear this land. I think that's just the straightforwardly right thing to do. Is it? Is it? Yeah, we haven't drawn any defend cards yet. The interesting thing is actually, are we going to be redrawing with shadows next turn? We could kill this city and then prevent this Ravage from Blighting by using Lure of the Unknown next turn. I wondered, are you planning on making an over-explain video for each spirit? Yes. Yes, I am. I've got an over-explain for all the ones in digital at the moment, and I've got a few more planned for slightly higher difficulty matches, and I also want to do them for Jagged Earth. I'm still getting to grips with the Jagged Earth spirits. I mean, there's a good chunk of Jagged Earth spirits that I've really not played with much at all, which is great. You know, I'm enjoying playing them. But yeah, so the next over explains I want to do are some kind of mid difficulty. It's about this difficulty level. I can't actually remember exactly. I think the only one I've not done a difficulty 0 is green, but I've already done a Sweden one with green. But yeah, as always, if there are things you particularly want to see, do tell me and I'll put them on the list. Okay, so we definitely want to destroy the city. And I am now wondering whether we want to destroy a town that's somewhere else. Is that actually a benefit to doing that? Not sure if there is a benefit to doing that. Not sure if there is. This is a lot of coastal builds here. That's 5 towns just there. See, destroying this town, they won't immediately rebuild it because they'll replace it with a city, and we don't care about cities. They can have as many cities as they like. Okay, we're getting towards Terra 3, and there aren't that many cities on the island. So yeah, part of the reason that I allowed chat to bully me into playing with these spirits is I did get a request from someone about playing shadows at high difficulty, and I've honestly not even tried because I do struggle with shadows. And I've also had requests for like higher difficulty lightning runs, and similarly don't have a good understanding of those spirits. Are we reclaiming next turn? I think we'll have such a weak turn if we don't reclaim that I'm not reclaiming next turn. So we will have Lure. We could use Lure on this to drag this out. West Central Sand seems like the best target for the town kill. Yeah, but I don't know if it is the best target, you see? The thing we want to think about is next turn we're going to be reclaiming with shadows. We probably have to reclaim and have a weak turn with lightning. Now we could use lightning, use lightning's boon. Oh yeah, something to note, Angel, is I've got this power sitting in my discard. This is quite a big game changer. Base game, you're missing green and then the branch and claw ones. Oh, am I? Ooh, I might need to, yeah, I'll put that on my list to check. Explain, because it might, my playlists aren't always as up to date as they should be. Because I did a whole load of a whole series on my old channel called Zero, which is pure base game. I actually want to do a similar series on the new channel that is all about, but where they're more like, here is a basic principle and here's me illustrating it. Could try getting a major with shadows next turn. See, what I think I need to do is plan my next turn. Look, we've got all of these guys here. When we reclaim, we do gain a power card. We might get lucky and get a Sun Beast card and get Threshold on Vigor. What that would mean is we could use Vigor here to clear this land, of course, preventing the build, and maybe push and do some more damage. That is, of course, unlikely to get the perfect elements, but you never know. Yeah, because I think the Zero ones, they were quite a long time ago. Hopefully I'm a bit better at making videos now. I'm not 100% sure I am, but... Oh, fine, we'll just do this. I can't see anything that's much, much, much better. Okay, so yeah, I think Shadows is reclaiming. Definitely. We're at that stage in our tracks where we don't get nothing great. We're only going to have 4 energy. Yeah, we reclaim, and thing is, I think I've got a good. I mean, this is a great use for Vigor this turn. If we could also get the Dahan push to maybe prevent the triple town build in here, that would be such a big power up. What about this coastline? The trouble, of course, with going with a Vigor based turn is that we're unlikely to get our actual innate. Which might be a mistake, because our innate could be pretty helpful. God, or even just having a defend card. Imagine having a defend card. And I think, given I'm going to spend 3 this turn, I think this is a good use of 3 energy. I actually don't think I want to go major. Now, just because I've gone a major doesn't mean I need to use it immediately. And I could, of course, use this option. What would I forget? Could forget any number of things, really. Any number of things. We're actually only 15 fear from a Terra 3 win. And there are only a few cities on the board. God, it's only flipping France 3 as well. Oh, God. Damn you, scam you, Scott, suggesting this idea. I think the thing is, right, I think the gamble of getting the threshold on Vigor here is so good if we get it. Not sure. Down trying to grab a defend miner. Yeah, that's the other thing. A defend miner would also be a great thing. Especially with these, yeah, Ravage into build here. Let's see. Let's see what we get. That's a those are the elements we want. So I almost don't want to look at the others. Because what that means is if we go Portent, Vigor, Pact, we can clear this land. Then we can push a Dahan in here, clear this land, push a Dahan in here, destroy a town. I mean, that's not even including... Yeah, I don't think it's worth even contemplating the others. So I think this is our turn. I mean, we don't get our innate, but what we do get is a boatload of damage, a chunk of fast fear. I mean, this is a load of fast fear. This is, incidentally... If we make that fast, we could do something useful. For example, if we coordinate with lightning, lightning could maybe place a presence somewhere they want to use Pact of the Joined Hunt. Yeah. I like it. I mean, it's a shame not to get a defend miner, but this is just as good. If not a little bit more impressive. Pretty much perfect draw there. Yeah. If a bit of defend miner, though, does such a, like, ambush, is it? Oh, I'm not going to go looking through the deck. I'm not going to go looking. Okay, so that's going to clear this land, prevent triple town build here on this coastal land, and do a bit of damage in here. So I kind of would be nice to get and just have another power card with lightning so that we got a bit more potential. Pact us to go on East Coast. You don't have the spare energy. It targets a spirit. So I could target I target lightning, and then it's just, so that's why I need to think about it now, because I need to place the presence so that the land is one of their lands. Is this one of those cards? No, it looks like we don't have to gather for it to actually trigger, so it still works pretty well. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. That's preventing 2 town builds. So maybe we plan for a low-key turn, especially as we've got nothing to destroy over here. Or... Hey, no worries, Glimmer. It's a hard game to watch, honestly. when I watch Spirit Island stuff, it takes quite a lot of concentration to keep up with it. And there's a lot of stuff that's so specific, and I think I inevitably just make mental shortcuts. Hard streamers to watch. Yeah, I make it as hard as possible. Well, let's just thank you all for putting up with the misery of being here. Here, have a raffle. There's new and exciting prizes. I mean, this might be a good chance to just stick a load of presents down, you know? And have really big turns in future. Would be good to be able to get maybe a sacred site in here because they were adjacent to both of these cities. Thanks, Hex. Oh, crikey. I don't know how up to date that prize list is. People keep on winning prizes. Most of those games are still available. Most, but not all. The definitive list is on the Discord. But those are the... I think so. Of those, I think Wargroove I've given away. Sorry about that. I think most of the rest of the stuff is there. I think, Portal Knights, I think, has also been won. Ooh, big emphatic join from the Harlequin. Not messing about. So what have I actually got here? Harbingers of Lightning. Can I use that to enhance whatever I'm doing over here? I mean, if I can have an off turn just with these cards, that's pretty nice. Raging Storm. Of course, Raging Storm is still pretty good. I think we could actually have a decent turn just with these two. And just place as much presence as we can. Because if we can get enough plays together, maybe get extra entries. Yeah, just keep on adding all those Johns. If we can get up to 5 plays, then we can be destroying a couple of buildings, and then that's pretty nice in here. Look really shady if I win. It always looks shady when you win, Flat Eyes. Everyone just has that disgusted look on their face, that kind of, oh, Flat Eyes. Damn it, Flat Eyes. Can you stop winning everything? Yeah, well done, Flat Eyes. Sickening. Truly sickening. What are you like? Riggs! Damn it, Flat Eyes. He's coming in here with your eyes. Makes me sick. So yeah, we want to get to 5 plays. Can we actually do this? 5. So we need 4 fire air because we've got no element support. So because we went fire in the sky, we do have a cheaper alternative fire air card than Raging Storm potentially. So we do have the potential to get that double innate. So it makes me think making a sacred site in here is good because then we could use it on one of these lands. But can we afford to let this blight this turn? Or do we try and find a solution? If we go with an identical turn to last turn, there, which is this little lot, then we can prevent this blight going down. We can keep a healthy island for another turn. That's pretty valuable. I'm a winner is what I'm like. Yeah, you are a winner. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Angels. Oh yeah, feel free, like, yeah, just if there is a video or something you want to see, feel free to comment on a YouTube video. And I do note them all down. I've got a list on the Discord of the videos. And a lot of them take quite a lot of preparation, so they don't necessarily happen instantaneously. You have to use Raging Storm to kill 2 buildings. You need that water. It's true. You do need the Raging Storm. I like this sacred site idea here. What would we be revealing? A 5th play, yes. It gets a lot easier to get this if we have a 6th play. But we're so low on energy. It makes me think that actually it's better to do this. Okay, given that we are against France, they might just plonk Force of Blight on us anyway. So I don't know how much I want to try really hard to avoid. Oh, fire in the sky. We could even set up a very classical kind of fire in the sky harbingers setup here in here. We could even destroy both cities this turn. Could we do that? We could do that. But I don't think we can generate the 15 fear we need this turn, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Oh, and we wanted to make a sacred site in here to use Pact of the Joined Hunt. Well, in here or here. Here's actually slightly more important to defend. So the idea of making a sacred site here is bogus. It's a bogus idea. I think I'm going to go with the principle of placing as much presence as possible because I can't think of a good reason to pick one or the other. The trouble we have is we're going to be flipping broke next turn. We're going to be really broke if we do this way. And maybe we don't want to place a sacred site then. Maybe we want to make sure we've got a good turn. Damn it, Jim. Sounds like more like this. Something more like this. So we can use Pact of the Joined Hunt in here. We could, oh, I'm not giving the speed. That's the trouble with this idea. How much does that matter? Oh, God. Maybe we are reclaiming. Maybe we are reclaiming. If we reclaim, then we can give the speed that we want and have a more effective turn, potentially gain a useful card. Yeah, I think it does. It's preventing 2 town builds against France, which I think is a big deal. It's a, yeah, and yeah, awkward ravages. So yeah, God, after all that. Okay, fine. Do we look at a major power? No. No, we want to actually get to a state where we can play multiple turns in a row. Oh, Elusive Ambushes doesn't have the animal element on it. Well, ooh, Gold's Allure. Well, hello, Gold's Allure. What a handsome card you are. This has the second water on, because, you know, why make things easy for us by not having water as a requirement for Thundering Destruction? This is a defend card. Defend card? Yes, a defend card. You've heard of them? We've all heard of them. But I didn't know they were real. Do we have Gold's Allure things to do? It's just one of those low-key, very powerful cards. How are we doing with events? We're way off until the big rebellion. It's a way off. Yeah, we have these slightly unfortunate mountains out here. We're going to have energy problems, so that's something that does vouch for it. It does crucially have the fire we like. The Ambitious has the water that we like. The Ambitious is a much cheaper solution for this square than Raging Storm. Much cheaper. And it was going to be useful in other places as well. Yeah, the fact it's got water on. I think I'm going to go with that. Have you ever ordered anything not on the menu at a restaurant? Why would I do that? I'm like very literal when it comes to going to anywhere. Like if something's on the menu, I'm like, oh well, that's something I can buy here. If it's not on the menu, I'm not like, oh, you've got this menu of dishes I see you're prepared to make. I don't go, oh yeah, could you make this thing that's not on your menu? But I am, you know, pretty what's the phrase? You've never asked for pie with chips instead of mash. Nobody has the thing that I want on their menu. What is the thing that you want? What do you need, Trat? What is it that's holding you back from the life you want to lead? Here's the thing. We don't even have a city to destroy that's in range. Okay, what we want to do here is set up for a turn. Next turn we can make a sacred site over here somewhere and destroy stuff. Pasta kebab. Everyone serves pasta with fries or bread. And pasta with bolognese or pesto or something. Never pasta with kebab. God, it's sickening, isn't it? Sickening. Why not? Why not have pasta with kebab? Is the whole world gone crazy? Yeah, okay, I think I need to properly plan this turn and next turn. So, if we think about making a sacred site in here or here, here's even better. So we're adjacent to almost everything. Then we can be using our innate to destroy a city and maybe a town as well. Oh, I'm worried about these builds though. I feel like I've not counted them very precisely. This is three flipping towns in here. That should be 0 towns. That should be 0 towns. Oh no, we're gonna this will be 0 because we dealt with it. It's just I worked that out so long ago I've forgotten. Conservative turn this turn, maybe Terror 3 victory next turn. Yeah, I think that's the approach. So we just need to make sure that I can set myself up to be doing this kind of business next turn. There's coastal builds, so we know that another city isn't going to go in here unless the event decides to put a city in there. It might add a second city in here. Thing is that this is probably awkward for us. We'd need to not use our defend card. I think our defend card's doing too much of value to skip it for the sake of that eventuality. So we need, next turn, we want to have 4 fire, 3 air. So actually that should be reasonable. The trouble is the Raging Storm is very expensive. We can't probably afford to use it next turn. So if we can't afford to use this, which we can't, if the total here is 6. But if we do place presence on this track, we'll have another energy. We won't have anything to target unless we make a sacred site over here somewhere. So we don't have this option of placing a presence like that. So I think this might be all we play this turn, because next turn we're going to be playing all of these. Oh, actually, no, we might be able to afford it if we just go up the energy a little bit. The thing is, this is something of a missed opportunity, because if we go with just one more pip, that's another town destroyed. And remember, we are against France. So, if we were to do that, that's it. We're a bit close on energy. I don't like being this close on energy with events in the game. But at least we're deep enough into the game that we might be able to just discard cards or forget cards to pay for things. So, we're going to have 5 energy next turn. We can gain another energy income. And then we'll have the 6 energy we need to do this, which is destroying a city somewhere and a lot of fear. Good amount of fear. Yeah. Yeah, and I think this is good because this is an extra town we're destroying. Though maybe actually we're better off not... Do we have a good Harbinger? We've got a good Harbinger. If we Harbinger push these Dahan into here, we could actually have a little field day with our Vigor. We could actually send them into here to destroy this city this turn. You'll need 5 plays for a double kill. All you'll need is the city kill. Yeah. I'm not suggesting I need these. Just need to destroy one city. Hey, enjoy your lurk. Thanks so much for your lurking. I appreciate all you other lurkers, especially you quiet ones that don't burden my adult mind with your concerns. No, I'm joking. I do enjoy having a few burdens. Just a few. Yeah, so actually, I could, if I use harbingers here, I can push 2 Dahan into here. And then, as the threshold of this, I could push a Dahan into here, destroy this city, push the other one into here, clear this land. A town will still be built in here. We're gonna... Oh, the trouble with this plan, the reclaim, is we don't have a presence for Pact of the Joined Hunt. That's the trouble with that plan. And that is a problem. That's going to be more towns. I think it's fine. I misinterpreted your thinking. Yeah, it might be jibber jabbering. Everyone should be burdened with the thoughts of pasta kebab. Yeah, such a great burden that your mind carries. I know I am trapped. That and Capsalon. The hell's a Capsalon? The hell is this? So yeah, it looks like, okay, the trouble is there is going to be a city built in here. I don't think there's anything I can really do about that, but we should have at least 2 fear cards. I mean, just guessing. Yeah, they're going to build, there's going to be a city in there, whatever I do, unless I don't prevent this build here. I like destroying this city though. That feels pretty cheeky. We're going to get an extra fear from these harbingers. But yeah, there will be this city here. Ah, but there will be a ravage there next turn. So maybe we could go with favors called Dewing in there for countering the ravage. Yeah. I also want a spaghetti cone. A spaghetti cone? Okay, let's talk about Pizzo's top pasta tips. So if you are a Pizzo on a budget, because you know you've made such staggeringly wonderful life choices that you're constantly worried about money, why don't buy linguine instead? Because it has the surface area to volume ratio is more favorable for making your sauce go further. So you know, there's a top tip for you. Because it's that bit thicker than regular spaghetti. The Flying Spaghetti King. Kind. You'll need to save Lightning's Boon for next turn if you want favors called you fast. That is true. Oh god, and the thing is, Pact of Joined Hunt is actually kind of useless this turn. Oh no, it's not. I can actually use it to bring even more Dahan over here for an even more hilarious slapping. Because you bring 3 Dahan into here with this. What would I substitute this out for, though? I've just completely ignored this land, by the way. Classic. Classic peasant. It's like, yeah, it's going to blight. It's Blight Island, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, we've got Pact of the Joined Hunt to do. I mean, yeah, I feel like I've crunched this too much now. Oh, we may as well bring these in first. Derp. In you come, lads. Oi, oi. We can target this. Bring this. Ooh, we could bring this one in. Yeah, I'd rather not have a loner. Just destroy the city, why not? Why not? Spaghetti cone, on the other hand, if I understand right, a garlic waffle cone filled with spaghetti and meatballs. Oh my god. It's like, you guys make up for the lack of calories in my self-enforced dietary plan by just having some of the most calorific chat I've ever seen. Okay, so we've got Vigor. Okay, so we've got 8 towns to play with. If I push here, I'm basically destroying 2 more towns. If I push both of them here, I could prevent the city build next turn. But we would be allowing a triple town build in here. A double would happen in here, a single in here, none in here. It's a lot of town builds. But it might mean the Terror 3 went. Good night all, home time, says Flat Eyes Rob. Sweet home, enjoy your home. Enjoy lounging around with the heating on. Your bourgeois decadence. Looks like some people cheap out by stuffing it in a cardboard cone. I don't suspect that tastes as good. Cardboard? Who wants cardboard? I don't want cardboard. Thanks for the follow, Ipsum38. Slightly... At the moment, if you're a person that watches streamers and people give you funny looks when you join them, it's like, is that a person? Oh, we've got a wave as well. Hello. Hello. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my suspicious stream. Suspicious of everyone. I don't know. Yeah, the escalation effect is always freaky. Don't want the escalation effect. Flipping France, eh? Well, Muggins here thought it would be a good idea to do this again in a moment. I think we definitely want to prevent these builds, but preventing the city build... Okay, we're going to have to math it out. If I push both in here, we actually, that doesn't affect the total number of towns. Because we destroy 2 towns and then they get rebuilt. But, crucially, no cities. So, this would build 3, taking us down to 5. This would build another 2, take us down to 3. This is another one, take us down to 2. And these should be cleared. 2 is not very much, given that the escalation effect on this side of the board is probably going to add a town. Or lots of blight. We don't want that. Yeah, I think it's too risky to be cute and try and prevent the city build here. Do you also play Rich Up IO sometime on Twitch? What's Rich Up IO? I play a variety of things on Twitch. Looking for the pasta kebab I got 10 years ago. Looks like the owner sold it. It's now a falafel restaurant. Oh my god, your pain is horrifying. It's a game. I've not even heard of that one. Ipsum. Like an alternative for Monopoly. Falafel is great. Yeah, falafel is wonderful. Yeah, I think I have to play it safe rather than trying to go for the win. I've got a healthy island. I've got a bit of time. I've got a little bit of time. So, yeah, let's not get cute and try and prevent the city builds. I'm actually going to let this go. I'm going to go with the original plan, which is to clear this land. And then I think we get such value here that I think this is good. It's also, yeah. Yeah, this is all right. It's all right. And we've got an extra bit of town destruction as well. Which, do we have anything to destroy? We will do. Oh, we could destroy this town. These are going to place 2 towns in these lands. Sickening. 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 Falafel is sold at every corner. Pasta kebab is unique. Big difference between a nice falafel and a bad falafel. I feel like kind of crappy falafel could put you off. Oh yeah, I'll look it up. I've never heard of that. And at one point I did used to know a fair amount about board games. My knowledge is old. Okay, we could oh no, we can't. We don't have range on that. Killing that jungle town stops explorers. It certainly stops explorers here, here, and here. And what have we got next? We've got either mountain or wetlands. So yeah, it's going to stop. It's going to guaranteed prevent and explore. So yeah, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Yeah, I like it. I concur. Okay, so we've somehow still got... Oh, God, this is why I dislike France. Once explore, just place the town instead of explore. No big deal, right? Oh, against France, you could have just lost there. God damn it. Okay, so we've got to remember that. And I think I need to... It's going to ask me where to explore. I need to just be aware of that. Okay, add a beast to a land without blight that has a town. Looks like I have a couple of options. We've got 2 fear cards. We might... I'm going to go in here in case it helps me with the Ravage. Okay, what do we got? Each player removes a town or explorer from inland land. Don't mind if I do. Let's remove a town from this inland land. And that's really making a big difference to the potential explorers. Well, actually, no, it's not. There's a city there. Oh my god. I have played this game before, I'm sure of it. Well, we'll keep on. I mean, we might get lucky there. Let's see. Each player may gather an explorer into a land with buildings or a town into a land with cities. This, yeah, not going to get much help from that over here. Yeah, this is a fear card that's not doing a lot for us. Doesn't do anything for me. It's got the coastal build thing, which is kind of odd. It would be nice to drag and explore out of there, but that's no use. I suppose actually dragging and explore out of one of these lands is of some value, just because this is a horrible build to deal with, and this is good odds that it's a wetland we're going to get. So we'll drag one of these in. And we can do it again. Well, whoop-de-doo. Let's bring that one in. And... okay, so we do have a blighted island. We didn't get lucky on that. Promising farmlands. Oh, come on. It's really quite clear for this point in the game. Well, not anymore. We've got promising farmlands. Add a town and a city to the inland land with no buildings. Well, I might be tempted to add to a land with loads of Dahanin. I could even add them in these lands and then just kill them with vigor. just reclaim. Though actually, would I actually wouldn't be able to afford to do that. Because some peanut didn't take the energy power earlier on. I mean, yeah, I think that's the... it does mean that there's going to be exploring happening from them, I suppose, but it means that it's very convenient to kill those. And we know for a fact that this is not a jungle that's about to happen. So that means that this isn't going to be scary, so we don't even need to rush to deal with these. I'm going to go with these here. And it's just actually going to be a load of cheap and easy fear. Okay, we've got the mountain explorer. So now we've got to remember, the first one is going to add a town. Ooh, this is actually quite a good candidate for concealing shadows. Because there's just so much going on in there. I think we've... okay, let me think about this a little bit. Let's not jump to any conclusions. What about on this side? Either we're adding a blight in here or a town in here. Again, I'd rather add a blight than a town, I think. Though we're going to lose this sacred site. We don't really want to lose that sacred site. Are we really... so, okay, we are 4 fear from a city kill victory. If we... oh god, we're short 1 energy. We don't have the energy to reclaim and just repeat this turn. So we can't cheese this. Generic poop-based humour joke here. Hey everyone, nice to see you. Generic poop-based viewer of mine. How are you doing? Happy Thursday. I hope this Thursday is bringing you all the Thursday-based goodness that you could hope for. Yeah, we don't have to rush this here. If I place a town in here, they're going to build a second... they're building a second city in here anyway. Yeah. This is a big old cluster. Good. Only just got back from uni, so it's exhausting. Exhausting. An exhausting Thursday traipsing back from uni. Well, welcome back. Welcome back to the land that is not uni. I decided to cook pasta kebab this weekend. Glad we could work this out, team. Hey, if you can't go out there in the world and buy a pasta kebab, then god damn it, you can make it yourself. I believe you've got those skills. The nice thing about the town here is it's in with Dahan. It's quite easy for us to destroy. We could kind of accidentally destroy it with something like Pact. Whereas this is something of a problem. I think we might be in a position where we actually want to reclaim. Oh, I hate all this reclaiming. Though the whole idea of this turn was to get a quick city kill and win. But that's not going to be possible because these cities have cropped up. So we got a bit unlucky with that result. Actually, no. So where do I add the extra town? If I add this town here, the thing is, they would explore with 2 explorers, so actually functionally it's very similar. I'm going to go with that logic. Because after the build, we're going to end up in a similar situation. Oh, so there's going to be a city there. You want a YOLO major on shadows? A YOLO major? How dare you, Glimmer? This is completely under control. I'm going to go with this being in with Dahan. Oh, and now we've got to add another flipping town, because France. Oh, pain in my assholes. Except it's going to be a blight. So that was a mistake, actually. I should have... Actually, I should be able to undo it. I'm not seeing any new information. So if we add the town in here, then we could... I think I prefer the blight to a town. Yeah, okay, I think I do prefer that blight to a town. So now we have to add a blight in both of these. So given that I'm thinking about doing a Concealing Shadows defense here next turn, don't want to add it in there. So we'll add a blight in here and a blight in here. Okay. YOLO Major, you say? This is fine. It's all going really well, okay? It's going wonderfully well. I mean, this coast is looking pretty good. I mean, it's a bit blighted, but that's fine. Got a great big blight pool. And there are only... I mean, okay, if we plan to have enough energy to do this turn, next turn, we can use that to clear these lands. Concealing Shadows doesn't do anything in that mountain. Well, no, we need to set it up. I mean, we need to push some Dahan in there. We've got favours called due in hand. But what it does do is get us closer to winning on city kills. Because we've got these 2 cities that we can kill, not in this fast phase because we don't have enough energy. It's ravaging this turn. Yeah, I know. I am aware of this. So this is going to mean that if I push Dahan in there, they'll fight back and kill this city. If we push 8 in there, we can kill a city and 2 towns. Oh, they'll still build a flipping... They'll still build another city, won't they? But that would require reclaiming my Lightning's Boon. I'm not sure if... I think I'm likely to lose if I try and win too quickly. No, I mean this turn. This turn, there's a Ravage here. So what I'm talking about is getting Lightning's Boon, using it to bring in Mantle of Dread, and then use Concealing Shadows to counterattack. But I don't think I've actually got enough damage. I suppose we could... If we are reclaiming anyway, we would have Harbingers of Lightning. So we could get a counterattack that prevents any builds by dragging 6 Dahan in there. But that kind of ruins our plan of killing these with this hand here. Reclaiming a Lightning. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. I'm probably not explaining enough. I'm just gibbering to myself in the dark. Gibber, gibber, gibber. Okay, what about these coastal ravages this turn? Not Not horrible. Not great either. Wow, we can actually use Shadows of the Burning Forest in the fast phase to do something useful. Yes. Can you imagine it? Well, it's not that useful because they'll then just replace the town. The thing to note as well is that our France town limit is down to 4. God, that France town limit. You know, I can one day, like Eric Royce, the designer, just had a bad day. He's like, you know what? Let's just make an adversary. Horrible to play against. Though I did see a load of people ranking recently on Board Game Geek their favourite adversaries, and a lot of people love France. And I don't know why. I don't know why you'd love these guys. So a town gets built in here. A town gets built in here. No towns in here. One town in here. And then, but we're out of escalation effects, but the game will speed up now. So can we just let these builds go? Wait. Okay, aside from event could just plonk a load of towns down. We're actually kind of okay because we've only got 3 town builds this turn. How many city builds do we have this turn? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so we kind of, if we don't hit soon, we're going to be out of luck. The original plan this turn was to destroy a city with this lot here. With these cards. And it should be a pretty nice turn. Should be a pretty nice turn. Incidentally, we should be able to prevent the build in here with a fast Shadows of the Burning Forest. Or even prevent a city build in here. We're going to get some pretty juicy fear cards because we'll be in Terror 3. And then at Terror 3, it all comes... Oh my god, this run's been 3 hours and 10 minutes. Oh my god. So much for the idea of getting 3 of these in. I mean, playing with my least familiar spirits is going to have that effect. Bad news, I was gone. Good news, I'm back. God, you had me in a fluster there for a moment, Hannes. And what did you miss? You missed a lot of stuff happening. You missed the Blight card. You missed promising farmlands. Look at these promising farmlands. Oh, these Europeans. Coming over here. Building stuff. Tables are turned a bit. Yeah, this was not... We were kind of almost about to win, but this was a bad result. Not the ideal... We were going to squeak a win at Terror 3 if it wasn't for these meddling kids. We're an energy short of doing our good turn, so we definitely want to make sure we don't reclaim, because it's pointless. It's pointless. Do we... Yeah, we want to go... I think we want to use this plan and be a bit efficient and actually strengthen our spirit. We don't care so much about presence now because we haven't got one of the Blighted Island cards that eats our presence all the time. But that said, I think we still want to push into here, but we need this extra energy off this track. Oh, actually, wait a second. Wait a second. We could actually... Oh, we don't have this sacred... This isn't a sacred site. Yeah, we probably do want... Oh no, we want to... I think we make a sacred site in here. Yeah, this is better. It's also slightly safer. See, a Major and Shadows could get interesting options. Yeah, we've got enough cards. We've got more cards than plays, so... Yeah, that is a good point. That is a point. And if I am going to look at a card, I probably should do it before I place any presents. Yeah, Getting the extra energy, though, means I've only got 3 energy. We've got a really nice turn next turn. But what can we actually do with this lot? If with only 3 energy, we can't play most of our mages. Next turn, we've got a good major to play. I'm not sure what gaining a major is going to do for us. Is the sordid truth of the matter. And it is a sordid truth. I mean, even just having the energy that we can casually play Concealing Shadows in here this turn feels pretty useful. Oh, that's true. I would be at full energy. Hey, welcome back, Harlequin. Yeah, I suppose if you've got 2 alternating mages that we can use, have lightning strike your cock. I'd not thought of that. God, that's such a good idea. I'm glad. It's good to have the, you know, the young, the educated. They've not just settled into their ways. Thanks for your input. I value it. I cherish it. I think of it late at night when I'm stroking my Bible. God, this track. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, you're right. I think major is the right one. Okay, what do we get? Ooh, a load of things. Jungle Hungers. Wow, we've even got the elements for Jungle Hungers. Well, that's intriguing. There you go, Jungle. Yeah, the Jungle Hungers is pretty nice for us. I think... Oh, Unrelenting Growth. But yeah, Jungle Hungers is just actively good. We could even think about using Jungle Hungers to just very slowly take care of these lands. If we were to go with our other moon green cards, means we get to eat a city, which is okay. Not eating the Dahan's more relevant, but it means that this turn we don't do much apart from Jungle Hungering. Oh wow, fast Jungle Hungers in here though. That's pretty... Oof. That's a good turn. That's almost good enough to make me just reclaim with lightning. Is now the time to make Manifest Incarnation shine? No, it's not. Yeah, poor old Manifest Incarnation never gets played by me. Never. But yeah, let's just stop pretending that I'm going to make a different decision there. What do we lose, though? I'm keen to keep this set, so let's not even think about that. We need to keep our... Maybe Mantle of Dread, but it's the... Has Concealed Shadows had its day? Maybe it has. Maybe it's had its day. We could just let this blight. The trouble is, yeah, preventing the city build is a worthwhile objective. Favour's Called Due is a big sock and great big lump of fear. Maybe it's Mantle. Maybe it's time for you to go. Yeah, Concealing Shadows could still have a place if it gets really clutch, whereas Mantle of Dread I don't think is going to do anything. Okay, and we go for the 4th energy. So, what's our ranging on that? 1. So we could just go in a different jungle. This jungle gives us adjacencies that we've already got. Though it does give this adjacency to this mountain that's about to build. This jungle gives us adjacency to this, but then maybe lightning can handle that. Well, yeah, given that we're almost certainly reclaiming next turn, I think we want to make sure this is a useful placement. All right, so there's a single town and some explorers there. Over here, this is more likely to be a problem. Yeah, because it's in with Blight. I think I'm going to go with that one. Peasant, you'll get your shadows innate too. What? No. Shadows innate? Is it actually going to do anything for me? Oh yeah, instantly I will. Well, look at that. Would you look at that? Shadows is innate. So I think it's okay. So the reason I want to do it fast is it's going to prevent a city build. It's going to net me 5 fear. It's just a good thing. It keeps this from blighting this turn. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. But to do it fast, I need to reclaim with lightning, which is a bit sad. It's a little bit sad, but if we just let it build, then we won't actually clear the land. Our turn this turn is a bit of a weird turn, actually. We're going to be forced to use Raging Storm when we don't necessarily want to. Yeah, there's no great Raging Storms to do. I mean, this is okay. The trouble is that our long-standing plan to have presence over here for these cities is back in the dumpster. But I think making this happen is really good. So we'll do that. We could look at a major power. Because the only thing that's the most important thing we're doing this turn is actually the Lightning's Boon. I mean, the defend is good as well. We're going to have maybe 3 spare energy after that. There's part of me that doesn't want to look at a major power. Because we've got 2 of our energy tied up already this turn. Bold in a good way. What's your spirit name? Gibbering mindlessly on the internet, I think. Glimmers is something like glimmers of insight. Flat Eyes is flat eyes pressed against screen. Trapping Vin, I'm not sure what yours would be. Sounds very peasant, yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure what would Trap's been. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. So, I mean, how many cards have we got? We've only got 7 cards because Lightning's an idiot. Liquid Sloshing in the Night. Yeah, Emerald Lord would be something like bodily fluids. Bodily fluids slipping up and disgusting invaders. I'll take the laughing one. Harlequin, yeah, something like stabbing the invaders while making them laugh or something. Actually, no, that doesn't fit the tone. Do we go major? But I feel like we're close to actually being able to just play. I'll take it. Echoes of the Broken Jester. Crikey, that's a pretty serious one there from Emerald. You can tell Emerald's been at university. Crikey. Hey, thanks so much for the bits. Me and Max Gray much appreciate those biddies. I think major is somewhat folly. Actually, let's look at the deck. I don't think there's anything here that would massively improve the situation, really. If I'm honest with you all, and I do try and be honest. I mean, yeah. I guess Land Thrashes would be pretty good because it's great. And I've taken the trouble to put Blight all over the island. I suppose Paralyzing Fright would be pretty nice as well. Take a major will give you a good excuse for an off turn. Yeah, true. You need an outline on the text that appears on stream when cheering. It was completely unreadable in this background. I do what I can. Yeah, I should do that. I should do that. Thanks. I'll make a note. I'll actually make a note. So what was it? Outline. Outline on text. Outline on text for Trap. I mean, yeah, these are good. Winds is pretty good. Yeah, we've got some things that would be worth... Okay, we're fine. Gain a major power. Hey, Land Thrashes in Furious Pain. Do we have thresholds? Do we bollocks? But we might be able to do fire and flood, but it costs all the money ever. Firestorm is pretty redonkulous. Can we actually do it effortlessly? We can do it effortlessly because some genius picked up fire in the sky. Okay, are we going to wombo it out? Is that what's happening? Do we have any good, nice zero cost repeaters? Maybe. Yeah, the Jungle Hungers is a very obvious target, isn't it? Yeah, we're womboing out. Okay, so we have Power Storm, maybe Raging Storm. Maybe it's time for you to go. I'm never affording both of you. That's one too many storms. Now, the water is kind of useful for this, but whatever. I actually quite like this as something to actually repeat, potentially myself, if I Power Storm myself. Glimmer concurs. But it is good against France, though. Got to bear in mind, look how close I am to losing on towns. Flipping France coming around here. Elusive Ambush is just useful this turn, so we won't... Yeah, okay, fine. Storm it is. So, okay. We are doing the thing. Okay, this might even be our off turn for lightning. Let's just think about this. So, if we are repeating this, we can clear this land. If we get Threshold on Power Storm, which is actually pretty much effortless. Well, not quite effortless, nearly effortless. Then we can repeat these other things that aren't that interesting. Okay, that's not so good. Though actually getting a bit of the old wilderness out would be nice. Can you get Threshold or Power Storm? Yeah, easily. With if I use Fire in the Sky, that's pretty much it. I mean, Elusive Ambushes I'm using this turn anyway. Because that's a nice counter in here. Not a bad little turn. But do we actually have a city to destroy? Not just yet. So we might want to just rethink this. The Power Storm means I can repeat all of these powers. Which is not actually that big a deal. The Lure of the Unknown is gonna... What's that gonna do for me? It probably will do something for me. Oh, we could use it to just bring a load of people out of there. Prevent a city build, crucially. Everything here is going to be in the fast phase because I'm going to use Lightning's Boon. So where are the other cities? We're actually too far away from this city, but in the slow phase we can destroy one of these cities that gets built. Yeah, this Elusive Ambushes here is too good to not do. Though we might have something better than Fire in the Sky. No, we don't. I mean, the Harbingers is kind of... No, we'll save Harbingers for our Dahan turn. Counting cities is realistic at this point. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. See, the nice thing about pushing these Dahan into here is we can prevent the city build in here. Which is kind of good. We still get the Power Storm threshold, which is kind of negligible. We could use Lure of the Unknown. No, we can't use Lure of the Unknown. So by pushing in here, we can prevent the city build. So we will be letting this blight. Yeah, preventing this city build's good. That means in the slow phase, we can destroy this city. And of course, in the fast phase, we'll be jungle hungering in here and in one of these lands. I guess maybe one of these just so we have to worry about the Ravage. But if we reclaim next turn, we can just use this combo and we can just clear everything that's built here this turn and then push into here and clear all of those, which is wild. And then hopefully, we've still got this city here. I think, yeah, I don't think I'm going to do much better than this unless I sit here and think for the rest of my life. I'm looking for a way for you to deal with that South Sands before the Ravage next turn. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I don't think there is a useful way. If I'd placed my presence down here, then we could have, but then we're missing out on these. I think actually clearing this land is going to be more useful than clearing these because... Actually, no. Clearing this land is going to be more useful. Yeah, I think maybe this presence placement. It was unlucky. I didn't know I was going to get jungle hungers. Didn't know. Yeah, so I like this push. Prevent this city build in here. Incidentally, get another energy. Elusive ambushes. For defend 4. We shouldn't get... Oh, we might get unlucky on this, actually, because there is an event that will... The boost... That will boost the damage if there are 3 invaders, so I guess we just have to pray. So, we'll jungle hungers in here. Oh, yeah, we jungle hungers in here. Okay, that's one. Oh, I think we actually have to do both of these in the fast phase. Is that right? Yeah, we've changed the nature of this card. We can't delay this till the slow phase. But that's still okay. So I think maybe... Intriguing. The crunch. Sorry. Crunch, 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 crunch. We could safety first and darkness follows the unwary in here. That would mean that we weren't so close to the threshold. Or we could just eat a couple of explorers in here that they will yoink one over. You can lure and rack root twice, yeah. Certainly can. So I guess, yeah, that's true. I could lure them in and kill them that way. That does prevent more town builds. Oh, but city builds. We can prevent this city build really easily, can't we? We can do it with this bobbins. We could even prevent this blight from going down, but I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter compared to the bigger goal of trying to win next turn. Yeah, I think we're going to try and win in the fast phase next turn with this combo here. So, we can actually allow this city build. That's no problem. And then if we get that threshold, we can clear this land, push it to Han in here, push it on here, clear all of this nonsense here. So, that leaves this city to think about, which we can't really do anything about directly. And we don't have the cards. Damn it. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. So we've got... So yeah, we could be luring and rack rooting into here, for example. And we've got darkness. God, my brain. trying to handle 2 spirits, you see. What's the idea with that? What are you doing that for, peasant? Who told you that was a good idea? Some of your limited abilities. Yeah, this is alright. Let's do this. Okay. I feel like the rack route just for wilds token is useful pressure, but it doesn't matter, right? That doesn't actually help us that much. Do you have any other doubled up explorers that we care about? Not really. Where are we with fear? Jungle Hunger's on Lightning's Mountain. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, it makes sense. Except then I've got Thunder and Destruction, which I may as well just use now to destroy a town. I think, given that I've got a very nice plan that takes care of all of these, I think it makes sense to let the city build there. We're not getting many town builds this turn. Seem like a waste. So we've got a... Can I get up to... Yeah, we want to get another Terror level 3 fear card if we can. Yeah, that would be good. So we want to double rack route for fear and destroy one of these towns over here, I think. So we can lure the unknown into here. Gain a fear. Lure of the unknown into here. Because these Terror level 3 cards don't mess about. Okay, I'm not sure if that was the best, but yeah, at that point, that was good with that. Because yeah, I've got a clear plan for these. Okay, so heavy farming. Each town does +1 damage. Oh no, it's not. We've got a blighted island. Each board with cities, add a blight to a land with cities. We can prevent it by destroying presence. Beasts are going to destroy explorers. So we don't want a cascade here. We can destroy presence. So what's the actual exact? From 2 from each board. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll just remove... Yeah, this is yeah, we'll just remove this sacred site, will we? We're not then adjacent to this. What's our longest range? It's this. We should probably... are we going to use that now? Okay, well, we're going to be destroying our presence. So the jungle presence is useful to us, but actually it's not that important now. Next turn we are going to be doing Dahan shenanigans. So we've still got this jungle presence. The sacred site thing doesn't matter too much that much either, does it? Does it now? Portents of disasters, extra fear, which we will want. We've got this presence here. I don't like not being adjacent to this. Especially as if we go with a presence placement, we can get into here and then we could maybe jungle hungers in here. Probably keep the wetland sacred site. Yeah, it feels counterintuitive, but I think it's the right option. Yeah, I think so. Okay, and I think over here, We'll destroy 2 on this side as well, and yeah, okay, we will keep this jungle presence. Or maybe just get rid of this sacred site. Yeah, let's get rid of this sacred site. We'll keep that in case we want to buff that up to a double. Okay, we get some free Dahan. Well, isn't that wonderful? So we'll buff these up just in case they get interfered with by events. Each player chooses a different land and removes up to 2 health worth of invaders per presence there. 2 health worth of invaders, you say? Oh, are these the only lands where I'm in with the invaders? I guess I did just remove a lot of presence. Okay, I don't want to remove that. So yeah, we'll remove the town. No reason not to. Each player adds a strife and a land with Dahan. In every land with strife, 1 damage per Dahan. Okay, well that's an interesting little wrinkle. It's a big wrinkle. Big old wrinkles. Because now we can actually clear both of these cities. Leaving this one, which means we could just use our Dahan push to kill this city in the fast phase. Yeah, it's big. Yeah, it's huge. Because now we can send our marauding Dahan south instead of north. So yeah, that should be it. So all we need to do now is destroy all the cities. Just a quick sanity check. These are the remaining cities. We can do that just by pushing Dahan into there. So we need to reclaim our Dahan cards. And I'm not going to try and milk score because that's not my style. I'm not really a milker. So we gain... Doesn't matter. Just gain a minor power. There you go. And lightning... We actually don't need lightning to do anything. We just need threshold. So we'll just make the sacred site I've been planning to make all game. And now Shadows can finish it. Like the hero that they are, just with vigor, with threshold. There it is. Crikey, God, that took nearly 4 hours. Oh my God. It's getting worse, this game. I mean, I've been doing a lot of chatting, right? Been chatting, been you know. It's a difficult business. It's not an easy game. I mean, I am playing my least familiar spirits as well. Details for people that care about such things. I mean, it is difficulty 7, but these are literally the least comfortable pairing. I think my Jagged Earth equivalent would be something like Mist Finder versus Russia. I barely played against Russia. I was tense, but the island was healthy for nearly the whole thing. Yeah, it certainly was. So the original idea behind this run was that I would now bump up the difficulty. I am going to need a quick bio break. I'm going to run a little raffle while I go. Let me know if you have opinions on what to do next. Do we bump up the difficulty? Or do I do something that's going to leave me with a few more brain cells? All right, I'll be back in a minute. They've returned. Okay then. So no, it looks like no strong opinions. I kind of feel like this is my opportunity to tick something off a list, and that's always an important thing. Can you tick something off a list by your actions? If so, yes. Bump the difficulty, change the spirits you're middling at versus your worst. I feel like I don't know. Yeah, those are... Okay, what did I actually learn about how to play with these spirits? I don't feel like I learned anything. I just learned that it's hard. I think not picking that energy... Hey, well won, Blues. Impressive. Good job. I think... What did I learn? Nothing. Nothing. I think picking that energy minor power might have made everything a lot easier. Possibly. I didn't really get much value out of the strife. Against France, I forgot to really capitalize on the slave uprising, which is standard practice for me. I always forget. I always forget. I mean, we could use second wave. Oh, that's not going to bump the difficulty, is it? Okay. So we'll get out some random island bits. We'll go with that same layout because I think it's easier to fit on the screen. Not good with those spirits either, yeah. I kind of want to play with cozy spirits, you know? But I also don't want to betray the idea. Maybe we'll sub out one of them. We'll sub out one of these spirits. I prefer shadows to lightning, honestly. I mean, although shadows is a bit funky, lightning is just kind of, ugh. Get over yourself, lightning. You know, you're just not as good as rain. Just face it. You're the inferior weather condition. What about a spirit you're good with an unaccustomed build? We could get our fangs out. Maybe like something like this, Shadows Ocean. This feels like it, in theory, it's a good match. Oh, yeah, of course, we are still against France. Flipping France. So we're going to add triangle trade. So whenever invaders build a coastal city, add a town to the adjacent land with the fewest towns. Will I remember this? No. Small uprising. Will I remember that? No. See, we've got good chance for, you know, we can... Should be a good match. It's actually some nice built-in synergy between these two as well. Mantle of Dread's going to be a nice bit of extra pushing. I do love Ocean, but the thing is, I've played mostly solo Ocean, so France level. Can I bump it to 5? I know that I can beat the higher difficulties at 5. It's just like, do I want to search that hard through the possibility space? That's the question. Let's just bump it 1. Let's just bump it 1. Okay, so first decision is going to be where we place our starting presence. In with the town is going to be best. France starts with an extra town on the coast. And the app doesn't have music while you're making this decision. I think just to remind you how important it is. It's also the land I like best for reaching inland. So yeah, we'll do that. Jungle Explore, don't mind if I do. The trouble, of course, with here is I can't use it to prevent this build. But we've got shadows on the team. We don't need to worry about that. Inlands are covered. So, without further ado, let's just do the ocean things. Ah, using a spirit you know. Imagine living in a world where you know the spirits. We could even drown a Dahan. Glorious. Okay, so do we have a nice counterattack anywhere amidst all this? Run to the coast so you can do pushing. Don't need any help on the coast. We do have quite a long-range plonk, don't we? We could plonk in here for Boone. I mean, that's quite a nice little appetizer. Especially as the boon is then going to give shadows the energy that they can maybe go for early mages. Tar will always target shadows. Oh yeah, of course it will. Of course it will, peasant. You're not playing solo now. You've got 2 spirits. Yeah, I think we still want to go favours turn 1. Where's a good favour? Do you actually even have a good favour? Interesting, there are only 3 adjacent to Han here. And they will arrive after a city is built. Not an ideal favour. Interesting. Yeah, this is a boon call kind of turn. Yeah, we could prevent this build. Oh, we don't want to prevent this build, actually. We want to allow this build. Yeah, let's just go with classical. 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 We're actually going to have extra pushing here, but we can use it in here. You don't typically want to use both of your Moonfire cards. Oh yeah, we can just grab this, prevent this build in here. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. Where's a good favours called due though? Maybe just dragging people into here just for the 3 fear. That seems reasonable. So Mantle of Dread we can use to push out of here. Actually no, let's use Crops Wither. Let's use Crops Wither, that's better. Because there will be a city built here. Got to remember, peasant, you're against France. You need to care about stuff. You can't just play the game and have fun. No, sirree, Bob. You know, fun for you. Yeah, we can use this to Tidal Boon to push these to Han somewhere and then maybe grab even more and bring them in wide. Whichever one of these gets explored. Okay, we don't use both of our mountains. Turn 1. We're not preventing this build. We'll just eat this guy. Yeah, seems okay. Ships to splinters. And we will prevent this town build. Do we drag it in here? Oh no, that's just making a town build in there instead. Okay, Call of the Derps. Just eat this one. Oh, triangle trade. Oh, God, flipping France. Just get away with your secret rules. Always with the secret flipping rules. Well, we'll put it here. Give me something else to eat. Sand Explorer, you say? Sickening. Sickening France. Okay, we can do this. Push these guys in here. And we got the Sand Explorer. Oh, this it's in with the Blight, so it's not a nice... It's not a nice concealing shadows kind of deal. We could, if you get very lucky with a minor power draw, we might be able to gain a defend card. It's not much to ask. It does feel like it sometimes. Yeah, we'll push in here. Okay, Ocean Breaks the Shore is going to have a town to eat. Lovely job. Crops Wither and Fade. We could actually downgrade the town instead of the city because France. Favours called due in here is just a nice chunk of fear. Yeah, there was no way I could push these to Han. Oh, I could have pushed them into the coastline. And then they could have come up here. No, there's no way I could bring them into this. They would have been nice in here. This is it'd be a bit grim to lose the presence, but it would have been better than what we've got here. I think milking the fear out of the favours called due is worthwhile. Also, actually, we've got a good opportunity to prevent these being isolated. So we'll take it. We'll leave those 2 Dahan in there. And then crops wither and fade. Do we use it on the town? Or the city? I think we use it on the town because France. Yeah, I mean, it's not as bad in multi-spirit as it is in single spirit, but the amount of times where I've got a game that's looking perfectly fine, and then the event has just gone, oh yeah, 5 towns, you're dead. Sorry, peasant. Enjoy your evening, peasant. That's what the game does to me. I'm there, just tears running down my features. It's awful. Awful business. Okay, we've got a chance to push in. I think we go with the standard here. The standard. I think sometimes it's quite nice just to double plonk in the ocean, but I think we want to drown one of these towns this turn to make it defendable next turn. So yeah, let's see what power card we get offered. More beasts. Best card in the game. Call of Dahan Ways, huh? One day it'll be useful. Probably this is the best for us here, though. But maybe Guardian Serpents is actually a defend card that we can use on shadows. For example, in here. And early beasts are nice. I like an early beast. Sorry, Guardian Serpent. Actually, it does fit quite nicely, even if you just use it the once. I mean, it's a close defense. It's not a margin, but it is a free beast. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I like it more than you might think. Call of the Dahan Ways. Why must you be so disappointing? It always feels like Forest is a push. Yes. I mean, this is Mountain, which is going to be more useful to us, element-wise. And it's Defend. Defend helps me keep my Shadow's presence on the board as well. We're a little bit low on energy, though, so yeah, that does make it more tempting from that point of view. We can push this Explorer. I like the bottom left card. Looks there, yeah, Shadows of the Burning Forest. There's a couple of cracking, scary forest cards. This is one of them. And you actually see these little beasties in there. It is pretty scary. That's 2 fear. That's a lot of fear hacks. Defend the Sun is great. I think you'll have problems finding good targets like Defend going forward. Yeah, absolutely. It's forget fodder. That has a mountain on it. I mean, I probably will try and make a sacred site somewhere with Ocean if I get the chance. The one thing that's actually putting me off the Serpents is the cost. Actually. But I think there's a 1 and probably 1 use only card that's fine. I think. Okay, so we want to place in land, so we definitely want to... Could even use it on ourselves this turn, defending there, though. This is a good defend, and we've got Grasping Tide for in here. So we need to push from the ocean. Do we actually need a Sacred Site for any of these? Just though it's so easy to mess up with Sacred Site targeting. especially when you're moving your presence around all the time. Let's just we'll play wide. We don't need sacred sites of our own just yet. The trouble is that we actually, Jim. So you're going to make a sacred site in here. So we could use Guardian Serpents next turn for ourselves, adding to the valuable beast infrastructure that we all know and love. Okay, so shadows. Shadows, buddy. What do you got for me? If we go in powers, we go in powers. That's what I was about to type. Nice. Ooh, Here There Be Monsters. It's one of my favourites. It's a card that basically gives you fear. Ah, yay. Sap Strength of Multitudes is just objectively the best card in the game. Well, maybe not the best, but it's very useful. Now, this is Moonfire, and this is a good card. I mean, we could use it this turn even to get this threshold. We've got a weird turn, though. We don't have a good Concealing Shadows target. So we're a bit weird anyway. Do we have a preventable build anywhere? I don't think we do, because of France being French. Unless we go for the triple, then we can actually prevent, let's say, we can't prevent it because it obligatorily forces the Explorer over, which is pretty rude. But it is a nice little bit of fear, which we enjoy. And, oh no, we're preventing the build with Rights of Lands Rejection anyway. And it's fear. Yeah, I like it. It's a funky card as well. I don't get to use this very often. Though Sap is pretty good. I like going 3 players here. Yeah, me too. Because we're not, the thing is, we're not playing Concealing Shadows for anything this turn. We're not targeting it, so we've got a bit of extra energy. I mean, sure, we're not using our best trick in our Shadows playbook, which is Concealing Shadows. And I think, yeah, if we can prevent the builds here, I think that's pretty nice. I mean, these are tempting too, right? We're going to have a beast in here, so that's 3 fear we're ignoring. But I think this is a useful, especially to be able to destroy 2. And if this is in our Moonfire means we can do this regularly, that means we actually might be able to prevent French builds. So I think we're going to go with that. And I think we're going to go 2-3 actions. What is it? 1 Ranger. So I think we do care about Sacred Sites. If we're playing Mantle of Dread, we could place, we can't actually can't reach this far, unfortunately. Interestingly, if we place, say, in here, we could Mantle of Dread and prevent the build. Oh, but then we don't have the innate. So yeah, we need to make a Sacred Site. We need to place either in here or in here. Let's put it over here. Let's play all 3 of these. So we've got Darkness Swallows the Unwary. Feels a little bit backwards, but we will get some extra energy from Mantle. Oh, and we can use Mantle to potentially push a town into the ocean. Oh, we'd forgotten to do this as well. Okay, so ocean is going to be able to eat. We don't have enough water to eat a city. We need 3 for that, so we could push in here to eat this one. Yeah. Okay. You'll have an off turn next turn, but you'll get a lot done now. Yeah, it feels reasonable. And I think, yeah, we defend in here with the serpents, so we've got the sacred sanity checking here. Sacred Sites, The serpents. Grasping Tide up here. This Ravage is fine. No one in there. Swallow the Land Dwellers in here. And Town Drown over here. Yeah, looks good. It looks good enough. So there's our Grasping Tide. Here's our Guardian Serpents. Getting us a free beast. I do believe in the beasts. Pretty top lads. I don't think we've got a clever way of... I always forget this card has this push to hard ability as well, which could be handy at some point. So, yeah, let's protect this blighted one. So if we use Rights of the Land's Rejection in there, get a nice... So we'll... Invaders do not build. And we will... It doesn't make much odds which way around we do it, actually. Oh, except Mantle of Dread, I can push... No, this Explorer's getting pulled in, whatever I do. Whatever I do. Oh, well. Okay. Getting our fear going. And then Concealing Shadows, we just want to... The main thing to make sure is you don't accidentally spend energy with it. I've done that before. So, just put it in there. Never mind, this is good. You're thinking Innate in the East Sands. Yeah, I think it's... Oh, Years of Little Rain. Oh, God, this is such a good one. But do we have the water cards? We've gotten very little actual energy. Do we want to just forget a load of Oceans cards for the sake of acceleration? I don't think Shadows has any water cards. You were thinking stop the central build and Innate in the East. Oh. Yeah, I was more kind of thinking this land might get let go. I think it's it's probably better actually. I think what you're doing might be better because this is kind of more coastal, so Ocean should be able to deal with this, whereas this is definitely more in Shadows' remit. Okay, so if we wanted to ease the drought, the benefit is we both get to add a presence to a land with Dahan. Does Ocean have a land with Dahan? It does have a land with a Dahan. Shadows has... Ooh, Shadows doesn't have a land with Dahan. Okay, that changes everything. It's not worth forgetting all of Ocean's cards for the sake of land withers then. Harsh. This fully solves East versus partial solves on 2. Yeah, and it's the blighted land as well. It doesn't... I don't like... Well, sometimes I do, but mostly I'd like to make sure that these ones are okay. I mean, with events, this isn't a guaranteed solution, but... This is unfortunate. We can't actually boost Shadows, so it's not worth doing. But what it might mean is that we get Blight in places that we didn't want Blight. Is it worth doing just for Ocean's presence? Not really. Ocean doesn't have any trouble powering up because Ocean's awesome. Unlike some people that are weak. Not mentioning any names, Lightning. I'm joking. I think people that are good with Lightning are very good with Lightning. They do some wonderful things. Just check. I'm just sanity checking to make sure that I do, in fact, not have any Dahan in with my Shadows, and I don't. So yeah, we're letting the land wither. Yeah. Okay, so... Okay, what did we get? Okay, I think we got lucky. Is that what happened? We did get lucky. And now beast attack. Oh god, all our beasts are going to die. Well, this beast could just kill this city because... So this we don't get a choice about. God damn it, my beasts are killing themselves. This is a very good opportunity to kill a city. I mean, Yeah, it's a city. It's an extra fear card. So we'll take it. Especially as we can add a few more beasts anyway. Okay, during the next normal explore, skip the lowest numbered land, matching the invader card each board. Lovely stuff. Each player may push an explorer into land with more buildings than the land it came from. Okay, so... We can... Each explorer we push out is preventing a town build, which we like. I think that is the priority here. These guys aren't about to build, so not so worried about them. These guys aren't going to build because they've been prevented by rights rejection, so I think these are the only ones that are towns that we are preventing being converted. Wow, we're actually going to get a city destruction counterattack here. I'm not even sure I want a city destruction counterattack, but there are plenty of coastal cities, so I will allow it. Yeah, so I think we want to push both of these explorers from here, from this land, on into the coast to prevent those town builds. Okay, do we kill the city? It's kind of feels a bit greedy not to. Or do we kill both the explorers? Yeah, I think we kill the city. It's just too much of an opportunity for easy fear to miss. Mountains. Okay, wow, we actually didn't get explorers in either of these mountains. We did get a skip on the... because of the fear card. Ocean has 2 coasts, they'll likely always have a target. Yeah, probably. Probably. So we've got a town drown and a swallow and a mantle of dread. A mantle of dread. So we've got a straight... oh, this town's died. Oh, I think the beast killed it down here. You say there's always going to be stuff to drown. I don't know. I'm looking around. There's nothing left. No good... yeah, there's no Mantle of Dread possibilities for shadows, so we will do it on Ocean. And we'll push this Explorer in. There you go. There you go, mate. And Ocean Breaks the Shore doesn't have a nice town to drown. Sad times. Damn it, beasts. There's me banging on about what a great investment beasts are. Turns out they just steal your energy. Rude. Okay, so yeah, Ocean pretty much has to reclaim here, but that's just fine. So we may as well just do that. Actually, wait a second. It is sometimes good to push to 4 if you can. Oh god, it's so different playing a spirit you actually know how to play. The game's like pleasurable again. Okay, there's a city build here. Ideally, Shadows would do something about that. Are you going to do anything about it, Shadows? Could prevent the build. A city and a town are going to get built there. Oh, except there are no Dahan in there. We don't have any fast Dahan movement, so we can't use rights in there. You want to defend that sands. Oh, baby. West. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I know. I know this. Ocean doesn't have a lot to do, really, at the moment. The coast is looking desolate. A barren wasteland. We've been too effective on the coast. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, so I do want to do that. Yeah. Yeah, let's go for a minor power. Renewing Rain could be nice. Renewing Lorraine. Jungle Sand Blight. Do we have... It's going to be a bit of a project to make a sacred site to do anything up there. We don't... Although this does have good city drowning elements, which we value. Well, you were talking out loud like you might consider not reclaiming when it's a present reality check. God damn it, this flipping peasant. Get real, peasant. What are you doing? This might be just a concealing shadows as a alternative to just absolute misery. The trouble, of course, with going with a third action is that we're now broke, but it's fine. We'll gain a nice 0 cost card. Yeah, we are kind of broke, aren't we? We'll make sure to tidal boon this turn, so we're less broke. Penguins produce an oil that helps their feathers retain heat, so the oily bird gets the warm. Okay, well done, Viking. You've done well. You've done well. You've tickled my not as oily peasant feathers. Is that how it works? No, it isn't. But you've triggered a raffle with your mirth and good humour. Well won. Well done. It happens sometimes. Sometimes the piezo cracks. This hard rubbery exterior sometimes cracks. Yeah. Okay. What are you talking about, peasant? Yeah, I think we reclaim and gain a minor here. We want just a good, useful 0 coster. That's what we want. Okay, we've been offered good, useful 0 costers. Can't complain about that. Jostled the pinata. Yeah. Basically, I'm just like a big, like a piggy bank. There's like raffles in me, and if you just shake me in the right way, just a raffle will just kind of plop out. These are the useful 0 costers we like to see. I'm not so sure about this choice here. I'm not sure what to go with. We've got a nice city drown here. We've got potential for a nice city drown there as well, but we are retreating into the ocean this turn, which we've not done yet. Renewing Rain, though, is not going to actually be of any use to us whatsoever. Unless we leave this sacred site here and maybe use it to add wilds into these one land in land places. We're actually going to be fully in the ocean here. So if we are taking Renewing Rain, it's expensive, but these are all 1 cost. Looks like we might be picking a card that we don't use. Call to Tend is at least water. Raise Up Undergrowth is horrible for us. Call to Bloodshed is a pretty neat card. It kind of does everything. And blues. My oh my, you are a double winner. You are doubly the winner you thought you were. Well, actually, you seem to have quite low self-esteem. You are a winner. Let's not bring your thought process into this. Please join Last Moment of Wins. 1 more to catch Flat Eyes. You are actually catching Flat Eyes up. I think he's getting a bit nervous. Again? Wow. How'd you do it? Have you been training? Call to 10 nabs a blight. Yeah, it's got a blight on this side, and it doesn't need the sacred site, which is, yeah, the sacred site is a pain. It works in here as well. And it's water. And these elements for the mages, these are nice for things like Winds of Rust and Atrophy, which is a mage we might want. Sea monsters, maybe. Natural God-given talent. Yeah, God was like, God, let's give that blue some talents. Call to Bloodshed's a nice little card, though. Lovely little card. Yeah, I think Call to Tend is the one, though. We probably will never use it, though. Never going to use it. Oh, yeah, we do need to gather into the ocean. Let's just do that now. Do we care about sacred sites on land? I don't think we do right now. Not with our hands. So, yeah, we will keep 1 in each. Okay, so shadows. Shadows. I think we definitely want a 0 coster. Drift down in here, even if we only partially defend, is going to be worthwhile. Because we'll get to counter kill a town. Do we actually have more that we can do there? It's out. It's beyond Ocean's reach. Oh no, we just use concealing shadows in here. So I think maybe Portents of Disaster. I mean, it is moons. It's cheap. What about future turns? Drift Down is very good. It's a good card. All right, it's a good card. But this is Fear. You know how much I love Fear. We're almost at Terror 2 already. Just racing through this game. Wow. So quick. Yeah, we're going to Concealing Shadows in here to counter and kill the city. With what energy? Yeah. Good point. Don't have any energy, do I? Yeah, we'll go with this. We can use it usefully this turn. Yeah. If I had a good Drift Down target this turn, I would just go Drift Down, I think. But yeah, hopefully we should have a good turn next turn. I think if this wasn't a mountain and it was a jungle or sand, then I'd be more tempted to take Drift Down. But Portents is going to get us a chunk of Fear right here, right now. Oops, cool. Extreme close-up. I don't know why they have that in there. Just get extreme. Now, I've got to be careful. This is a trap because I need the energy to target Concealing Shadows. Well, yeah, I think this is a good counterattack. So yeah, just need to not do that. I concur. Potent's Drift Down won't be good for a while. I mean, it is such a nice one, especially if you get Paralyzing Fright. Mamma mia, then you are happy. You're a happy little peanut when you've got Paralyzing Fright in your hand. But I mean, you're happy anyway. Okay, we've got this to defend. I don't have a Sacred Site there anymore, but it doesn't matter. I've got Grasping Tide. I'm Ocean. I just start the game with these cards. Oops. Let's get Call of the Deeps out, get some splinters going. Yeah, we're kind of on our inland turn. This Call of the Deeps is actually going to do very little for us. Yeah, weird turn. It's a weird little turn, isn't it? It's a weird little turn. It's a weird little turn, but they can't always be stonkers, can they? Yeah, this Explorer here isn't even going to be a builder. Okay, so let's Portents in here. Okay, so what we get. Invaders surge inland. Ah, this is something I've learned recently. So this one does move a town 1 or 2 lands inland, which I just forget that you can move 2 lands inland. Okay, well, I don't get to do it anyway. Whatever. It's our Fear card. Each player adds a strife inland with Beasts, Disease, or Dahan. Ha! So if we had defended in there, we would have been able to prevent the blight, but that's fine. We've got such a healthy island. Beasts, Disease, or Dahan. I mean, strife this, we can just eat it. We can just keep on eating this. This is about to ravage, so the strife's going to go away. I think that's a good strife. Oh, we've also got to think about. We've also got to think about next turn. We're actually going to have the uprising, so it's not going to allow me to put strife anywhere I want it. Actually, let's put both strife in here. And then we can steal this to Han. Put 1 in there. So this one has 2 strife on it. So we will make sure not to kill it now. And we should just get this guy next turn. Except, okay. This will become ours next turn. Ooh, mountain. What I need to do is make sure that I place him to Dahan in with other invaders for next turn, though I'm not sure. Oh, we could maybe make that happen with Tidal Boon. Can we make that happen with Tidal Boon? Not really. Oh well. We'll see. Okay, so France are adding their towns, aren't they? Makes me sick. So we can... We've not been offered a place to add a town where we can just eat it immediately. God, look at this. Jungle Hungers is crying out, saying, well, this is a nice place for us. But they will... They will ravage their next turn. Which is fine. We can just defend it. That's better than them being here. This is way more soluble. And same with this. We can actually make a sacred site next turn and defend with Guardian Serpents in here. So that's a nice one. And then, yeah, we'll keep it coastal. Coast is so much easier to sort. Because there's 2 spirits there instead of 1. Okay, Tidal Boon, of course, has to be on the old shadows. No pushing opportunities for shadows. And then we've got a town drown. Except we don't have a town to drown. Boo-hoo-hoo. Oof. Okay, so we've got Ravaging to build. So we can make... We've actually got Dahan in with both of these, which is interesting because this definitely should be the uprising. So let's just quickly double check. On each board, add a strife to a town, and then it's going to go back in the deck. And then in this bit, each invader takes, with strife, takes damage per Dahan present. So if we can add any strife this turn in with Dahan, we can convert them over. Okay, this is just, I think this is the land to just let go. We don't have any of the things we need to do anything about that. That might be something we wait. Once Shadows has a beat stick, we could even start looking for a beat stick now. Then we can start thinking about doing something about this. So yeah, a bit of an odd turn though. We're a bit off-brand. That's fine. It's better than... We don't want to be doing reclaiming or anything. Yeah, the 4th action is pretty good. We should be able to afford pretty much any minor power. And we make a sacred site in one of these. Then maybe we're letting the other one go. I looked up a recipe for kebab sauce in prep for the weekend. Oh, awesome. Well, like kind of chili, tomato, yogurt and kebab spices. Genius. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't you think of that, chat? Good favours called you in that central mountain, playing for very dirty Concealing Shadows the next turn. Oh, God, that would be so dirty. Oh, you know how to speak to me. It's incredibly dirty. Yeah, it would be like a Blight Cascade filth explosion, but we've got a fairly healthy island. We've even got the equipment to tidy up. Yeah, we definitely want to do these things. We're going to choose one of these coastals to blight, I suppose. I suppose. Yeah, let's look at some cards. I think... Yeah, we need to look at a card for Ocean, and it is going to be a minor power. High impact minor power, please. Yeah, it's a very helpful recipe, isn't it? The old, yeah, you just need spices. Thanks. Yeah, the spices that named in the recipe. Good one. Okay, so bearing in mind we have the rebellion happening imminently, we could fire in the sky. And that does like a sacred site, but we will have sacred sites. If we will have one on one side or the other of the board, or maybe both. I introduced my ex-girlfriend to my friends. My wife scolded me. Don't call me that. Where'd you get all these jokes? You have a pretty high quality of jokes. I'm constantly impressed. I'm impressed by the way you drop in these jokes. Don't call me that. Of course, Reaching Grasp is a nice card for Ocean a lot of the time, but We don't need it as much because we're not solo. We're not in true solo. If I share, I won't be able to do it anymore. That's fair enough. Yeah, I don't need to know your secrets. You keep your secrets. We've got 3 energy this turn. Fire in the Sky we can use to just turn one of these towns into a friend in the rebellion. This guy's going to become a friend in the rebellion. I like this very, very dirty counter that Glimmer's talking about. Incredibly dirty. The dirtiest possible. I mean, we don't have much else of use to do this turn. Where are the builds at? So, do we have a good Fire in the Sky conversion kit available? The thing is, we're actually going to get one of these on each board anyway. On each board, we get a free strife, and we get to do this. And we can actually use it on cities as well, if they're applicable. But actually, this is the only... So if we just had the event happen at the moment, we would gain a Dahan here and here, but that wouldn't be enough to stop the Blight, unfortunately. Oh, and we'd get a Dahan in here. I can't reach to put a strife on there, and there are no Dahan in there. Yeah, I don't think I can actually milk it much more. I think you want energy for shadows for the reclaim next turn. Yeah. It's a bit of a... It's so tempting to get that third energy, but it's a bit grim. We've got decent things to do this turn anyway. Decent. Yeah, we've got 0 income right now, so we need to get this energy put down. It's a 3 ranger. Oof. We do have Mantle of Dread, but we don't, because it's like mountain to mountain, we don't have a good place to put it where we can use it immediately. So we could just opportunistically place on the coastline in the hope, well, not hope, but knowing that they'll probably explore into somewhere on the coastline, we can just push them in. How does that sound? It sounds wonderful. Wonderful. Or we could make this a sacred site. That's actually not that exciting, is it? Maybe we could start building another sacred site somewhere. I think just going with the coastal, actually. So we've currently got a coastal jungle of shadows. It's not going to be a mountain explorer next, so we could have a coastal wetland or sands. And then that might make some sense. Oh, here's a good... Oh, no, that's ravaging this turn. Damn it, peasant. Damn it, peasant. So I think we want to go maybe in here. West Coast probably for Tidal Boon and targeting. Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for this ravage, this would be, nice in there because there's already a town. Already a town. So, it is nice having the third play though. You've got to enjoy the third play. Oh, Rights of the Land's rejection lets me push up to 3. Do we have a cluster of 3? We don't actually have any big clusters. Well, we're about to make a big cluster for this filthy, this explosion of filth that we're going to have over here. And it is going to be an explosion of filth. Do we want to crops, wither and fade somewhere? I mean, if we bring a load of Tahani, we could crops, wither and fade just for extra fear. If they're going to build an additional city in there this turn, which they will. But how? It's going to be dragging 4 friends in. So one... Bearing in mind, there's going to be another one in there. 3 friends. We probably want to leave a friend behind for using Call to Tend, though actually we're never going to reach there. Filth Explosion sounds fun. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, Mantle of Dread is just good for keeping the fear going. Right to the Land's Rejection isn't doing enough. It's not this turn. And yeah, we don't have the 3 clusters. I think we just go with cranking out the fear and getting our innate. The innate is going to mean, except we don't have adjacency there or here. Well, flipping shadows. If you crops the Desert City, Ocean can eat it this turn. Ooh, that's a nice idea. That is a nice idea. That is a nice idea. Still haven't chosen my fourth action. So I don't think we've actually got a good Fire in the Sky, because we're going to get 2 free strife here and here anyway. So I think we forget about that. Reaching Grasp means that we've got an Ether Water, which we could just eat a city this turn. Because we'll have the extra water. The extra range means we can call to tend at ease. I think it's worth it. It's cheap. We're not overflowing with energy this game. Yeah, and we get our 4th play. We still don't care about Sacred Sites, but we need to think about Guardian Serpents. So we could... I can't believe that Shadows can't help in either of these lands. If I'd made a Sacred Site here, they would have been able to help in there, but I didn't do that. Reaching Grasps are awesome for eating. It can hit any coast. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous. All the coast is my buffet board. All right, so we are going to want to defend and make a Sacred Site somewhere for our Guardian Spirits. Don't think it actually makes much odds, so maybe if we cluster our beasts, that might be more useful. Thinking long term. I do like to think long term. And this, of course, is the land you always want to protect hardest, because it has fewest adjacencies. You've got to think of those poor little adjacencies. And this guy wants to come in. Let's not put them in the firing line. No benefit to that. Because we're not defend. We did. Yeah, because Shadows couldn't be bothered to defend in there. Whatever, Shadows. Just lazy. Okay, so I think we can just plonk these all out. We should get the city drown. So we can drown either of these cities. And we've got Call to Tend. We could do that anywhere. So although we will have a blight here, possibly a blight here, we should get some... Are we going to get any fast fear? Yeah, we are. A little bit. A little scroungly of fast fear. Oh yeah, and of course, darkness swallows the unnecessary. Oh, we can actually grasp on this so that they could protect in here. Yeah, that's better. So we'll Guardian Serpents on ourselves to defend in here. Because, yeah, we've got plenty of drowning opportunities. Well, I'd rather keep this bit clean. So I'm going to grasp on Shadows. Or, actually, Shadows could just use this ability there. How much actual drowning have I got? I mean... Nah, let's save our energy. Let's save our energy. So we can do this in here. E.T. Can innate hit that central mount? Ooh. Central mount. What, in here? Now I'm going to use it to prevent the damage in here. Because this is going to get turned into a Dahan, but then we're still left with actual damage. So yeah, here we go. Small Uprising. Okay, so we get both of these. So we actually gain 3 Dahan there, which is pretty gross. And on each land, on each board, an inland on each board, replace an explorer with a town. Well, luckily our towns aren't too horrible. Vaders do not ravage in lands with disease or strife. May push explore a town for land with Dahan. Okay, so we are replacing an explorer with a town on each board. So, okay, wow, the board, this is pretty clear in here. What's going on? So we'll add this into the dirt zone. And then each player may push and explore a town for land with Dahan. These guys are going to die anyway. There's no benefit to keeping them alive, really. I mean, actually, there might be a benefit. Because next turn, we're almost certainly going to be playing Call of the Deeps. We're running out of food. I've only got 1 energy. Okay, this is the only land where they are actually in with Dahan. Yeah, I'm going to preserve them because I'm low on energy. We want to be doing more pound ships to splinters, and Call of the Deeps is perfect for that. So yeah, I'm going to actually preserve these guys. Here, stay alive. You know you want to. Each player moves and explores a town from a coastal land. Okay, no option about that one. So much for that idea. Okay, so the blight goes down there. Oh, I've just realised the problem. We can't call to tend in there. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, so we have towns being added. Gotta kill that Columbus person. Get out of here, Columbus. Tired of your bullshit. Okay, so we've got to add either a blight here or a town here. Yeah, so the call to tend... We can't reach here with call to tend. It's a shame. We did that for the sake of an energy. I'd kind of forgotten that reaching grass could give me this blight removal. God, will the island ever forgive me? No, we don't want to destroy that. Okay, this is an easy decision. We don't want to destroy our on-land presence. It's a rare and beautiful thing. And next turn's Ravages, there's just this one, so we want to add a town here rather than having a cascade. Well, we're going to have a cascade anyway. We want to keep that island healthy. Gotta run! Hey. Hey, well, nice to have you, Hannes. It was, you know, as usual, it was a full spectrum experience. Okay, so we've got city drowns, we've got more drowning than we could ever use. Where are we with fear? Kind of a way off Terra 3. It's a pretty long way from Terra 3 Arari. Swallow the Land Dwellers has no targets. Apart from this lone explorer over here. Well, in you go. Call to tend we can use on this blight here. Or I guess this blight here is a little bit more high priority. So we'll do that. We could... oh, wait a second. We could push these 3 Dahan here for a very, very dirty counter. Sorry, only 2 Dahan. We could gather in how many? For 6 counterattack. That's so dirty. I like it, but it's dirty. Yeah, with escalation effects, we've got to clean up after ourselves. But we are kind of cleaning up by killing all these Europeans. I don't make the rules about cleaning up after Europeans. Our escalation is almost certainly going to place a blight. Our town level is actually kind of high. This is more amusing to me, so ultimately it's all about what's most amusing to me. You're one short of getting call of favors called due, I meant. Yeah, God, I wasn't even thinking about that wonderful bonus. I'm just thinking about the biggest possible dirty counterattack, you know. You know how it is. Yeah, we are short of one. Damn it. Oh, we also save some energy on crops wither and fade, I suppose, which is okay, which is good. Okay, which city do we eat? Do we eat this city, but then basically we're never going to get any buildings ever again. What a sad day. Yeah, let's eat this one. It means we can almost... It means the ocean could just chill out on this side of the board. It doesn't have to... Doesn't need to get involved. Okay, favors is... Yeah, it's a shame not to get that extra energy on favors. But we need this counterattack to happen. It's basically a lot of fear. It's a lot of towns that need to be destroyed. We just need to make sure we do a better cleanup job next time. So we'll bring in the lone one as a priority and then bring these lads in. And so currently there is 13 health word invade, so we're not actually killing them all in here. You're not positioned to use mantle push to the coast. Nope. No, I think with hindsight, thinking about this particular setup, I think having shadows not actually in the coastal lands, but in these lands might be more useful. How many town builds have we got this turn? One here, one here. That's not so bad. We can Mantle of Dread in here. If you defend East Mountain, it works. I could push them into this coastal mountain. Yeah, it's too late. I don't have any defend that I can add now. Oh, except we're in the slow phase. Oh god, it's getting to that point. The brain is shut down sufficiently. I don't even know what phase I'm in anymore. Just don't know. So we actually don't completely clear the land as it stands. So let's do this in here and we'll downgrade a city because they're easier to downgrade. Though actually it's kind of... We're actually denying ourselves fear doing that, actually. And we're against France. What are you doing, peasant? Okay, that's better. So now we can Mantle of Dread to push to the coast. So we are net preventing a town build at least. Okay, and we're back to... Okay, this is going to be the dirtiest ravage you've ever seen. So we need to reclaim in order for it not to just be a disaster with shadows. So, God, it's grim having one energy, isn't it? It's grim. We could look at a major power for future turns. We're going to need an energy for concealing shadows. So we can basically afford a good turn of minor powers. But I think it is time to switch to a major for shadows. Nothing is simple with shadows. Nothing. I feel like with shadows, though, I think they are unfairly bashed. I think they're not as bad as people say. But I mean, maybe they're not as kind of crazy powerful. Like, I mean, Ocean is a ridiculous spirit. I mean, look at it. Look at this. Look at this handsome mush. It's got everything. Yeah, so we are concealing shadows in here. We're at 4 actions. We don't really need to push forward with Ocean. We don't have a load of energy. It's sometimes fun to go with a push when you've got enough energy to just play any major, but that doesn't happen outside of solo. So what do you want about, peasant? There's only... So we just got an easy defend for Ocean in here. We do need to drag back in, so let's just... Oh yeah, I should look at the minor power before I drag in on this side. We don't have an option over here. No options. We could look at a major now, but everything kind of has a use. There's nothing here that's absolutely terrible. Even Guardian Spirits is being useful. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep... Yeah, Ocean's going to look at a minor power. Ah, good old Call to Isolation. Lovely stuff. Now that's a card. Look at it. Beautiful. It's glorious. Song of Sanctity might actually be somewhat acceptable against France. But probably not. We're not actually generating much fear with our friend here. But yeah, we're not getting good options. I actually think Call to Isolation just low-key is a very powerful card that is often achieves a surprising amount. Oh, the close-up. Design of Shadows is ill-equipped versus nearly all adversaries. Yeah. Yep. I'm going to go with Call. I'm just going to go with Call. I'm going to do it. Okay, so Shadows has a power card to gain. Oh, we need to decide major or minor power for Shadows. I mean, the thing is, if we get the right major, we could just defend in here. I mean, it doesn't have to be all dirty. It could be clean. It could be a good, clean defend. I mean, if we get Indomitable Claim, it would be. Winds of Rust is not enough. There's plenty of things that wouldn't be enough. There are very few things that actually would be enough. We want the Ravage to happen. We've got... I mean, I think we've... Between this lot, we could forget something, you know. I mean, maybe Portent, as much as I love it. Yeah, let's look at a major. Okay, then. Well, these are some cards. Do we actually have any destroyed presence? Not for you. With Ocean, unfortunately, we can't... Oh, we don't actually have any destroyed presence. How remiss of me. Sea Monsters. Hubba hubba. Well, Pen Up Calamity is a very good card. We do have a little bit of token placement. And it's perfect elements for old Shadows. And it's adding Strife against France, which, you know, could be pretty good. Especially if we get to this. It's cheap as well. We like cheap, but it does require a degree of setup that can be somewhat arduous. But we can do it in the fast phase in our sacred sites. Wow, that's convenient, isn't it? We can just place a beast in here, remove it with there, and then put it back if we go to the trouble of getting this threshold. Oh. Tsunami is irrelevant, unfortunately. Blazing Renewal is wonderful. It's wonderful. Do we have... Well, actually, we could get Threshold on that. It's a cracking little card. And the Threshold isn't that hard because we've got Crops Wither and Fade. Oh, actually, it is hard. Wait a second. This is the third mountain that's the problem. We don't have third mountain. I mean, even without the mountain, it's pretty nice. And against France, it's the towns we care about. But this is a lot of money. But we might want to deliberately get some of our presence destroyed to use this, but we won't need to use it for a while. It also really takes the pressure off against quite a lot of the blight cards that mean you're losing presence. It's a bit of a sledgehammer to crack a wall, that, though. Some people think of this as overly strong, but I don't know. It takes a lot of setup. It's fine, you know, if you're just covering the board in tokens, well, yeah, sure, it's very strong, but outside of that. And I guess maybe this has got even stronger with Jagged Earth. Yeah, Threshold is only part of it. Let's take Blazing Renewal. And let's never use it. Let's never speak of it. It's going to need at least one more power to even become relevant. That's rancid. Is there a world where we use sea monsters? Is there? I mean, even if we just play it in here, it's pretty good, isn't it? Not that we can afford to do it this turn. Are you waffling about not taking Calamity? Do you think it's that obviously a good pick? I'm like, fine. Fine, whatever. God, you people. Waffling. I would never waffle. Okay, so we slightly prefer fire over moon now. I don't want to get rid of portents, though. Don't want to do it. Is Favours called due? Is its time over? Nah, there's always room for Favours called due. Always. But look at all that fear it gives you for no energy. It's such a bargain. Let's just get rid of Rights of Lands Rejection when no one's noticing. Is it time for Crops Wither and Fade? The thing is, we do have Reaching Grasp, so we can just use it anywhere. The 0 range restriction all of a sudden doesn't matter. It's not ideal here for you. The others are too expensive and hard to play on this board. Yeah. The thing is, we do have... We're going to have energy problems forever. I think we do want to get rid of something that costs. Mantle of Dread actually hasn't been that great for us. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of Mantle of Dread. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, Stuart. Okay, we've got our dirty Concealing Shadows. I like it by process of elimination. Yeah, I mean, I think Blazing Renewal is good, but there's also a good chance that you'll get a Blighted Island card where it doesn't matter. So Concealing Shadows is basically all we're doing this turn. The rest is just window dressing. It's not great to go with Pent, so maybe we save for a Pent turn next turn and just play all the other bollocks. There it is. There's all the other bollocks. That actually sizes up to pretty good stuff, right? I think working on elimination can be a good way of, especially with the more complex positions. Okay, so Ocean, what's Ocean doing? Choosing a land to gather into. We don't have anything that cares about Sacred Sites, do we? It's actually not a bad turn with the leftovers. Yeah, I mean, it's decent. It's a whole chunk of fear. We can set up for a dirty counter in one of these lands without, and there might be better things to do. Yeah, certainly not bad for a leftovers turn. So I don't think we need Sacred Sites. I very rarely go down into this mode because it confuses me. Yeah, we retreat from here. Okay, all right. So we've got a city to drown. We're getting dirty in here. That's the only ravage that matters. There's this to defend as well. So we can do that with Grasping Tide. It's a shame that we're going to kill them on the counter. It's a shame, a crying shame. Yeah, this is a good spot for portents. Yeah, we're miles away from Terra 3. So I think maybe we try and just drown this city. I mean, I don't like having coastlands that are this clear, but... Tidal Boon is actually quite nice here. We can push the town that gets built from this land that's in with shadows, and that's kind of useful. And of course, shadows will want that energy. And now that we do have Pent Up Calamity, we could start adding a beast in here. Or maybe in here for future calamities. I mean, we don't have great beast placement. Oh, and we've got a bit of cleanup we can do to kind of counteract the fact there's going to be a double blighter. It might not be enough because we might just end up that the escalation effect puts down a blight and we can't do anything about it. But I think it's still worth cleaning up even if that's what happens. Especially if we get like a low blight card, because those are my favorite ones anyway. Okay, we just need another mountain card, so we could just add a beast. I think you want Garden Serpents for the earth. Yeah, swallow the land dwellers. Just there aren't any land dwellers to swallow. It's disappointing. Either of these will do it. This does use my precious energy, but I'm keen to get more beasts out. We don't care about Grasp this turn. We might care about it next turn. So either of these works. We're not really pushing any towns around. I guess Tidal Boon. Does that mean we push any towns? No. Yeah, so I like thinking about this particular matchup. So Shadow's Ocean. I think you'd probably want Shadow's presence to be in this band so it can push onto the coast. So if I was going to start theorizing about this particular team. Okay, we're not killing anything in the fast phase, so we'll just ports in there. Shadows in there. Serpents. Oh yeah, we've got to make sure to defend it here, of course. And we Guardian Serpents in here. Okay, what's our event? Search for new lands. In each land with at least 2 explorers. Push an explorer to an adjacent land without invaders. Do we have that many? Oh, I guess it's this one. On each board, push a beast to an adjacent land with no blight. It deals a damage there. And then Dahan are going to do some defending. The Dahan almost defended this land, and it might not even be that dirty. So all the dirty Ravage fans will just be curling up their noses in disgust. It is a cascade. I mean, there's part of me who just wants to push more crap into here. Oh, without invaders. What am I talking about? I can't push more crap into there. So, where do we push all these explorers? I guess we push them towards the coast. The coasters with the mostest. Because, yeah, we got a good... Wow, we did gain no... We didn't use our scary effect at all last turn. Trouble when you go a bit off-brand. Okay, we'll just push these guys to the coast. Our beasts... On each board pushes beasts. So we can't, unfortunately, kind of do the old border trick of pushing one from one side into the other because there is filth in there. Oh, we can actually push a beast in here. That's nice. Very nice. Yeah, let's just push to the coast. Push in with the beast. Why is it... I'm getting a bit confused by why it's highlighting all these lands now. What's going on? There aren't 2 explorers in here. What's oh, it's the beast bit. Okay, God. I don't know why I find that so confusing. All right, so the beasts are going to be pushed. May as well push into here, destroy an explorer. Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay, each player adds a strife to a town. For the rest of the turn, invaders have -1 health per strife to a minimum of 1. Well, this is currently an 11 damage Ravage, but with 6 defend, we could take it down to a 9. We take it down to a 7. Yeah, okay. Oh, wait. I need to actually make sure that that's done right. You have to get a bit funky with the... You have to use this explore bit to make sure you've put it on the right one. Yeah. So, if we put that there... Okay. Okay. Damn it, okay, I think I've done it. I've gone in too early. Okay. Okay, so now there is a difference, so we can... I'm just making sure I wasn't double stacking in there. That's the... Okay. Each player removes an explorer or town from land with 2 or fewer invaders. Well, don't mind if I do. So each player, so we could clear a wetland. This wetland has blight in it, but we don't care. We're going to call to 10, so it's kind of the same. This is taken care of. This is further inland, so I think we prioritize that. Yeah, this is in with... Yeah, we'll prioritize this one. And given that... Yeah, we're against... I'm going to be paranoid about the towns thing. We're going to clear this land as well, so yeah, let's clear this too. Call to 10 needs the Harn. Oh, it does, doesn't it? Oh. Oh well. Oh well. Good point. Damn it. Didn't explore anywhere around there. Okay, so France are adding a town in here or a town in there. Well, we can just eat the town. Well, maybe we won't eat it immediately, but we will eat it soon. So yeah, straightforward choice. Okay, so we cleared this land. We got a bit lucky. Oh god, yeah, we can favors called due in there and then clean it up. I hadn't actually honestly spotted that, so I can't claim any credit for it, and nor would I want to. We could prevent a city build in here. A lot of Dahan in there. Yeah, let's favors called due in here and clean up. Oh, we can actually just push this into the ocean. We're kind of broke, actually. As ocean, yeah, ocean's not that wealthy right now, and we actually get 2 energy on the reclaim, which is quite nice. But this turn, we need them more. How close to Terra 3? Good question. 8 fear away. 8 fear away, and we're sitting on 1 city that we will eat this turn. Well, we probably eat this turn. I wonder if we can win in the fast phase. We might well be able to win in the fast. I mean, we've got a lot of fear generation just sat around that we're not using. Yeah, let's remove this. Looking pretty good, yeah. Looking pretty nice. So, yeah, we should be on. We're on course for a Terra win. Oh, except there is a city here, right? So it's not completely won. We haven't. So that though is the final city. It's the final. Wow, we can even do it with call to isolation. Is this how ridiculous call to isolation is? You could just, in a situation like this, you just push these guys out and then let it be a bloody counter. We just laugh. And you can also eat them. Because, you know, don't Europeans taste good? We've even got crops wither and fade. We could even cheese them like that. So many cheese-based options. There will be a city build in here, but we could actually just pent in there. Calamity kills it if you get a token. Yeah. Do we have a fast token generation? Not that's easy, because we need a sacred site for the serpents. Yeah, I mean, we could just go looking for a minor power to give us tokens. I mean, there's no blight in here. We've got adjacent presence. We've got good odds, I think, of finding something useful. There's a city build here. Town builds, going to be 2 in there, 3 in here, but we're actually looking all right. Another couple of towns in there, but we'll just eat all those. So I don't think we need to we don't need to grab any of these things. I think we can just power on. So I like the idea of going 5th action, gaining another minor power card. We've got loads of eating to do. We could even call the deeps, eat all them. Nom, 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 nom. So yeah, I think with ocean, we go for a minor power. I think for ocean, picking an extra minor power is just so much better most of the time. Okay, we didn't get a token this time. Entrancing Apparitions is nice for our fear game, though. We can just use it as an additional call of deeps and as perfect fear elements. Call to migrate is plan B. Yeah, I mean, it's a good plan. I mean, it's a pretty good plan B. It should mean we just win, actually. I mean, the event could spoil our day. Though there aren't really many big clusters of towns or anything that they can just easily turn into cities, but I very deliberately don't know the exact details of the event deck, so... Confounding Miss is one of those cards that I don't trust for some reason. I think I had to play with this shortly after Branch and Claw was released, and it didn't work exactly how I expected it to, and I then got all superstitious about it. Got all superstitious, didn't I? I mean, this is a straightforward defend in there, so let's just solve that problem. So yeah, I think we'll go Confounding Miss. I'm kind of curious to see if it will build the town and just push it into the ocean. That's what should happen, right? Yeah. It should happen. I kind of just want to see. I feel like the game's in hand. It's in hand. So... do we care about sacred sites? We don't really care about sacred sites. But we'll make one up there anyway. This one has to come inland. Come in here. Oh, and we have another presence to place. I suppose we may as well have another one on this island. Wow. I almost... going moon might actually not be too bad. Oh, whoops. I did it in the wrong flipping order, didn't I? You went and did it in the wrong order, peasant. There you go. There you go. So, yeah, because if I got the moon, we'd get an extra fear of pound ships. But 5 actions is fun. It's a power card, so it should let you put it in the ocean. Oh, yeah, yeah, I definitely believe it should work in a rules point of view. I think I tried this really early on and it didn't work how I expected, and I got all spooked. That's definitely how I would play it with my physical copy. I mean, it would be better just to defend in there, right? It would be better. So... this was meant to be my big pent-up calamity turn, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, so let's look at another minor power. I mean, we've still got reasonable things to do with pent-up, even if we don't get what we want. I guess something like wasps would be good. These aren't wasps. Quicken is a very good power, though. That just solves our problem. Because we can just play it anywhere, and we're doing all right for energy, we'll just take it. Let's not dilly-dally. And at what range is that? That's a 1 ranger, so let's make us... let's make a sacred site over here. So we can just use Quicken in here for a pretty clean bit of business. So we're probably never going to see this build, the city getting pushed into the ocean. You know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So we do have needless pent-up things. I think it's just okay. It's just okay, you know? We don't have to worry anymore. Oh, we could even save Shadows the energy by using Reaching Grasp. All right, let's do that then. There you go, Shadows. There you go. Could use... get in the sea. Get in the sea, town. So yeah, we're not going to get to see the city push. Just too damn efficient. We can confounding this in here though, but again, we're not going to see it. We're not going to get a chance. Well, we... So we'll just clear this land. And we get to put our beast back. Yay! Could swallow these guys. Well, some of these guys. And... Okay, so it should just... Unless we get very unlucky with this, but we haven't done. Buildings have extra health. And we get some extra Dahan. Alright, let's just double up that friend. So it's... Each player adds a strife in a land with Dahan. In every land with Dahan, 1 damage per strife. Well, that's this. We've won. It is done. It is done. What a difference having a having a spirit that you know how to use makes. Scapegoats as well. Victory for Ocean and Shadows. I actually think that that isn't a bad combo, you know? You know, because Shadows' weak energy game is really propped up by Tidal Boon, and you're using it pretty much every other turn, roughly. Nice. Nice score. They synergize some. Yeah, I mean, it's not super synergy. It's not hardcore super synergy. But it's decent, you know? A decent amount of synergy. Damn it, I meant to switch into the board games category at the halfway point, and then I forgot. Because the board games category is, you know, it has about a few viewers sometimes. Let's just do it now. I think I feel like having one more game. I know it's been quite grindy. I might finish with a more casual game. Oh, Spirit Island. Don't worry, I'm not playing flipping Mage Knight. I can't think of a better partner for Shadows. Yeah, because like green is the archetypal great partner. But Shadows, I mean, Shadows has got, once you get past the first few turns, their tracks become decent. That game was so much quicker than the last one, even though it was allegedly at a harder difficulty. So what's that? We did get a triangle trade once, but with Ocean in the game, that's not actually bad. That's kind of helpful. Slow healing ecosystem. Would that have mattered in that game? Might have done. Shadow needs energy and can push, yeah. I mean, green is the like, stereotypical best partner for everyone. But I think this might be a rare case of Ocean being better. Alright, let's I might lose this. Let's try the same, but on France 5. And we'll just go with random-ish. And we'll go again with this because it's easier to get everything in on the screen. On the old screen. And I'll keep them on the same side because I am slightly tired. And I don't want to get too... I don't want to confuse myself too much. So we're going to go with slow healing ecosystem. So when I remove Blight, it goes on the card instead. So I need to remove 3 Blight to remove any Blight. Still have spoons. I've got a spoon. I love Spirit Island. And now that I've played Shadows now, it doesn't feel... You know, I feel like I'm remembering how to play Shadows, if you see what I mean. And this is good. This is a good use of my spoons. This is the game I'm named after. Ah, 3 Blight per player. Ooh, good call. Good spot. That is interesting. 3 blight per pair. So you, unless you're adding blight into the game somehow. Interesting. All right, let's do it. Let's do it, Stuart. Which is virtually all of it. Yeah. Well, you start with 5, don't you? So yeah, it's... I suppose if you get to... if I remove blight early game somehow. Okay, so we are making that first decision. I think going in with this town is good, though the one problem is if we go in the town, we can't actually we can't prevent inland builds. Though interestingly, these starting here, I actually can't prevent inland builds anywhere anyway, apart from here and here. This is the inland build I care about most, so I am going to go with this start. Basically going with the same thing as last time, but with more blather. Okay, and what do we got over here? Okay, we've got a very classical turn 1 mantle in here. Classical. This is quite similar to the last one. Both on the board and 4 for the card is 6. Just enough, yeah. Just enough. Okay, this is very defendable. Next turn, that's fine. This I can't do anything about this with Ocean, but we might be able to do this with our Innate and drag it out. Okay, this is feels very similar to last round, actually. Did I just select the same island layout? I think this is a bit different. Okay, let's go. We'll go classical. The classical opening. I'm Gary Peasant Gurov. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. So, given that we want this town, I think we want to, yeah, set up for a Mantle of Dread. But wait a second. We've also got, we're going to want to use Tidal Boon turn 1 anyway. Probably going to want to use Call of Deeps turn 1 to drag just for the energy and the fear. So over here, I think, yeah, we need to go energy turn 1 anyway. Do we have a good favors called due type situation? This is going to be a city. It's unfortunate it's on my sacred site. It's unfortunate. We like sacred sites around here. We've got good adjacent to Han. This is going to be sorted. This is fine. If we drag this explorer out, we can actually drag it into this land and make a dirty counter. Though we don't want to drag it into this land because we really want the extra fear from favors. Call on East Coast, send shadows to East Mountain for Tidal Boon. Oh, to this mountain. Interesting. I'd not thought of that. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, that is just better, I think. Yeah, that's just better. Just an improvement. So we're going to be placing in here. We could do that with either of these. You need the energy anyway. We've got a good favors. We've got a good mantle. Yeah, and actually we can mantle on Ocean. No. I think we've got more pushing than we need. Maybe we actually go turn 1 energy. Or even Crops Wither and Fade. Oh god. No, I think it's all good. I think it's pretty similar. But it's nice to be able to prevent this build. It's nice, you know? I like it. So in order to get the full effect from Favors Called Due, we actually don't want to drag into here, even though it does make for a dirtier Ravage, and we like that. So we do want to drag in somewhere. Well, actually, the only place we can drag in is here, so So we'll prevent that build. We're going to be doing this, prevent this build. Of course, bit pounding old ships. So the disease prevented that one. We get a build here. It's a lot of wetland exploring you got there. Could start a slow mental march towards the coast, I guess. Yeah. Ah, D-board. I've only just realised that this is D-board. I very deliberately don't think about tile placement. All the things that I deliberately don't think about. I feel like there might be some nuance here. All right, we're definitely... So Dyed Boon is definitely happening to our friend Shadows here. We're setting up for a dirty counter in here. So we kind of want everyone to be in there. So yeah, this the thing to do, I think, is push from here into here, get in the ocean. Favors Called Jew definitely wants to be in here. I think it's actually better in this case to leave a lone Dahan not with any invaders than leave the lone Dahan in with invaders. Okay, so that's a load of extra fear. Okay, we do have a town drown, but unfortunately... Oh, we do have a town to drown. And, I mean, we can do it with Mantle. Yeah, it's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. We can Mantle of Dread to prevent a town build here, which I think is actually pretty useful. And I kind of want them to build a town on the coast up here, even though it is... Actually, it is... This is an awkward turn. How many have we got in our thingamajig? We've got 10 towns. I mean, pushing to the coast is pretty good for us still. We're going to have a lot of... We're going to have 3 coastal ravages next turn, though. And the thing is that this mantle push here is not actually preventing this ravage from mattering. This is still the same game. No, this is a new one. On a higher, slightly higher, we've bumped up the difficulty of the France. The France that you decided we should be playing. I did kind of have some idea I'd play 3 games, and I wanted to try being in the board game category rather than the Spirit Island category. Because DJ, you know, DJP, the old DJP, he's in the board game category. And he's a wise fellow. Yeah, we reduced the number of town builds, I think. We push towards the coast. Did you win any? Both, yeah. Won both. The first one was hardest because they're both spirits that I don't know. Ocean I'm very familiar with. So it's less tricky. It's hard. I'm actually tempted to reclaim here. It's kind of horrible, but we would prevent some awkward builds. It's not really what we want to do. We've got a good defend in that jungle. We're getting dirty in here with Concealing Shadows. Getting dirty. Very dirty. We could look at a minor power. We could do what we did last time, which I think is pretty nice, is using the Tidal Boon extra energy to enable us to go for a third play. Third play and potentially a third minor power. If we get lucky and get Moonfire, I gotta go back. Right, Hannes? Well, thanks for gracing us with your presence. The other thing we could actually think about doing is not being a bell end and ignoring this, and then being even more well placed to actually use major powers. But yeah, we've got a very solid game plan with Ocean here of just defend, swallowing probably the people that build in here. Yeah, this is good. Or swallowing some of the people that build in here. So I like the push here. Okay, we'll look at our minor power first. Could fast pull that central wetlands, explore into Dirty Ravage. Oh, what with my innate? Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it? My dirty, dirty Ravage. Okay, let's look at Ocean's minor power. Okay, we've been good. This is good stuff. This is a lot of good stuff, right? This is some of my favorite ocean. This is basically all my favorite ocean cards. Ah, not all at once, fellas. Because you know that once you see this, you're not getting any of these for the rest of the game. Okay, let's just pretend we've not been offered all our best cards at once, and let's just go back to what's Shadows doing. So yeah, I mean, this is pretty nice. We can drag this Explorer out, prevent this build, set up for the Dirty Ravage. I'm tempted to just put an additional presence on this Sacred Site, but maybe we'd be better served to have a Sacred Site here instead of here. Present Pinata for Ocean. Yeah, too many good things at once. I mean, crikey. Call to trade even means I can, you know, make food for myself. I mean, yeah, this is an interesting crossroads, right? If we go for energy, we can look at a major power card and not necessarily use it this turn. We'd have to get very lucky to get a Moonfire minor power if we do go with this. And that's the benefit of going 3, is that we can start using this ability here. We don't have an immediately super strong use for that ability. It will be very handy against France. I guess the crucial thing is, what would we forget? We like all of these cards. I mean, Crops, Wither and Fade is the weakest of them, but it's also a very strong card. If we pick up Grasp, all of a sudden, stuff like Crops Wither becomes even better. It's also great for me. But Sky Stretches feeds into a major power strategy, because all of a sudden we're playing slow stuff fast, which is a big power, often quite a big power step up. And these are just incidentally cards that I love for this spirit, but they're just not going to be as useful. Entrancing Apparitions, we could play in here to prevent this build. Obviously, once we've pushed our presence in, which we will be doing. Can't prevent more than one build with it this turn, but we might be able to use it to prevent multiple builds in the future. And it's perfect fear elements. I guess we need to be thinking about Triangle Trade as well. Sorry, not Triangle Trade, the Blight placement. Ah, what a collection. I mean, we've got a nice play. We can prevent this nicely. We don't need to use Apparitions this turn. If we were to do that, but Apparitions, we can prevent this horrible double build in here with Apparitions, and it's our fear elements. It's very easy to neglect this, but you notice here 4 fear for that pound ships is very, very nice. It's very nice. I'm thinking Miner can get a major almost any time. Yeah, and I actually really rate all of... There are some spirits where you look at the minor powers and it's, you know, there's clear ones that you'd want to forget pretty early on. Yeah, we'll gain a minor power and then maybe get a major next time. But we won't... Yeah, we can decide whether we want to go plays or not, depending on what we draw. Okay, no... Okay, Lure of the Unknown's pretty good, especially with Ocean. That's just free food for Ocean. Drift down into Slumber. Well, we can just defend in here instead of getting dirty about it. But we're set up to be dirty. We'll just be dirty. And again, it's that thing of drift down, but then the next thing is wetland, means that this isn't going to be that useful for a little while. I think Lure of the Unknown is the one. We can just use it to achieve great things. We're only placing at 1 range, which means that we can't actually lure into the ocean just yet on this side. But we can just prevent this Explorer from building. Yeah, I think this is the one. It's also nice and cheap. Yeah, we go, hey, Logic, how you doing? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Just broke into Norfolk there. Sorry about that. Well, not sorry. I like the Norfolk accent, but it's a bit strange. It just appears every so often. So now we've got to decide: do we want to be thinking about our energy, and maybe going major next card gain? We're going to probably reclaim next turn anyway. So then we could look at a major. So I think do we have 2 good plays this turn? Nah, I don't think it's worth going to 3, even though we could get tier 2. The Max Grain heart beats strongly in all of us. Oh, I see this is your first playthrough according to your tags. Did you D and relearn this name while I was dancing? Yeah. I've forgotten all I know about Spirit Island. Just so that I can, have that new player experience all over again. My God, this is a fun game to learn. I actually really enjoyed being bad at this when I first got it. And now I enjoy being probably not as good as the time I've spent thinking about it. So yeah, I think given that we don't have a great use of the... Yeah, we're not... If we could do it in here, I'd be tempted, but we can't. So I think I am going to go with going for the energy so we could get a major on the reclaim, probably. At 1 range, we could think about making a sacred site to replace the one that's about to get wrecked. Hi guys, first time playing Spirit Island. I think I'll start by playing France 5. Peasant, probably. Yeah, that's me. I like to, I start on easy mode, which is France 5, I always just use I use 3 adversaries, actually, so I have an escalation effect in the first round, too. She's incredibly good at this game. And part of me thinks I should be... I mean, here might be a weird place to put a presence, but it would mean I could be mantling and pushing into coastal lands consistently. But now that I've got Lure of the Unknown, I kind of want to be using it to drag towns into the ocean. So maybe I would like to have a presence more on this side of the board, but we'd need to place twice to get over here. That's a waste of time. Do I prefer having a sacred site here or here? Which has most adjacencies? So we're about to lose this presence because we're going to have a dirty ravage. A filthy, dirty ravage. This actually has 5 adjacencies. This also has 5 adjacencies. I don't know. Let's keep the old ways. Let's have a super sacred site. Actually, no. Let's. Actually, no. I like having a super sacred site. It makes me feel particularly holy. Gotta stay as holy as possible. So we're probably Luring of the Unknown. Should think. Not really sure. Ocean's been offered all of their best cards because the game hates me today. Doesn't really hate me. We can entrancing apparitions in here, which is pretty nice, but we're denying ourselves a lot of nutritional opportunities because we've got Swallow the Land Dwellers. If we allow this build, they're going to build 2 towns, and then if we use Swallow and Grasping Tide, we'll just be able to eat them all. So yeah. As we are going to go, I've decided we're going to go more majors with shadows, which makes me think Sky Stretches is pretty good for that. Pretty good. I haven't looked into doubling up on adversaries other than hearing about it. Most combos feel like they would be hopeless at high difficulties. The doubling up is, I think, it doesn't... I was looking at the rules of that the other day for no reason. And, yeah, like having escalation effects on stage 3 cards seemed interesting. I've just started thinking about it. It's like the first circle of the peasant brain. It's like, oh, I'm just thinking about this thing. Just give it 5 years and I'll be doing it. Oh, and Call to Trade there, looking really nice. I actually think I want to deliberately let them build here this turn. We've got a decent France buffer. So we don't want to entrancing apparitions these fellas, but we could still eat these other ones. This turn, I'm going to be playing these guaranteed, which is basically 2 towns and an explorer. We will eat everything that's in here. Maybe that's greedy. The thing is, we're not going to have towns to eat in there. We're only going to have a single pathetic town in there. Oh god, I've gone circular. You know how it is when you're like, oh, I could, if I do this, then I can do this, then I can do this, then I can do this. Let's go back to shadows. Shadows, straightforward. Do we actually have a good lure? Do we have a good lure this time? We could just lure in an explorer. It's reasonable. Prussia, England 5, forget about it. Too damn fast. People claim to beat them, so, you know. It must be possible. I've not seen any videos of people beating the dual adversaries. I mean, sure, maybe they're just... I'm often surprised with YouTube because some of the videos that I expect would be recommended to me just aren't, like people playing Spirit Island. It's like, why aren't you recommending me these videos? I watch them. Secretly. See, Shadows likes a reaching grasp. Okay, what of these is going to help me right here, right now? I mean, they're all really good. The apparitions is going to pay for itself this turn, and these are the fear elements. It's our first thing we've drafted. If we do eat all these, our energy's okay. We are going to prevent this build this turn with Shadow. Shadows is kind of taking care of all this. This is a simple defend. We eat all this turn. We yoink this and this with apparitions. I'm getting fear elements, but it feels like I'm just letting two of my strongest cards. Just saying, nah, we don't need those. We don't need those strong cards you have over there. Reaching Grasp would help if we do get blight removal powers. It's unlikely, though. They're not going to be a high priority because we're playing with slow healing ecosystem. It's unlikely to be a good plan. Okay, let's look at the... Okay, God. He's slowed down to a crawl. Let's prevent this build because we need to defend in here next turn. We can do that with Apparition. Sky Stretch is going to do nothing for us right now. Grasp is going to do nothing for us right now. This is going to do something for me right now. And it's incidentally very, very good. Like, for example, we reach into here, we can prevent 2 builds in a hypothetical situation. Okay, so we need to have a presence in here. Let's make sure we do that. We have to push from here into somewhere. Do I want to push in with this? Do I want to push in with this city? Actually, I am going to be defending there next turn. They're not gonna build a town in there. Feels a bit unnecessarily risky, actually. We've got no towns that are going to get pushed into here over here. Oh, yeah, I think I'll do it anyway. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. What are you worried about, peasant? Sky Scratchers will probably be the best late game, and Transfer is probably best immediately. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Okay, we'll just go with everywhere. We'll just go everywhere. I mean, Transient Apparitions is great into the mid-game as well, if we can keep the island reasonably clear. And especially the fear generation thing. I think it's easy to miss how good Ocean Sphere game is. Okay, got this lovely Grasping Tide. We're going to allow all these builds in here. We'll entrance. Yeah, we'll entrance this, you and you. Come on in. The water's delightful. Is that what people say? Okay, we'll bring this this chap in. No building for you, Idland, sir. Come on in, the water's fine. That's the one. It's lovely in here. So ruddy lovely. All right. Fairly uninspiring Lure of the Unknown. Or is there? There are no builds we can prevent, but we could just start dragging things inland. I say that, but yeah, maybe we wanted Shadow's presence over here, because I could have dragged this town over here. Well, not ideal this turn probably, but could have been a nice future project. Well, whatever we do, we are definitely concealing shadows in there. Yeah, no obviously highly important thing to achieve. Yeah, but I need the sacred site. The sacred site's important. It's everything I stand for. Yeah, let's just get some food. Drag you in. Okay. Rising interest in the island. We can ignore that curiosity and add a town to land without one. Yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah, blimmin' France-ness. During the next normal rampage, each town or city does +1 damage, return fear card to the box. Do we have much air going on? We've got 3 air going on. Shadows is very, very wealthy somehow. Trancing apparitions, this is not how I expected you to shine, but it might be... How does the... We don't care about the extra damage in the Ravage because it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. We get to add a beast. Removing a fear card's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's basically giving us 8 fear, kind of. What can we forget that's all airy? Call of the Deeps. I mean, we've kind of got entrancing apparitions, but Call of the Deeps is mostly better. Not always better, but often better. I mean, they are basically doing the same thing. We could forget entrancing apparitions. Though, Shadow's just very wealthy. Or we could forget Mantle of Dread. That's very forgettable. Forget a Shadow's card, pen energy. Yeah, I think forgetting Mantle of Dread, especially as we're going mages. Though, then we're going to have a very small hand. But that's okay. Yeah. I think we like these. Yeah, this is too good a card to forget. I think this is also too good a card to forget if we want to start cranking the fear. So we will weave some lies. Shadows, my friend. It's time you forgot about... It's time you forgot about mantling your dreads. Oops. Pressing the wrong thing here. Sorry. It's over. And then we'll just pay in energy. Okay, so we get to add beasts. Ah, lovely stuff. Add a beast to a jungle without blight, 1 fear if invaders are present. Well, yes. So yeah, let's just maximize the fear. Wilds in a land with Dahan. So that's a good candidate because it's a blighted land. This is coastal. It's a coastal jungle as well. We've only got 2 jungles, so I'm not too worried about them coming in on the coasts. If it was a coastal wetland, that's more tempting, but I'm still kind of hungry, you know? This actually is a good candidate because it's going to be blighted this turn, and it should be, yeah, it's going to be clear and blighted. So I think that's actually a pretty good candidate. Invaders do not explore into lands with at least 2 to hard. Wow. Okay, so it's a dirty counter. Okay, and disease prevented that one in the east. And we're into the slow. So we now can just eat all these guys that have conveniently presented themselves. Thanks, friends. Thanks for the energy. God, I might even get to have a major this one. So, Ravages are fine. We're going to want to reclaim with Ocean, probably anyway. Unless, if Shadows can take care of it. Shadows, can you take care of this? And where are we with our... Okay, we're a turn away from the Uprising. Or the Revolt, whatever it's called. What are you called? Small Uprising. So not this turn, but next turn. Ravages are fine. There's a fair amount of building. Not that much building. There is some building. The advantage of pushing right now... God, we could even look at a major. Crikey. The advantage of pushing is that, for me, I feel like Ocean becomes incredibly powerful once you get to 4 or 5 plays. Before that, sure, great. But after that, no. Could not reclaim his shadows and go attack the sands. The thing is, Shadows really wants to get this. I mean, if we could squeak out a turn with Shadows, we could look at a major this turn. We'd be able to afford most majors. And we could play it with Crops Wither and Fade. Even just this on its own is pretty nice. There's going to be a town built in here. We can demolish it and make a load of fear. And we start to become powerful once we get this energy, because then we're not... Then we don't have to use this option so much. And, you know, and if this turn, this gets destroyed, it's not a big deal. Except it's a pain because we kind of would need to use this option at some point to place more presence on this board. So we don't really want that. So maybe we do reclaim with Ocean just so that we don't have the pain in the ass that is having this presence destroyed. So that would be not what we want. No. And yeah, and this is so easy for Ocean to defend. All right, so if we do reclaim this turn, we're only going to be on 3 this turn, but that's fine. There's nothing critical to do. Can we... We could even prevent this mountain build. Do we want to prevent the mountain build, though? Yeah, let's reclaim. Let's give Shadows some more energy as well. It might mean we can afford a really swanky major. But let's look at the major first. If we draw a major with Shadows that can deal with this land, we could also push on with Ocean as well. Power up our Ocean buddy even more. So, yeah. Yeah. Let's just hope it's something useful. I mean, shouldn't really matter how expensive it is. Well, okay, Winds of Rust and Atrophy deals with this land. As does Pent. Hello again, Pent. It's all chance nice and cheap. It's on brand. We even get to... Do we get to use our innate for anything this turn? Not really, but this is going to help us get our tier 2 that we like. So both of these solve our problems. This one solves it more reliably. And God, the Winds of Rust yoink for the Terror 3 victory is a pretty cheeky little trick. We've not gained anything that's placing a whole ton of tokens, so Pent isn't wild yet, but we've gained it early enough that we can start really aiming for those. So either of these will solve this land. I'm not sure I want to put disease in here, though. Because that means that less food for Ocean. Poor Ocean. I think both of these are actually great for this. And we've actually got a surprising number of beasts because we went with that event. We went with the option that removes beasts. We've already got kind of nice targets. This is an eating zone, though. We don't want to be dealing with this with Pen. No way. So maybe... tough choice. I mean, this is the obvious choice. They both deal with this land. The disease could kill my Dahan. That's a true fact. It's a lot of energy to deal with this, but it's true for that as well. This is downgrading from a city into a town, which is kind of annoying against France, but it's going well enough that we're okay. This could also help us if it gets really clutch. How about repeating? No real prospect of easy repeats for wins. What do we forget if we go Pen? Maybe we forget concealing shadows. I'd prefer, if I was going to forget concealing shadows, to actually gain Winds of Rust and Atrophy. Because this is just a bona fide good defend card. Calamity solves the North Mountain. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Not. Am I worried about the North Mountain? Thing is, we've got good Dahan movement because we are shadows, so we've got the wonderful Favors called Dew. Favors and Pent don't work that well together, though, because this doesn't have the third fire. But that's fine. We're probably not going to be playing Pent every turn anyway. So we're going to be alternating a Pent turn with a Favors turn. The nice thing is that this turn, if we wins in here... Well, is it nice? We actually don't really want to... I'd rather City was still around to eat. So actually, in that example, we do want Pent rather than wins. I mean, everyone's always going on about how great Pent is. I suppose I should just drink the Kool-Aid. And we've got beasts kicking around. Yeah, all right, fine. Fine. So I think we forget concealing shadows. We don't really want too many dirty ravages, given that we can't really clean up as nicely. And against France as well, Pent should be better. All right, let's go with getting rid of shadows. Yeah, we're doing fine for energy, so we don't need to be too parsimonious with that. Dealer's choice. We've got nice options. So if we make a sacred site here, we can be dragging people into the ocean from any of these coastal lands. That's a nice little bonus. And disease tokens as well, they do prevent kind of horrible... Well, they mostly prevent the situation of having 1 million explorers becoming towns. And I'm not exaggerating, by the way. Sometimes it's as many as 2 million. We don't really want to downgrade this town. I'm thinking we are playing crops this turn, because we probably want to... It will be useful to maybe drag an explorer into the sea. Couldn't. Maybe we just place a presence in here. Oh yeah, if we place a presence here, we can actually use Lure of the Unknown in the ocean because it's 1/2 range away. Because board D is weird. Yeah, I like that. I like it a lot. Maybe I like it a little bit too much. Okay, so we're going to go Pent. I'm going to do weird Pent things in here. Okay, ocean doesn't have to worry about the coast anymore. If you expand to sands, you have a good target for crops. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, I think making a sacred site here is also good. I think that's... It does prevent a town build in here. Do I really want to push forward to the 4th play? Grab a major? We're unlikely to, you know... Or is it just actually too greedy and I'm just going to hurt myself by trying to play for this 4th action early? It's more just a rule of thumb. What do we achieve if we do just play a regular turn? Okay, we can prevent a double build in there. We can drag this that's not a lot. Can we do anything to really help Shadow? We can give Shadows some more energy with Tidal Boon. We could eat this city. Yeah, I think it's actually a bit greedy to try and force the push there. We don't need it either. We just don't need it. Okay, so that's some blight removal, which is going to still useful. It's not impossible to make a sacred site to do that there, but it will take us a while. And probably isn't worth the effort. And yeah, that's unreachable. Okay, we don't... Though this is mountain water, though, which is good for the old consumption of buildings. You don't have enough cards to run 2 good non-reclaimed turns in a row. This is true. Okay, this is tokens. Remember how you've got pent-up calamity? Do you remember how you like tokens? Yeah, I remember. Well, here's your opportunity to place tokens with not bad elements, actually, peasant. Because look, you like air, you like water. You like air, you like water. You're bound to love flesh rot fever. Not that it's going to help me in lands I really give a damn about. I suppose this sand could be a land I care about. Call to migrate. But they are tokens. Yes, peasant, they're tokens. What's your point? I don't know. Do we go renewing rain, even though it allows us even more freedom to let the coast blight. That's what freedom's all about. It's about the ability to hurt yourself. Hey, welcome back. You're still streaming? Yeah, I know. I just got carried away. I just remembered it's my favourite game. And I've also remembered roughly how to play Shadows. Or maybe learn how to play Shadows. I'm not sure. One or the other. Still going. I've even switched categories into board games. I'm broadening out. Huh. Welcome back. Do we want to... I mean, this is useful, but it's only useful here, really, or here. Actually, here I'm happy for that. We're not going. Yeah, let's just take it. We're not going to use it ever. Pointless. Okay, we'll grab them in there, and we'll bring in this one. I think we might be eating this city this turn. So, in order to do so, we're going to need lots of watery mountains. We don't have good swallow the land dwellers. Damn it, maybe it would have been better. Yeah, we'll go with this. This is fine. There's not going to be much coastal building next turn either. It's just going to be this. And actually, I think I'm just going to eat these guys. So, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we're going to eat a city, gain some fear. Lovely. And then Pent-Up Calamity is going to do very little, really. But it's going to do it with style. So we'll call the deeps in here. Yeah, we'll prevent the build. Might be safer to actually... No. Don't be silly, peasant. Okay, let's add the disease and the strife. Okay, yeah, we don't have the uprising just yet. And we have a gathering opportunity that I'm just squandering, really. Yeah, I don't think I even want to do it. I think I'm just worsening the position if I gather into here. Though I suppose, I mean... Yeah, I'm just worsening my position. Let's not worsen the position. That's not the idea. You're meant to make it better, peasant. But no. Okay. So yeah. So much for that, innate. Okay. Explorers have +1 health. Oh. Ooh, Beast Prowl. We're getting our cash. We're cashing in our fear now. Let's go in there. Okay, maybe we're not cashing in at all. I actually prefer having the beast inland. Oh, we need to be thinking about pen. But I don't want to be penting on the coast. Because this is my stronghold, right? Can move from mountains to sands doesn't really do anything. Yeah, I don't think there was a good use of Darkness Swallows there. So we probably do want to be thinking about pen. Let's just push it in here. This is a weak spot for us. So the beasts are kind of just sat there waiting for pen. Hope we'll do it with Threshold. No beast will be harmed. They'll be temporarily removed and replaced. And they'll be good as new. Oh, this beast is being moved. So Yeah, this guy's going to want to... Which one do we eat this turn? Let's go in there. Yeah, I don't actually like that, but I'm doing it. I don't want to undo too much. Okay, we will just make sure we don't have any lone Dahan. Defend 1 in all lands. Wow. That's a lot of defend you got there. So we'll just kill the Explorer. And we have mountain builds. Good old Wilds token. Good lad. Okay, so we can add a blight here or a town here. Or a town here. Or a town here. Well, this is coast. That's an obvious decision. Have a town in there. And then this is also a pretty obvious decision, especially we've got Swallow the Land Dwellers doing absolutely nothing. Oh, that's a blight, though. What do you want about? Yeah, we don't want to lose our on-land presence. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. It's fine, I promise you. God, it's flipping ones everywhere. I can't see my workings. All right, so which town do we want to eat? So, sorry, which city do we want to eat? This city is going to be, building and ravaging. This one is just sitting there doing nothing, so I suppose that simplifies that decision. Get in my belly. And then tidal boon. We actually don't have a really nice tidal boon, do we? Though we could use it to relocate our Dahan. Can send shadows as sand up to the wetland for Ocean to eat. Oh, yeah. Good spot. Good spot. I had not spotted that. Yeah, thanks. I'll take it. We'll eat... I don't want to eat one of my Dahan, though, but sometimes you just got to have a snack. Sometimes you just got to snack on those Dahan. You know, I don't make the rules. Oh, I guess. I mean, it means I'm not crops withering and fading, but keeping the towns low is more important than downgrading, really. It's achieving the same thing. Yeah. Well, except now Ocean sat on mountains of energy. Mushroom people. Collateral damage. I'm sorry, guys. I'm doing my best to keep this island really clean. This is, this is France 5. You can't expect it to be really clean. It is quite clean, but you shouldn't be expecting that kind of service. Okay, we've got a Ravage in here. Well, what do we do about that? What do we do about that? Well, we can actually do something about that. We could do the same thing we did last turn. We can lure the town out and we can Calamity in here. Ocean could pick any major that, yeah. Any major in the game is there for the taking for our friend the Ocean. No Ravages over here. This will eat some of these guys this turn. Except we've got no mountain cards. And now I know we've got all this energy. But we've only got 6 cards. If we go for a major now, we will still have 6 cards. I mean, aside from Fleshrot Fever, our cards are pretty good. And this turn, if we can get up to 4 plays, we're way more likely to get this extra fear. All we need is a Moon Water card to get 4 bonus fear. Which is a lot of fear. We've only got 1 Ravage here that we can sort. Our friend Shadows here can sort it. Easy. We can do a lure pen kind of deal. We might even get to eat these Explorers as well. Your card plays aren't very exciting for Ocean this turn, though. Well, no. They're not exciting, but it's not about excitement. It's about beating France. You wouldn't understand. You're not English. Just sort of point at that as a joke. It's a joke, all right? It's very, very funny. It's an incredibly funny joke. Yeah, so if we do want to use... I mean, we don't have a good pen target this turn, really. Not really. Aside from doing the thing we did in here before. The other thing to think about is we do have these small uprising this turn. Oops, just clicking on random things that I don't understand. This thing here. So we're going to get a free strife on each board, and then we're going to get to do the aid the uprising thing. So where we haven't got any natural candidates. Not really. Oh, over here is a natural candidate. So those guys are food, not friends. But as it stands, they're going to become a friend. And there's no other Dahan in position to become friends. We don't really have cards to make people into friends. I mean, we've got a lot of energy, right? A major could just win us the game. I like just slapping this, for example, rather than doing weird pent-up defendy type maneuvers. Would just win us the game. So maybe we do just do it. What would we? I mean, we've basically got two of the same card with Entranced, and Entranced isn't that important. Shadows is doing useful things. I guess you can fish for a mountain miner. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's still not that impactful. I mean, because if we get a mountain miner power, then we can eat this. But I think we definitely don't want to just reclaim, because that's just bad. But I don't want to have a 6-card hand. I don't want a 6-card hand. All right, if we get a major this turn, we'll have a 6-card hand. We'll probably play everything. Next turn, we'll reclaim. We'll have 7-card hand. And 4 actions. Then the next turn, we'll do this again, and we'll be up to 8. Fine, okay, fine. You've twisted my arm. My arm's in a place it shouldn't be now. Thanks. Oh, crikey. Well, that's a... Oh, God. We've been thrown deep into the Wombo sphere. We could Power Storm. We could Power Storm Pen Up Calamity, which is hilarious. Because it is hilarious. Because what it would mean is that it does everything. So we could do it first to do this, and then it will otherwise to add 2 strife, and then it repeats, and then we remove 2 strife, 3 strife, and this. It will do 12 damage and 4 fear, and probably remove everything, and just leave a disease behind. Power Storm is great on Calamity. Yeah, it's redonkulous, is what it is. Redonkulous. It does just mean that instead of just like, you know, preventing blight, we can just clear this land. No biggie. No biggie. Redonkulous. Can't get Threshold on Calamity this turn. Excuse me? Oh, I'm only on 2 plays. My God. You're right. Glimmer's right. Well observed. 2 plays, yeah. 6 hours in, brain starting to fail. Yeah, we can't get Threshold. But we don't even need Threshold, because we do this first and then this. For a slightly less exciting but completely adequate 6 damage to clear that. And get 5 fear. But this could be a better combo. Because it's fun. And it's got mountains on it. Still worth doing, yeah. Is there a world where we care enough to do Unrelenting Growth? I mean, not really. Not really. I mean, Ocean's pretty much done all the important growing already. Dissolve the bonds of kinship. Wow, we've actually got a card that kind of goes with it. rare situation. But yeah, not. I think Power Storm is clearly the right thing to do. Can we get Threshold and Power Storm? We're actually pretty airy. We are pretty light and airy. Not very sunny though. So not unlike to get Threshold and Power Storm just yet. But this is a nice, just a good card to have kicking around. I'm going to just think about Blood Rack Plague for a moment. So instead of going Power Storm, we could think about using Blood Rack Plague. We could make a Sacred Site here this turn, plonk down the two disease, and then smash it like that. Disease is pretty strong. This threshold's unattainable. Yeah, I think it is just a Power Storm. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Have it your way. Have it your way. Do we want to do these things this turn, or do we want to forget about it? If we're thinking about going full Womb, we probably want to hang on to the Flesh Rot Fever. What do we forget? We could forget Call of the Deeps. Feel bad about it. Feel really bad. Tidal Boon is useful for propping up shadows. Swallow the Land Dweller is often an early forget for me. It often is. Surprisingly useless for a card that's so good. You just end up where you just got nothing to eat. Yeah, I prefer this for the fear elements. Let's get rid of Swallow the Land Dwellers. And we need to push in and place a presence. So where do we want our presence? There's going to be a build in here. Well, we can eat if we're in there, and then we can defend next turn. Do we have Coastal Ravages that we might know? No Coastal Ravages. We definitely want the fourth play. Yeah. We definitely want the fourth play. We don't have a Sacred Site need just yet, but I'm going to make that Sacred Site there anyway. This guy, because it's the only presence on this map, I think I'm going to... We don't even have any mountains this turn. So I think I'm going to just put this somewhere relatively safe, which is in here. Actually, this is even safer, isn't it? Yeah, let's go with even safer. Okay, so I think we just play everything. We play it all. Old Shadows he's going to reclaim. It probably shouldn't have just done it like this, but I think this is fine. So we've only got the two plays. I don't think we want... Do we want to look at another major? No, we don't. I think these are all top cards that we don't want to ignore. Wetland is central for targeting. Yeah. I mean, we're going to be back in the ocean next turn anyway. The only targeting I need to do is just targeting the ocean itself, which I can do with Entrancing Apparitions. And this, I like here because it reaches further inland for a potential Entrancing Apparitions. But, I mean, it's going to end up back in the sea anyway. Yeah. Back in the sea with you. Do we want to... No, we want to look at a minor power here. Too greedy. Fire in the Sky. So yeah, bear in mind we've got the small uprising this turn. This guy's going to become a friend. No one else. No one else. It's a shame for Shadows to get Fire in the Sky. That's a lovely one for Ocean right now. Spur on with Words of Fire. I mean, Here There Be Monsters is nice, easy fear for us. This is an extra thing we can use with Pen for even more fear and damage. And we're not short on energy. Yeah, we're not short on energy, so that's pretty good. And Pen prefers fire to moons. So I think we go far in the sky here. Okay, so we have 2 plays this turn. We can't get Threshold and Pence, so we may as well just do something useful with ourselves. So Ocean is basically just frowned around doing nothing of use this time. We can drag in these explorers. We can Flesh Rot Fever somewhere. Again. Yeah, just doing things for the sake of it, really, aren't you, Ocean? Okay, we've got a build here. We could Favors Called Due. This is also a good turn for it because I don't think we've got anything good to do with our innate. We can't get to this tier, so this is a good time to not use a fire card. So I think by elimination we can go with Favors Called Due. I hope we don't want a Calamity next turn. I forbid it. So I think we're going to go with elimination logic on this one. Elimination logic, yes. Okay, Grasping Tide, just in case someone ends up in there. And we have Power Storm for you. Yes, for you, Shadows. And we can do this in here. We can add some tokens. Then we can remove some tokens. Yeah, who'd have thought? Somewhat brutal. Okay. And then we've just got a last little bit of entrancing. I think we just drag these explorers out. Get in the sea! Oh, that was me saying I don't care about my innate. I got it anyway. Well done, peasant. Do we have any convenient mountain ravages we can drag someone into? Not really. Yeah, again, my innate is not... I mean, actually, if we drag this explorer into here, then it doesn't build the town, I suppose. Don't know why I sounded so morose about that. But I did, I had to. Okay, here's the uprising. So we make a friend up here. Alright. Each town does +1 damage. Beasts are destroying explorers and extra Dahan. So yeah, always help the lonely ones. Yeah, I'm going to keep a group of 4, given that I am using... I don't want to leave a lone one behind if I do... Oh, though actually... We could actually drag a couple in from here and from here. Yeah, but we'll actually go there. Okay, fear card time. Each player may push up to 3 explorers or towns from an inland land. Ooh, 3? Crikey. Steady on now. We could prevent a city build, which is it's all right. Let's not push it into this ravage. That's the only build we're preventing, but yeah, that's just lovely. We won't push it into here, we'll push it into here. Okay, let's just quickly check. Okay, each town is doing extra damage, so we can actually push into here and it'll get cleared in the ravage. We know it's not doing extra damage. And we can now push... we could actually push this guy into the coast card. These poor invaders. They stand a chance with Ocean in the game. I mean, you think you do. But you don't. I kind of almost want to push in here so that they build a city. But I've got rid of my other mountain card, so that is purely silly. I guess we could also think about pushing this town inland towards the coast as well. Now, let's push this one. And let's not make a city, because that's just ridiculous. Each player removes an explorer and a town from a land with beasts, or one explorer from a land adjacent to beasts. Okay, let's remove this inland town then. And any other towns to remove? No. This guy's going to die anyway. Okay. Not a lot of building going on. Okay, slow. The old slow. And I think this the satisfaction of feeling like you're improving at this game is one of the reasons that this is actually how I often play when I'm not on any camera. Is I will play the same team or a very similar team, and just that getting a bit more familiar with them. You know, you get some results there. What are you talking about, Basil? I don't know. What are you talking about? Okay, so we could add a disease somewhere. Do we have any other? Okay, the inland is looking pretty disgusting. Very clean. I'm guessing that this level... Okay, they only added 1 fear card, but it feels like they added 50. We're getting pretty close to a clean island here. I mean, a disease in here is pretty good because this has got a blight in it. In its coastal build time, nothing impressive is going to get built inland this turn. I mean, some peanut got rid of his second mountain, so maybe we just... Yeah, we'll just put it in there. We'll go with that idea. Favors called due. Okay, so we just want to extract the fear from this, really. Yeah, let's favors called due into here. We're just going to yoink. We'll just yoink these guys with Call of the Deeps or Entrancing Apparitions. We'll just extract the fear from the situation. There. Get scared. Okay, so now Ocean is going to reclaim. We're at 4 actions. I'm always just a little bit happier to reclaim at 4. Yeah, we're probably going to be power storming, so we'll go with a minor. Growth sacrifice, I'm not going to pick it. I'm not even going to look at it. I might look at it. I'm not looking at it. Not picking it. This is more tokens. What, 1 more token. Oh, actually, Gift of Living Energies, we could get this a bit more easily. Because it will get us the sunshine. Yeah, don't think we need to worry too much about that decision. You know what we said about not playing Calamity next turn? Pretty sure it's the win. Well, maybe I don't want to win. Maybe I just want to pretend I'm a big ocean spirit. Bobbing around in myself. Being all oceanic. Maybe that's what I want. I mean, okay, so yeah, we don't have a straight fear win, but there are very few buildings on the board. We've got a jungle ravage, which... Yeah, we've only got this and this. So, yeah, we can win it in the slow phase just with a bit of eating. Except there will be an additional 1,000,000 towns built on the coast. But we can prevent a lot of those towns being built by doing this and this. Can we destroy this town in the fast phase? What have I not spotted? Oh yeah, we can lure into the ocean to eat that in the fast phase. Yeah, okay, the win's there. The win is there, just with 1 reclaim. Because there's only 2 buildings. I hadn't noticed I got sucked into the joyous funland. Let's just look at a minor power. Gold's allure, lovely stuff. Take it. Of course, Shadow's doing all the heavy lifting on this one. Ocean's barely done anything. Gonna sign off, my man. Gotta get to sleep soon. Hey, sweet dreams, Harlequin. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, we lure... I mean, it looks a bit weird, but we can reach the ocean from here. Drag that town in. Pent up. We don't even need to do any messing about. We don't even need to do any messing about. Let's remove some tokens. And then we can just yoink around the side. It's done. Take that, France. France 5, whatever you are. How many Frances are you? Call yourself for France. Winning is a bit mainstream. I'm sold out. Just keep on winning. What's going on? Let's celebrate with a raffle while I consider my options. What are my options? Who am I? Am I just another Spirit Island fiend? God, the world's seen too many Spirit Island fiends. Disgusting, wretched creatures. Mumbling to themselves. You are but a humble peasant. Yeah, I make no secret of it. I even call myself it. I'm actually still feeling pretty good. I vote guard the island's heart, England 4. Do you now? That sounds nice. England 4. What, with this combo? That's pretty cruel, actually logic. Because I mean, you could. I don't think it's terrible. Yeah, let's have some details. 76. Wow, what a score! Guard the Isle's Heart is actually my favourite scenario. My favourite. Yeah, it's my favourite. God, do I do another one? Do I preserve my spoons? That's the question. 76 is 22 more than 54. It absolutely is. I can see why they call you Logic Dolphin. Yeah, Guard the Isle's Heart is just so fun. It's the only way I actually like playing with lightning. With events, Guard the Heart can just insta-lose right, especially with France, yeah. I feel like I want to try it on... I feel like, you know, we've come this far, right? And notably, Scott, whose idea this whole thing was, just hasn't shown up. What's he doing? One more seems like a recipe for regret. Hey, well done, Viking. No regrets for this Viking. Fifth of their name. Why do you say that? I never counted score, to be honest. I don't know it existed when I dived deeper into community. Until you dived. Yeah, I actually don't care about score as well. I just try and win. I've always maintained that scoring is for actual serial killers. So just don't do it. You know, don't kill people. And don't keep score. You know, I'll think better of you. You'll have better relationships in your life. It's weird, right? You're defending an island from these flipping invaders. Oh yes, keep score. No, don't do it. The events that insta-lose are replace inland explorer with town, single Dahar next to city becomes town, in single land with most invaders, as many adjacent lands, not really preventable, just hope they're not building in the alien land. So actually it's not that many, that's not that high a proportion. And I've been banging on about it lately, but I very deliberately have not. I did get asked about making a video about events. And I started thinking about doing it, and then I was like, I don't actually want to analyze the events until they're so familiar that it's like, I just want to, you know, because I quite like not knowing it. So, Blue says it's a recipe for regret. Do I do another one? Maybe a palate cleanser. Let's try it. I feel like, I don't know, I've gone up to difficulty 9 with France. I've enjoyed this combo. I might finish with a solo, actually. It's quite a lot of Spirit Island. Let's do a solo, but we'll do on, what is it, England 4, Guard the Island's Heart. Shadows. We're going with Shadows. I'm sure it'll be fine. It might be a loss. Various events are insta-loss, but can be planned around. There's also an event for once per board, place a town when exploring, and a fear card that prevents an explorer the lowest numbered land, which if comboed will screw you. So I played a lot of Isle's Heart. It's a great scenario. How do I pick one at random? I don't actually have a dice here. Let's just go with A, and we'll go with Shadows. And what was it? England 4. And we'll go Guard the Isle's Heart. I'm just going to remind myself, because it's been a while. So, if at any time after turn 1 there is a building in an inner land. So I think it's marked in the app, if I remember rightly, but it's basically land 7, right, that internal one. Remove all towns in each inner land, add an explorer and a disc from the starting player board on. Oh yeah, so we get an extra presence. Each spirit starts with 2 additional power cards, but we've got a single card for each. I mean, it just feels so fun, right? You get the power up, you get the extra loss condition. This peasant doesn't believe in ending on a high note. I believe in ending in failure. You know? That's what I believe in. It's only difficulty 7. What could possibly go wrong? It's fine. Oh, look at this. The blissful. Hey, what's this town doing in here? Wait. Okay, it's been removed. Good. Get out of there, town. The thing is, right, we will be able to prevent builds with our innate at the start of the game. I'm actually going to just... Okay. Where's the bit about... Where's the bit about the presence placement? I'm just blind. Apparently. Oh yeah, explorer and a... Okay, so we could skip to go straight into a major... into major powers. Well, not exactly. We're definitely going to want the second play, right? Yeah, there'll be no highs here. You've got to end your stream low energy, tired, grumpy, and beaten by the game you're playing. That's how you end. God, they teach you nothing about drama. God, it's been so long. I actually don't know where I'm meant to place it. All right, this is my inner land. This here is my inner land. So we're definitely going to want to go... Yeah, we're definitely going to want to do that. A tiger's hunting! This is the joy. Well, I mean, that's pretty good, right? Start with tigers hunting. May as well just pack up the game now. I don't know what to do with yourself if you still have any spoons left over after a day of streaming. Well, I mean... Yeah, GG. Yeah. So, you know, it's not a bad thing to have turn 1. Could be worse, I suppose. I'm kind of regretting getting the second play now. Renewing Reign's pretty decent as well. I mean, I've not necessarily won. I mean, I could still just forget and lose. But we're going to want to be cranking it turn 1. This is actually a preventable build, even though we're against England. Because it is. Because there's only one adjacent building. So given that we do have tigers hunting, we're probably going to be reclaiming pretty quickly. And we can even play a Moonfire card to go with it and get our innate. If we place a presence in here, we could actually prevent this build and then just start slapping them around in there. Oh, except we need presence in here. So there is a bit of a blind spot for tigers hunting, actually. This land is not... I'm not going to complain too hard because I know how lucky I've been. I just need to not balls it up. That's a crucial thing I need to not do. Okay, so we need to take this opportunity to get over here, I think, so that we're just in this other jungle. Take this opportunity. Even if we don't go over there for a while. Interesting, we've gained like the cheapest minor power possible. But yeah, I think we just want to get over here just so that we can use it over here. Yes, yes, yes. We are going to want to kill this guy at some point soon, but there's no rush. We could... Okay, to get our innate... Do we care to get our innate, though? Do we care? we've got a good... We could have a nice favors called due in here, get these Dahan into the game, and not have this Dahan on its own. Or should I just clear this? I'm just going to reread. I'm going to reread Dolphin's notes. It's like, I just want to make sure I don't lose here, right? We could just move this Explorer over. No event card turn 1, bear in mind, okay. I'm just wondering whether how paranoid I need to be about this Explorer. Probably not that paranoid. And also remember, Peasant, you're against England now. Everything makes sense against the English, you know? We could just Mantle of Dread, it's fine. We don't need to do any of this messing about. It's fine. We can just drag this guy out. Just drag him out. Just drag him out of there. And so we do get to push 2, don't we? Yeah, so probably gonna... We can't actually target in here with our friendly beasts, so I think there's no... The beasts being in here are less useful for defensive purposes, but I think it's still good to have beasts everywhere anyway. The main thing to do is get rid of the one at the Inland Explorer. Yeah. So we didn't even get... Oh, it's so cheesy. Okay, Mantle of Dread time. So we could push this Explorer into here. We might just let this land go. Because, you know, why not? Why didn't I go Favors Called Due? Oh, because I wanted to move that Explorer out of the way. I guess like that does make some sense. We could prevent this build. We can't. We can prevent this build, actually, because there's only one building adjacent. Or I was tempted to go for a quick reclaim just to Tiger's Hunting again and get even more beasts on the board. Your Isles Heart is separated by quite a few lands too, so it's guarded from high immigration. Plus England pretty well. Yeah. Thank you so much for the sub, Angels. I really appreciate the support. You now have access to the 3 most max grain-based emotes on the internet. Thank you. 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 Not delirious from streaming for nearly 7 hours. Just want to put it out there. I'm actually just not delirious. You're protesting too much. So we prevent a build, or we get this. Oh yeah, we just prevent a build. Let's keep it simple. Okay, we've got a Ravage here that I'm probably going to ignore. Yeah, I think possibly I just made a mistake there. But I think we can just start working on this. Also access to exclusive, extensively researched gourmet recipes. That's true. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Angels. Yeah, I do put a surprising amount of work into into making videos. Yeah, don't just take those expectations, forget about them. I basically live off mostly canned and frozen foods. And as a joke, I've started taking photos of them for an exclusive sub-only Discord channel. Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like a good idea at the time. So, yeah, we make sure we get to 3, but given that we've got Tiger's Hunting, actually the temptation to just reclaim really quickly is very strong, just to get even more beasts on the board. But I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. God, it's so wrong, but it feels so right. I mean, if we could gain a Dahan push, or actually no, there's nothing useful there. Ah, those recipes. I had those a lot in university. Pretty niche fetish to me, yeah. You gotta keep it niche. Yeah, I think I mean, we've even got renewing rain things we can be doing. We can make a nice sacred site here, which targets almost the entire map. We are going to want a beat stick that can affect in here, so we are going to want to get a major fairly soon, but not just now. Though we could. We could get one just now. We could at least look at one just now. Renewing rain is not really likely to matter. What am I doing this turn if I don't play this major? A load of moving people around, I suppose. There's no jungle build / ravage to worry about, but we could respond to the explore with favours and set up an army of Dahan somewhere relevant. So I think I am going to look at a major power. Oh, crikey. These are certainly some powers. These really are some powers. We could actually defend and counter pretty nicely in that coastal mountain with Rap. That's pretty nice. And we will be able to afford it as well if we place that top presence. Unlikely to get Threshold. Actually, we're not that unlikely to get Threshold, given the Tigers, but not for a while. I think Rap's good here. It means that this otherwise slightly hopeless land is kind of sorted. We'd even be bringing a load of Dahan over for potential favours. And the nice thing is we could actually use favours to set up a subsequent Rap by dragging Dahan into here, scaring this guy. That feels like a pretty decent turn. Paralysing Fright. I don't like turning Paralysing Fright down. It's one of my favourites. We don't have a nice air-mounted card to go with it, so we're unlikely to get Threshold at all. Yeah, it's Paratroopers. I think we forget Renewing Rain. Just looking at the elements. Don't worry, I'm not going to forget Tiger's Hunting. Be a bit rude. Oh, wow, we might... Let's hang on to... Yeah, we definitely want to keep favours anyway. Yeah, let's get rid of Renewing Rain. Paralysing Fright is stupidly good in solo, especially playing Volcano. Yeah, it's incredibly strong. So you have 3 cards that deal with the Mountain Ravage as well as Death Falls. 3? Yes, that's true. Apart from the Sacred Site requirements. This is the only one that can handle it. You can get a super turn with Favours, Tigers and Rap. Super turn! Does sound pretty super. Oh, of course, we're playing a Sacred Site here. Sorry, yeah, you're absolutely right. I had forgotten I had a presence to place. Let me just think about that. Paralysing Fright. Even without Threshold is gorgeous. Against England, though, any opportunity to prune them back is worthwhile. And especially we have Dahan movement. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Rap. We'll probably reclaim next turn. Oh, and we could... Yeah, we'll make a Sacred Site here to help us protect our heart. Oh, why did I keep concealing shadows? What are you doing, peasant? What are you doing? How's keeping this going to help you? I don't know. Made sense at the time. Do we want to keep our Dahan in there? No. I feel like there might be a liability in there. Actually, that might just not be true, but it's fine. Farmer Seek Dahan for 8. Oh, God, against France, this card. So, on each board, add a town to a land with Dahan. They can't add in that central land now. So, you know, no need to thank me. I guess I would have got to choose where to go, but... Next door, Ravage becomes a build. We do not want this. We want Spurnage. 2 damage to Dahan in land with buildings, and Dahan add a blight to at least 2 buildings. Buildings have -1 health. This can be so good, but I want to just be hitting them really hard and fast. So we could just take out these Dahan. We still get to kill the city. Add a blight to land with at least 2 buildings. It's going to be this land. That's okay. Okay, so now you kill everything in the mountains. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, get spurned. So we are going to lose a Dahan, though. Sorry, buddy. In each land, defend 1 per Dahan. Ah, they killed my... Oh, well. Fine. Fine, kill my guys. See if I care. Yeah, I care. Okay, so we can drag some Dahan in for a future ravage. Not next turn, but the turn after. Disease did damage, yeah, sad times. Damn you, farmers seek Dahan for aid. New diseases coming around here. I mean, the thing is, oh yeah, there's flipping blight in here. That's not really what we want. Especially given that our fangs players, our mini fangs is like our best thing we've got going. So given the way that rap works, it's important to actually, you need to move Dahan, or at least pretend to move some Dahan. Can't you usually distribute the damage to Dahan as you wish if the invaders don't do it? Yeah, so that was from the event here. So 2 damage to Dahan in land with both Dahan invaders. Yeah, so I can't do it in a way that suits me. I have to kill Dahan. So I can't distribute it between them. Yeah. So we're actually going to drag in just somewhere. Where can we... Oh, we actually can't drag in everyone together. God, we lost 2 Dahan that turn. Brutal. So we'll just drag in here for the sake of the teleport. Okay. And... So we're fine for builds and ravages. There's no build in here because there aren't 2 adjacent buildings. I'm wondering whether I should just go straight in for a reclaim. Concealing Shadows, of course, not going to do anything for us this turn. Crops wither and fade. Could do something. We could just get rid of this city. Tired of this lemon city. City nonsense. Doesn't feel good to have so few Dahan left. We've got 3 energy coming in. We could start adding beasts into here with, crucially, fear. Yeah, the rules. I know. It does feel like, with any game like this, like the main mistake I make is stuff like just misreading a card once and then just thinking that's what the card does, right? Because that's, you know, how my brain works anyway. Most recent one being a card that I'd always play, like, what's it called? Terror Turns to Madness. I've always played it wrong. Just always. Okay, so given that this does nothing, I mean, Crops Wither and Fade is pretty good. Thing is, we've got 2 kick-ass cards in our hand. So yeah, I think we do reclaim. And I think we gain a minor power and try not to do so much flipping reclaiming, peasant. It's enough's enough with all these reclaims. Who would ever have done that? Haha, certainly not me, runs away. It's a weird one, like with the recording of physical games. It's like there's, yeah, and just like playing this in public, the stuff, especially in the app, right? You can't just do the kind of nudges. Like if I'm not on camera and I mess up my presence placement, I do just go, oh yeah, and I just go, fine, I'll put it there. But you know, you can't really do that on a video. Well, you can, but it's not, you know, I try not to. Try not to. Peasant, the untold story, the cheating, the lies. I'm a big Nature's Resilience fan. Big fan. It's a great card. We don't have any water though. Just Photoshop it out. Yeah. Yeah. That's my strategy. I mean, we've got Sacred Site access to everywhere. Next turn, there's going to be a Sand Ravage in here. I mean, what? I mean, the other things, are they going to do much for me? Not really. I mean, Root Biters, I mean, yeah, I think we take Resilience and just don't use it. That's the essence of good strategy, by the way. Just take cards and just never use them. So, actually, what we could do is we don't need to use Wrap this turn, next turn even. We could just use Favors this turn, get all 4 of our Dahan together, gain a big chunk of fear for the privilege. And I'm thinking what I'll do with these Tigers hunting is maybe kill this guy and then push beasts everywhere. Maybe especially in here. I think the most common mistake we do is playing a power only able to target other spirits on oneself and realizing after the win, oh no. Yeah, it's so easily done. I felt really bad the other day. Someone came into the Discord, my Discord end, and was saying about using Downpour to repeat Growth Through Sacrifice, and you can't do that. And the thing is, I've done it, right? When I first got Downpour, it's one of the first things I did. It's like, no, you're cheating. No, not cheating. So yeah, this Blight's annoying. We could do some cool stuff if this Blight wasn't everywhere. But if we hit this once this turn, we can clear the city on a future turn. This Explorer on its own doesn't really mean much. So yeah, I think we're going to do this. Bring in... Yeah, it doesn't actually matter. We'll kill this Explorer, and then we'll push this guy back. We'll leave this one in so that we can actually kill the city next turn. Well, next time we use Tigers hunting. Search for new lands. So in each land with these 2 explorers, push 1. Beast moves to an adjacent land with no disease and deal damage. Okay, we've got loads of beasts running around. Sorry, no blight and does damage. So we can't put... Oh! Damn it. I can't finish this one off. That would have been pretty cheeky, wouldn't it? I'm pretty sure you can't push to the same land. Oh. Excuse me. I only get to push 1. Oh yeah, it's only 1. Alright, we'll kill this Explorer that's just sitting here. Oh, except to do that, we actually prevent our city destruction next time we use Tigers hunting. Well. Well. Damn it. Okay, we'll push from here then. We'll just push into there. Hey, Lays. You just woke up and I'm still streaming. Yeah, I got carried away. That's what happens sometimes when you're playing your favourite game. So we could just prevent this build, except we can't prevent this build because England, so we'll remove this guy. How you doing, Lays? Nice to see you. Okay. Oh, so England is into their escalation effect, and they are choosing where they build. So either a city here or a city here. We're gonna favors called due in here next turn. So yeah, that works for me. Especially we've got the doubled up. The trouble with this, I guess, is actually it's still it doesn't make any odds. This is still adjacent to multiple buildings, but oh, and the other thing is our favors called due isn't going to get us the 3 fear. But I still, yeah, I think it's still better. It's still better. Wetlands for England build disease and tigers hunting. Oh, I didn't even realize I had disease. I didn't even realize I had this option. I just like the idea I've got an easy counter here. I could just use nature's resilience. So yeah, that probably was better. I'm good. Probably going to make some coffee. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Having a nice time playing my favourite game. You know how it is. You know how it is. So we defend in here. We hope with luck we'll clear this land. It's a bit of an off-brand turn. And then if we place a presence in here, then we can maybe wrap to go somewhere else. But we're not going to have any defending to do for ages. We don't need to spend energy on wrap. How are we doing for fear? 5 fear away from where we want to be. Yeah, I could defend enough. It's a bit close. It's a 7 damage against 6 defense, so it's not ideal, really, especially with Blight underneath. But I'm tempted to reclaim, you know, just to get this city destroyed. Because we basically gain 4 fear for killing this city. We'd also be pushing beasts everywhere that could help us. Though, yeah, that's just bad. We want to at least get to 3 plays. We could actually do this innate. Yeah, that innate's better, actually. That's going to make this a lot safer. But we can't get the innate with nature's resilience. Damn it, Jim. So it's another somewhat off-brand turn. We could look at another major. Crikey. If you get a presence in that mountain and crops, Tiger will kill that city. Oh. Right, yeah. Well, if I just use Tiger's Hunting in here, it'll kill the city because it'll add a beast and I can drag this beast over. It'll just add it in. And then we're down to this being the only buildings on the island, which feels pretty good. But reclaiming this early feels a bit just feels wrong. But maybe sometimes you've got to do something wrong. Doesn't make any sense. You're thinking a Terra 2 win. I mean, if I reclaim this turn, goes Tiger's Hunting, I can kill this. Unless I'm misreading it. Wait. So we add a beast and we gather a beast. There's already a beast in there. So that's 3 damage. We kill this. We counter. We defend in here. If we You tried Inscription yet, peasant? No, I haven't. Have you? Have you tried it? Is it good? You think Tiger's next turn? Yeah, there's actually no rush on this, is there? And because we're not clearing this as well, I mean, there is a beast in there. So the fear card might do it. The nice thing is we can have a whole cluster of fear cards if we wait until after the event and fear cards bit before we gain all our fear, which is what we'll be doing if we just defend and do other useful things this turn. So if we are going to reclaim next turn, then yeah, we definitely want to go to 3 plays. We're going to be playing a resilience this turn. We could just push a load of slow fear, so like resilience, crops, mantle. Mantle, we can push someone out of the way that we don't want to be coming in here. We've got like a wall of presence. Crops Wither we could do in here. Though, got to remember, I'm not against France. You're not against France anymore, peasant. It's okay. And maybe we gain energy this turn so that we can reclaim and look at another major. Because I think I'm happy with the turn I've got here. Happy with it. Could even go up here. It's pretty funky. This is actually providing more adjacent buildingness than this is. This, though, offers a sacred site, so I can drag this explorer out. So this is actually making a sacred site here is just pretty good. But if we're going to crops wither, it makes sense to actually, you know, do it on something. This is the only bit that is not... We don't have kind of beasts... We don't have tigers hunting in, so we'll crops wither up there. Okay, so we've got 6 defender there, which is a bit closer than I'd like. We could drag an explorer out of there as a safety measure using this. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is okay. So yeah, we'll do that as a safety measure. Okay, add a town to a land with explorer or town. Add a disease to sands or mountains with the most buildings. Each spirit with at least 2 Dahan amongst lands gains energy. I don't think I have any Dahan. So we're adding a town to a land. So if we add a town here, 5, 6, we don't want to do that. So we have to add it to here. Oh well, that's okay. And we can add a disease to the sand or mountain with the most buildings. Now this ravage is going to clear this land, so the disease doesn't matter. So this is our next land we care about, so I guess we'll put a disease in there. Oh, I'd kind of forgotten about that build down there. Tigers next turn. Sands. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, sorry. God, that's a mistake. It's a mistake. It's a mistake, like... A terrible mistake has been made. Okay, we can mantle into Dread. I'd kind of forgotten that this town was going to build there. I'd forgotten I was playing against England. Classic. We've got Build Ravage here, but that's actually fine because we've got a nice defend card. We can actually use this. We need to just pretend to move the Dahan to get the defend. So I'm not worried about this Build Ravage. Yeah, let's push from here. Didn't notice the jungle either. Good to know. Next turn we're going to have 3 plays. We're going to have 6 energy. We could even go wrap Nature's Resilience in here for a big counter, which kind of feels reasonable. So that would be a total of 11 defend. I think that's reasonable. We'd even have the energy to also do some mini-fang stuff in here. So yeah, let's do that. Crops Wither and Fade. We could have done in here, but we're going to destroy them in there anyway. Let's do it in there. Okay, so build into Ravage there is just double checking this. So it's going to be 8 damage Ravage, which is fine with Wrap. And with Wrap, Resilience. And then maybe Tiger's Hunting in here. But then we've got this up here. Hopefully, though, there should not be another flipping jungle builder there, because all this lot will be dead. Okay. So, if we're going to go Tigers, Wrap, Resilience. What's our turn look like next turn if we don't reclaim? We just want to do something about that. So we do need something that's going to work in there. And not something that's a defend. We actually do need a beat stick. Or even just another Crops Wither and Fade. England are pernicious. Yeah. They just won't go away. I think we look at a major power for next turn. We've got, like, Sealing Shadows, I think, has not got much use to us now. Okay, so we were looking for a beat stick for For next turn, sea monsters is probably that beat stick. Though we're going to struggle for the energy unless we go with this option, but we can just go with that option. So it's a coastal land. We've already got a beast sat there. That's the obvious choice. Yeah, just been given all the good stuff here. Indomitable Claim, of course, is wonderful, but this is the finisher for us. So let's forget Concealing Shadows. It's just not that kind of concealing game, you know? So we'll go with the plan as outlined. So we're going to just do a lot of defending in there. Clear this city, which will prevent this build. This won't build either. And then next turn, maybe we're finishing with sea monsters. Unless I've miscalculated. Or events do event things. Oh, peasant, I've not got a presence in there, have I? That doesn't work, does it? You're going to have to go back to the drawing board, you peanut. Oh, I placed my presence first, didn't I? Did I? No, I reclaimed. Okay, so I can't do that. Damn it. It was all looking too good. It was all looking too shiny. So we might want to Indomitable Claim there. Because this is going to be an 8 damage Ravage. Thanks for the well done. It's going to be an 8 damage Ravage. Do we have a way of cheesing it a little bit? At least a little bit. I mean, if we drag this Explorer out with our innate, then we could defend it just with Nature's Resilience. But to do that, we'd need to play Resilience, Hunting, and then a Moon Fire card, which actually is no big drama. In fact, we could destroy this Explorer. So actually, that might just be a better turn anyway. Concealing Shadows lets it blight. Let it blight. Ooh. Ooh, how dirty. Surprised by these dirty Ravage recommendations. I don't know, in solo, if you can keep it healthy, it's that's preferable, especially given that Tiger's Hunting is the best thing I have, and I will be then making it impossible to use in most of the map. Yeah, I like using the innate, removing Explorer. It's a bit risky. And then finishing with sea monsters. So we'd go Tiger's Hunting, Nature's Resilience, and then Crops Wither and Fade to get the innate. We could actually use that on there. We might even win. Or we could go Indomitable Claim and just be hilarious. No, well, I mean, hilarious is putting it a bit strongly. I mean, Indomitable Claim is, we're much less likely to have an unfortunate overflow in here if we do that. And we'd still be able to use Tiger's Hunting. So we'd actually achieve all the things we want to achieve, but with none of the risks. Just not even a tiny little bit of risk. In fact, it's probably just the right thing to do. Could win this turn. Worth a try. Yeah, there is a beast in there. We are at Terra 2 with 2 fear cards. We're going to have 3 fear cards. Minimum. This is safer. It's a shame not to use the monsters. We definitely don't need Concealing Shadows anymore if we go Indomitable. And we still, crucially, will be preventing this annoying jungle build in the corner. We don't actually have any zero-cost cards. What a predicament. Do I forget something else just for the extra fear? Though I like all these more. Yeah, we'll do this. So, yeah, we definitely need more energy if we're going to be... Okay, there's our 20 defend. Here's our Tiger's Hunting. So we'll gather this chap in. And so this should be taken care of. Let's put in extra beasts into here that might deal with this. Okay, on an inland land in each board, replace an explorer with a town. Okay, fine. You enjoy yourself with that. Push. Each player may push and explore a town from a land with Dahan. Nah, you're alright. They can stay where they are. Each player removes an explorer town from land with a beast, disease, or at least 2 to harm. Goodbye to you, sir. It's the event that can insta-lose. You gotta love those kinds of events. Skip the next normal build, sure. Scapegoats, sure. It's done. No buildings. Building schmildings. You don't need your stinking buildings. We don't need them. Nice. Thank you, Angel. Thanks for the well done. Thanks for the challenge suggestion, Dolphin. I appreciate it. God, the Island Heart is so fun. God, it's such a fun matchup. There's currently a bug where the high immigration build got skipped. Oh, really? Oh, no. Hey, thanks for the well done, Angels. And for the serial killers among you that want to check the score, there you go, 61. Thearcard said skip the next normal build, but high immigration is not a normal build. Ah. Yeah, I'm really... I just trust... I just trust the rules enforcement. Just trust it. God, I just kind of want to keep going, but it has been 7 hours. That's quite a lot of Spirit Island. That's quite a lot. Yeah, let's finish on a high, which is the only high we have around here, which is a raffle. Let's find someone cool to raid. Let's find someone cool to raid. Let's see what's going on in the board games category. There's people playing board games. Sickening. Okay, let's go on with people that I'm acquainted with. So thank you everyone for joining me today. I'll be back tomorrow, 3 PM UK time. Which is a time, I promise you. Where I'm going to be playing some Witcher 3. I'm terrible at Witcher 3. Don't know why you'd want to watch me. But if you fancy feeling good about yourself, feeling good about your gaming skills, it's your chance, your opportunity to see someone properly floundering. Sometimes I do follow a lot of people, and I just look and I'm thinking, I don't know who half of you are. Who are you people? I'm vibing while you play Witcher 3. Still got that no pants curse. Yeah, I cannot wear trousers. England not working properly. What else is new? Hey, Blues. I see this patriotic American jibing in the chat. Blues incredibly patriotic. Always banging on America this, America that. Who needs free healthcare? Sick and weak Europeans. I can't find anyone that I feel like raiding. Let's not raid anyone. Let's just... and does anyone have a suggestion for someone to raid? Do you have a friend that wants to raid? Something city on a hill. America. Red, white, and blues. Oh my god, I'd never realised what a patriotic name Blues really had. I'd never realised the horror. Progressor has won. Congratulations. Congratulations. Wow, 5 raffles. See a rather big steamer R and N game. Oh, really? So a bit weird when you're a little streamer and you raid a big streamer. Unless you like know them. Like if I raid Dunk, I know that Dunk streams at a wild different time. It's fine because I'm like a regular in his, you know, he knows who I am. Northern Line streaming the Hot Wheels game. Oh really? I do like Northern Line. Am I even following Northern Line at the moment? I do prune some of the big people. Oh yeah, I am following Northern Line. I am kind of curious to watch it. It feels a bit weird to raid a big person like that. Yeah, I've just used all my brain juices. No one that I know closely is streaming. Actually, Little streaming. What the hell's Little playing? Xbox Game Pass is amazing, claims Little Too Mad. Well, we could raid Northern Line. At least, let's not. We can all do our own thing. I'm going to wrap it up here. Thanks for joining me. as I sit here in the darkness playing Spirit Island. I'm going to keep on, you know, doing stuff. I've got to make my face bigger. Hey, thanks everyone for joining me on this Spirit Island Odyssey. Didn't lose today. What the hell? Despite my best efforts. Got a big face. It's very dark in here. So, yeah, I'm going to wrap up. So, catch you in the future. You lost at losing, I know. What a failure. Yeah, back tomorrow and special stream next Tuesday night. Creepy not on a boat stream. To celebrate the death of my boat, we'll be having a simulated boat stream without probably most of the technical issues. Hey, you're welcome, ladies. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, Witcher 3 tomorrow. I'm going to stop blathering. And I should get good hype music for the end of the stream that makes you all feel pumped, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to press a button and peter out mid-sentence.